Thank you, guys. I'm down here in the pit lane with Tim Maynard, who, of course, was recently victorious in that Super TT race. Tim, talk us about the victory this morning. How was that for you?
Well, I'd forgotten that they were throwing us in reverse grid because I had a dreadful race too yesterday and finished Coldstone last. So this was fantastic. I thought, I've got a chance here. I can start from number one. And I was thinking, how am I going to hold these turbo and V8s up? You know, I just can hope that they can battle with the slower guys and I can get a bit of a break. And that's how it worked out. So I got a break and I was able to drive reasonably well. I threw it off at turn 3 there and I thought, you goose, what are you doing? But I managed to recover and came home to take the checkered flag. So I'm wrapped.
Well, I hate to steal a line from the recent F1 movie starring Brad Pitt, but sometimes when you lose, you win. Speaking about when you lose, you win, you're doing double duty today, not only racing in the Super TT, but also you'll be joining Stephen aboard the Pink Pulsar, the N14 Pulsar in the upcoming Winton 300 this afternoon. Looking forward to that?
Absolutely. It's a fantastic event and 300 Ks of belting around with 40 other cars. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. Just got a battle to survive. We've got our strategy down, worked our numbers out. Hopefully my maths has been in this generation, this millennium, not last, and I haven't mucked it all up, but we'll see how we go.
Well, we can give you a quick update on the maths. It sounds like the Boccini BMW is going home. So of the 40 cars entered, only 39, a maximum of 39 cars, will take the starting line this afternoon at 2 o'clock for the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. So it looks like you've got a couple less cars to lap you and a couple less cars to lap.
Yeah, well, 39, geez, that'll make the job so much easier. No, we'll just try and keep our noses clean, keep out of any trouble, other people's trouble, hopefully everybody has a good time and not too much safety car action, unless it falls exactly when we want to pit. So if everybody wants to do that around lap 50, that'd be great. But yeah, no, it should be good. Looking forward to it.
Well, it sounds like you've got your cheer squad begging for autographs and signed body parts in the background. We'll leave you to it, Tim. Back to you guys in the booth. Of course, we've got some upcoming racing. Plenty to see here at the VMRC at Winton, including the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 later on.
Thanks very much, Dave Stillwell. Great to have him as part of the team. He'll be down there in the lane throughout the day, not only doing the support categories, but also he will be doing, of course, the big one, the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 later on this afternoon. We'll also have Callum Branagan joining us to call a couple of the support categories and also the Winton 300. I'm Dan McCarthy. Full memory remains alongside me for the next race, Sports Compact. What a dramatic affair it was late yesterday. Some people may have seen it on Blendline TV Premium. The top 3 drivers all got given penalties, and it was a case of whoever wanted to take the victory had to really go out there and claim it. And despite getting a 5-second penalty, Harris was able to pull just over 5 seconds on the driver that starts behind him, who crossed the line in 4th, but inherited position number 2. So lots of drivers out of position in this race. We'll talk you through that as they head out onto the racetrack. But it'll be James Harris from pole position. But Sports Compact always deliver round after round after round, don't they, Phil?
They certainly do. And you can certainly see a little bit of battle damage on the front of Harris's car there from yesterday, where he had a bit of a slide, got a little bit out of shape, went off the edge of the track. The nose of the car dug in a little bit and pulled the nose down and back onto the front tyre. And that was a little bit of a moment for him for quite a while.
1 minute signal going out to the drivers, so we won't be too far away from getting this one underway. Look at the back with the door open. Number 13, Steve Howard, the reigning champion and unfortunate DNS yesterday. So he is back out there on the race circuit today, which is really, really good news. Great to see. And as we see, the battered scars from the number 14 car. Harris went off the track yesterday at the sweeper, didn't he, Phil?
Yeah, he certainly did. I just mentioned about that. And look at the great job that the 100 mile an hour tape is doing there and holding the bits and pieces all back together. So, yeah, very good. But also further back, the Mini and mental breakdown at the moment. Collins had a stuck valve yesterday and has had to have a cylinder head replacement. So he's back out there in the Mini.
That is good
to see.
Yeah, great news, great news. So there is the grid for us. James Harris, we can see in the Bluebird, will start from pole position. Eddie Metz in the Escort will come out of position number 2. The little Clio, Neil Chesterton, from 3rd, ahead of Richard Gay in the Toyota 86. At one point, with just a couple of laps to go, looked like Richard Gay was going to take the victory. However, he also was handed a 5-second penalty with, I think, only just over a lap to go. So that demoted him back to position number 4, ahead of Henry Draper and Damien Hunter, another driver in the Clio. Linda Devlin, she got hit the worst. She got a 15-second penalty, and that was for overtaking under safety car conditions. So she'll be starting from 7th, ahead of Declan Kirkham, familiar name to those that were just watching the previous race. David Cantrell will come from 9th, ahead of David McCann. Nick Jones doing double duty out of position 11, ahead of Bruce Woodward, Megan Kirkham, Tim Hosey, Ben Moore, and Lauren Talbot was an unfortunate DNF in race number 2. And just as I'm saying it, she's pulling off the race circuit down there at turn number 2. So it looks like a DNS in this one. Chris Hales from 17, William Gibson 18, Keith Collins 19. And as I mentioned, Steve Howard, look for him, there he is in the Toyota Corolla from the very back of the field. I've been told a broken brake line was the reason for his non-start yesterday. And Declan Kirkham has kindly donated him a brake line for this race. So that's good news.
Declan Kirkham, like he's out there racing in 2 categories and donating parts to some of his competitors. What a great effort.
He says the brake line's off his trailer. So we better remember to get it back off Steve Howard before he travels home this evening.
We might just keep a bit of an eye out for that trailer on the way home. Great effort. And look, a mate of mine, Dave Campbell, out there, tells me that he's been made an honorary member of the 10-pin bowling club over at the Bend because he lost control of the car over there because of a brake problem and took out a whole heap of bollards. So they figured he was a bowling master and made him an honorary member of the 10-pin bowling club. We've got plenty of nicknames for David Cantwell, so he doesn't like coriander, so he gets David Coriander Cantwell. He's been known to squirt ketchup all over himself, so he gets the nickname of Ketchup. We give him a bit of a hard time. He's a lovely, lovely guy. And as all of these people are, there's the competitors out there, all terrific people. You go down here, wander around, go in, see them, have a bit of a chat, talk about their cars, talk about what's going on, and they're all just a fantastic bunch of people.
Yeah, absolutely. We said earlier on in the previous race that was a reverse grid. This is almost an out-of-the-hat grid, the way this one has been formed with all those penalties yesterday and a couple of shock retirements. So look out from all over the place for different people to pop up here and there. But on the front of the grid, a Bluebird and an Escort. We're turning back the clock. It's like the 1980s all over again.
Yeah, my money's on the Bluebird for the jump off the start, but I've been wrong before.
He made 2 blinding starts yesterday, beat Linda Devlin to turn 1 quite comfortably on both occasions. The question is, can he do it again? He's got the Escort alongside of Eddie Metz, who's been steadily improving round after round in what is his first season in the class. But look out for Richard Gay, as we say, finished on the road 3rd yesterday. That 5-second penalty demoted him down several positions. Revs are rising, lights are out, we are underway. Very equal starts further back down the field, just though it looks to me like Harris in that secondary start got the better launch and leads them into turn 1. It was a fast start from Richard Gay. I said look out for him. He's already up to second ahead of him. 2 Cleos find 4 position over the rise, but they both might be pickpocketed by Linda Devlin, and she does. She gets 2 Cleos for the price of 1. Buy 1 Clio, you get 1 free at turn 3.
And speaking of Cleos, Kirkham is right on the back of the 2 of them as well. So he's out there and mixing it up again. The Cleos, they just like to be close together, I think, as they head around the sweeper and then through the dog leg. Kirkham is going to look for a way around as he comes down into the old tank corner, whips it around there and heading up around the old gum tree.
Through they go. So Hunter is now the leading Clio. So that's a change. So Chesterton, not the opening lap he would have wanted. So he has dropped down a position. But I'm looking on timing once again, Phil. 5-second penalty for Hunter. Ooh. As Devlin slides up the inside of the Escort at turn number 10. Good overtaking opportunity, and she has bolted. So the two championship rivals are now 1 and 2 in the order. I tell you what, Linda Devlin made light work of those drivers. Oh, sorry, still third. Sorry, she's still behind the 86 of Richard Gay. So she is still in third position. She's just got to negotiate Richard Gay now, and then she will have Harris in her sights. 3.6 seconds is the margin between those two across the line that time by. Steve Howard across the line in the Corolla in 6th position. Wow. From the back of the grid. Steve Howard up at least 10, 11, I think even 12 positions. A blinding start.
Absolutely, that's a really big move. And those people up the front of the grid, be careful because he's not that far behind. And Linda Devlin, that pass that she made onto the extended part was a really good manoeuvre. And I think she's just pulled another pass down into tank corner. So she's already up. Yes, she has. She's gone into 2nd position. What a great start she's had. And she'll be out to chase down the leader, being Harris in that Datsun.
Eddie Metz is in the pits. The Escort that started on the front row of the grid has come into the lane. So clearly a mechanical problem for the number 57 car. That is heartbreak early on in this one after finishing so strongly yesterday. Further back though, your mate Cantwell coming under pressure from Ben Moore in the Pulsar, and directly behind that we have car number 24. That is McCann in a very unique machine.
100%. David Campbell now drops it down, drops onto the brakes through the right-hander, keeping it nice and tidy. He's a very clean and neat and tidy driver. Doesn't mess around, keeps it straight. Been a hill climber for a long, long time, and knows his way around a racetrack pretty well. He doesn't mess about, and good to see him out there having a lot of fun.
Phil Memory alongside me. Often you'll find him at hill climbs commentating. Of course, he can spy a hill climb driver when he sees one. As they head up the hill into turn number 3.
Well, that's downhill into there, and then downhill into 4. Up the hill from turn 2.
Yeah, there are. That's one of the things you don't actually see, really, when you you watch it. You don't quite see the elevation. As you can see from this camera, you can see all the way up to this back section. It's all the way up the hill. That's the highest point of the track over there at turn number 7 where they are now. It does have some elevation, this track, despite what you may think.
Yeah, it does. It's not huge, and it is a gentle elevation, but it is certainly there. As Coriander Cantwell, he gives the position away. He's elected to go, no, look, you're faster than me. I'm not going to challenge for that spot on the road any further. I'll let you have your get past me and go race. And certainly he has. The Pulsar, certainly a quicker car there as they head on down the back straight.
McCann in the Datsun stands there is looming large directly behind Ben Moore as well, or directly now behind Cantwell, so he might lose 2 positions in a lap here as further forward Draper comes across the line in 8th place just behind Declan Kirkham. But there is so much variety in this field, as we can see right here. Woodward in the little Volkswagen as he turns it into turn number 11. Great little car, this one. The twin overhead cammed VW Golf.
Yeah, quite a neat little car, and he drives it really well. So a keen competitor around motorsport, been around the game for a long time, Woodward, and Yeah.
Racing against the Datsun 180B currently directly behind him. And that is William Gibson behind the wheel of the Rap Cat Customs sponsored car. Through they go. Great to see so many. That's what I love about this category. It does. One of the newest cars is Richard Gay's 86. Apart from that, I think most of the other cars are at least in the noughties or even 90s or 80s. There's very few cars built in the last 15 years in this category.
Yeah.
As you point out, Harris, fastest lap of the race, but only by a tenth ahead of Linda Devlin as they come across the line. That time by, once again, Harris, the faster of the two, another fastest lap of the race, a 32.7. That was 3 tenths faster than Devlin. So he's just chipping away, just extending that margin at the moment. But this is where Linda Devlin's Mini really comes into its own. She doesn't have to worry about tie life or anything like that. She can push 100% throughout the entire race distance.
Exactly, and she is just so consistent behind the wheel of that Mini. She drives very, very tight to the margins, but very neat and tidy. It's pretty rare to see her make a mistake out on track.
So
certainly one of our better drivers at the event as Kirkham chasing down the Mini, or has the Mini gotten through on Kirkham? I think it's the Mini's gotten through and just starting to move away.
No, it isn't. It's Kirkham.
The other way around.
Yes.
There you go. Shows how much attention I've been paying.
Yeah, Kirkham is pushing hard. I think across the line it looked like Kirkham was ahead, so I think they've exchanged positions a couple of times. So Kirkham is trying to catch back up to Draper once again, who was a star at the last round, was Draper, Henry Draper.
Yeah.
Was unlucky not to take a race victory or two at the previous round. It was a real good performance from him in torrential rain. And same with Kirkham. He was really taking the fight. He got the elbows out. Yep. He was in the thick of the action against the likes of Harris, Steve Howard, and all the rest of the usual front runners. It was really, really cool to see. So nice to see him once again, Kirkham and Draper towards the front of the field. But they always say the wet weather's a bit of an equaler. And if you're down in horsepower, like the Detling Kirkham Pulsar is in the dry, that does show up.
Yeah, 100%. And he's certainly driving it really well. So he's getting lots of practice this weekend at driving it, as well as so many events. As we just watch Woodward leading around onto the back straight. Heading up there, he'll jump onto the brakes very shortly. Able to do some late braking. It's not one of the faster cars, so a late brake into that awkward left-hander.
Steve
Sorry.
Howard's continuing to march forward at the moment. He is now up to position number 5. And speaking of moving forward, up the inside comes the Datsun 180B of Gibson through, up and into position number 16. Nice pass from him. Very nicely done. And he'll try and pull away in a straight line. I would think the Datsun would have a little bit of a straight line advantage, but clearly not much. They are pretty equally matched there in a straight line. He's only pulled a couple of car lengths down there into turn number 1, but there you can see behind into turn 10, officially Howard is ahead of Chesterton.
Yeah, 100%. And look, what a great race that their viewers on not only on YouTube but here at the track are getting, and a glorious day here. We've got a bit of overcast weather. The sun is breaking through nicely. There's no real wind to be noticed as such. We had a bit of a problem yesterday and with wind, but all good today as again we're back at David Cantwell, and there's a bit of a challenge between him and goodness me,
McCann
in the red car behind him.
Into turn 11 they go. It looks to me like Ben Moore has cleared off into the distance. It wasn't that long ago that Ben Moore overtook Cantwell. Well, he is now 10 seconds down the road. You can't even see him. He's already negotiated turns 1 and 2, so he has certainly pulled a margin. In fact, he's right on the tail of Declan Kirkham, I can see on the timing. So in fact, he's taken the position ahead of Ben Moore on the timing. So great move there from Moore, is really on a march at the moment. So Kirkham and Moore fighting out there at the moment for position number 8 on the road, but the 113 machine of Cantwell is just about holding on to a top 10 position at the moment. This Winton Motor Raceway circuit, such a great viewing track, isn't it? No matter where you are, particularly I think between turns 2 and 3, you can see 95% of this racetrack. It's a great spectator track. You can see it from this camera angle. Just how much of the track you can see at any point.
Yeah, the camera work here was well by all of the guys from Blendline TV. What a great job they are doing this weekend. It's an absolute pleasure to be commentating from them, and thank you for all of the hard work that they put in. They've got no fewer than 3 events that they are working on across Australia this weekend, so great effort by Blendline TV. And David Cantwell is the star of the show on screen at the moment.
Certainly is, but the question is, where is that Datsun faster? It doesn't look to me to be faster in a straight line. I think he's making up all of the ground in the corners through turn 11. The McRae Civil sponsored machine. Nice exit using all of the road there. That's what you got to do, isn't it? To maximise your minimum corner speed, you use all the road on the entry and all the road on the exit. As Megan Kirkham has gone off the road, the mother of Declan Kirkham, who's inside the top 10. So Megan returned to racing not too long ago, and great to have her in the series. She's absolutely loving her time in Sports Compact, but she wouldn't have been loving that off-track excursion too much.
Oh, just a bit of a scratch around in the garden, that's all right.
Doing a bit of work for the Benalla Auto Club here at Winton Motor Raceway, so doing the work for them. They won't need to mow the lawn down there after the race, or after this weekend. I should say, we do have to say a big thanks to the Benalla Auto Club and, of course, the Australian Auto Sports Alliance, the AASA, who runs the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, as James Harris sets the fastest lap of the motor race. He's negotiating the lap traffic out there, including the Seat Ibiza, which he has just gone past. So a nice move there. The little 1 litre 3-cylinder engined car of the Seat now dives up the inside of Hales, carving through like a knife through butter.
It certainly is, and doing a great job considering all of the race tape is holding that car together beautifully, and it's working really, really well for him. So fastest lap as he comes around a couple of wheels up onto the curb, maybe a little bit higher than he would have anticipated there, but get away with it quite okay. Flicks it through the left-hander onto the extended part of the track and heads on down that back straight. Up through the gearbox he'll go, accelerates hard, jumps onto the brakes at the end of that, reels the car in, pulls it around through the right-hander, short straight, back through another right-hander and onto the start-finish straight he comes. A little bit of a tail slide as he works his way down there.
He's certainly pushing hard, isn't he, considering the margin that he has. But this is good for me. This is a good sign, because yesterday, if you're James Harris, this is positive, because he was hunted down in race number 1 yesterday by Linda Devlin. Devlin forced him into a mistake. He spun off. He did still finish in position number 2, but he finished well behind because of that spin. Whereas today, he's not only matching Linda Devlin, but in certain laps, he is pulling further ahead. That lap, it was Linda Devlin that was about 1/10 of a second faster, so they are trading laps at the moment out there.
Yeah, they are.
But that is positive for the Bluebird, because it was the one that started from pole. It had the clear air. He's taken off. Devlin, in those laps spent behind the back markers, cost her about 5 seconds, and that's what the margin remains.
Yeah, as we speak about Devlin, she just dives down the inside of one of the other competitors there and hooks it around the old gum tree, nice and smooth, keeps the car beautifully smooth on the track, makes a great entry into that right-hander, out a little wide, not too wide though, doesn't even go to the curbs, and up the back straight she comes. Out nice and wide to the edge of the track, very smooth transition into the right-hander, that more than 90-degree corner. Accelerates on up the back straight and pulls the gap on the car that she's just passed. But she's not able to close in that gap to Harris. Harris still out in the lead as we go to 40 seconds remaining on the clock. there's going to be another lap in this race on shore.
Yep, absolutely. Final lap of the race, though, this one. James Harris continues to push. That time by is 4/10 of a second faster than Devlin. But both of them are within a couple of tenths of their fastest lap of the entire race. They've been pushing from the start right to this, the 11th lap of the race. And as somebody's just gone wide, there is Neil Chesterton. I just caught the back of the car running wide. So Chesterton, is he coming under pressure from Draper? No, I'm not sure on that particular mistake there. Maybe he's trying to negotiate the Datsun. So many old Datsuns that have come out of the workshop. It's really cool.
Yeah, or coming under pressure from a little bit of fatigue after
possibly.
Nearly 20 minutes of racing. So a good effort by all of these drivers. Only takes one mistake to put you well back. And if you make a mistake, you want to make it as small a one as possible.
So, further back, I'm just looking at Kirkham and Moore, the Pulsar fight. That's still very much on at the moment. The margin between those two, just a couple of seconds. Oh, Moore's lost a lot of time on that lap. Just as I'm talking the battle up, he's lost 5 seconds. So, not sure if there's some sort of off-track excursion that has occurred there. The two cars, all the stands are right in front of the leader who comes around the final corner. Has to take evasive action. And comes across the line, and there is the checkered flag. Harris there having a little bit of a surprise as he came around the final corner, but no issues. He is able to hold on and take the race victory. Devlin closed up a little bit on the final lap, got the margin down to 4 seconds. But that, for me, Phil, is going to be very interesting in the race later on today, because I think Devlin could at least match Harris. If they're starting on the front row together later, I think we might be in for a real scintillating battle.
Yeah, we could be. And I'm just wondering, I think not a problem. I'm just having a bit of a quick look out the window, because David Cantwell was only just in front of Harris as he went across the finish line, would have seen the checkered flag. And I was wondering, will he slow down thinking he's finished the race? But he's got another lap to do.
Yeah, crucially, his rival did go down a lap with that mistake at the final corner. McCann was lapped, but Cantwell wasn't. So that means that he's got no pressure on the final lap. He can cruise to the finish line. Richard Gay has come across the line in position number 3. Damien Hunter in 4th position with the 5-second penalty was 6 seconds ahead of Steve Howard, so he retains 4th position. Steve Howard in position number 5 from the back of the grid. Good effort from the reigning champ. Neil Chesterton, Draper, Kirkham, and then the final 2 across the line are going to be Ben Moore and Cantwell. Hopefully Cantwell does come to the finish line, because as you say, he did come across the line ahead of the race leader, so he should have to come around again and cross the line.
He should, and I hope that he does. He's an old man. He might pull up and have a bit of a snooze along the way. I doubt it.
Here then are the results in that one. James Harris got the good start, pulled a few seconds margin over the first couple of laps, then went on to take the win. Linda Devlin came from the 3rd row to finish in 2nd. Looking forward to that battle later. Richard Gay in position number 3, a lonely 3rd for him, ahead of Damien Hunter, Steve Howard, Neil Chesterton, Henry Draper in position number 7 in the 2nd of the minis. Declan Kirkham won the Pulsar battle ahead of Ben Moore, and David Cantwell has come across the line, which is good news, so he will score position number 10. Beyond that, all of the rest of the cars finished a lap down. A couple of notable names having issues in that one. Eddie Metz, a DNF, and Lauren Talbot, we saw her come to a stop on the outlap to the grid, or the warm-up lap, I should say. So hopefully she can get that Honda Civic repaired and back out there for the final race of their weekend this afternoon. So we've got a couple more support category races to come before we get into the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. So we're heading into a lunch break now. We'll be back, though, in around about 40 minutes' time with sports fourth and final race of Vic Super Tin Tops, and then Sports Compact before the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. You can see that the marshals are just jumping in the Winton Raceway bus, and then we'll be back in the not too distant future.
I'm down here in the garages and I've been able to score a little bit of time to have a chat to Charlie Viola from Viola Private Wealth. Not only is Charlie the sponsor for the Winton 300, you're also a competitor. How's your weekend been so far, Charlie?
Yeah, it's been really good so far. I mean, could we be in a better place? The sun's shining, a light breeze, the track's been really fast over the last couple of days, so yeah, we're having a cracking time. We really love doing this. So we love being here, we love sponsoring, we love watching people up and down the lane, sort of living their best life. And the fact that we've sort of got the ability to give back to motorsport and support the event, it's fantastic. We're loving it.
Great, and you've managed to qualify 11th. What was qualifying like and how did your strategy play out?
So Benny actually went out, so my co-driver Ben went out and did quali. We strapped some bigger and new tyres on the front, and to be honest, we thought we would be comfortably inside the top 10. It worked out that everybody went a fair bit faster than what we thought, so we actually missed the top 10 by 9 1,000ths of a second. So we missed it by, I think it works out to be about half a metre of track distance that we actually missed it by, because I was then going to do the shootout, which I was actually really excited about. I've never done a top 10 shootout. You get the whole track to yourself and everybody looking at you, because, I'm a really shy character. I hate it when people are just looking at me. But we didn't get there, but we'll start P11. We've actually moved ourselves up into to B class. So out of all the 300s that we've done, which I think this might be our 8th or our 9th, it's the first time that we've done B class. We're usually a C or a D class car. So it'll mean that we've got to do 2 stops. So P11's actually the furthest up the grid that we've ever started. So we've actually got a really good package. Jordan Cox, who sort of spanners our car, has sort of set the thing up really aggressively so that we can be really fast, which will mean we'll probably run out of tyre after about 50 or 60 laps. So, but hopefully it means we can get some heat into it nice and early and elbow our way out to the front, so, or at least close enough to the front. So.
Great. Well, you've got a lot of experience behind you. You've been in motorsport for quite a while. Viola Private Wealth has done a lot of sponsoring of other race events. Why is it so important to you to be in motorsport with your brand, your business?
Yeah, look, I think it's one of those things. Motorsport's fantastic, right? It's fun. It's great respite. You've only got to walk up and down the lane and see how happy people are. Like, you've never met an unhappy person in motorsport, except for 5 minutes after they get out of the car, right? But apart from that 5 minutes, everyone's always like super happy and having fun. And it's just great to watch people living their best life. So, the ability to give back, the ability to do it. And then also for us as a business, it just gives us a huge amount of profile. So the fact that we can, we look after high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals. One of the things that I've learned over 25 years of giving wealthy people advice is they're just very normal people. And so this just ends up breaking the ice for us. People kind of see our brand associated with motorsport. It means that we've got something to talk about. They see a different side of me as opposed to just the guy that kind of counts other people's money. It shows another side of me and something I'm really passionate about and something I've, managed to get kind of okay at over the last few years. Like, it's good fun. And I think, honestly, anyone up and down the lane, if they could, they would. And we can, so we do. And again, it's really about giving as much opportunity to as many people as possible to come along. So, we sponsor IPRA, we sponsor the IPRA Nationals, we sponsor MRA. So, we've got our brand across a number of categories and a bunch of cars. So, we also sponsor Jordan Cox in his motorsport career. We sponsor Max Gagan in his motorsport career. So we just love giving people the opportunity because, you can probably hear it in my voice. I'm super passionate about this and I love it and it's good fun. So.
See, and I think it's been so lovely that because of you, everyone's been able to watch the race live on Blendline TV. Yep. And that's going to be amazing. There's so many competitors here down in pit lane that have got family at home that want to watch the race. Now, leading into the race, what's your strategy to start the race?
So again, we're starting P11. Hopefully we can get some sort of tyre temp a bit quicker than a few others in front of us. We'll get the elbows right out, I think, and try and get as far up the field as we can. We obviously are compromised in terms of our power versus the cars in front of us, so we've got to get it up and moving and keep that rolling speed up. Like I said, Geordie's put a really aggressive setup in it so that we can be nice and fast. And then honestly, we've just got to get into a groove and do really good quality laps. We're sitting in Class B, which is sort of a minute 32 to a minute 36. We can't do a 32 in this car. But we can do a 34. I think if we can go out there and bang out 34s, 35s all day, let the race come to us, stay out of trouble. Natural attrition always takes its place in the 300. We see lots of cars fall off or break down, or people have issues. So we've just got to be nice and clean. Strategically, if we get we've actually got a full tank of fuel, which will allow us to run the whole race without refilling. So, we've got 130 litres on, so it'll mean that we can run really long. If we get an early safety car, which you don't tend to get many safety cars at Winton, they're really good at doing hot recoveries and not stopping the race. But if we get an early one, we'll get in and do our 2.5 minute stop nice and early, and then we'll run to sort of 50 or 60 laps, get out, Benny will get in, we'll bolt some new ones on the front, and hopefully Benny can bring it home and get us as close to the front as we can. So
great. Sounds like that fuel tank will be a great little advantage. I'm going to make sure I try and catch you when you get out of your car out after your stint. We'll see how you go. So good luck in today's race.
Thank you. And for those of you at home who are following Viola Private Wealth, we're a high net wealth, ultra high net wealth private client business. We manage just short of $3 billion of assets under management. We do all the planning, we get all the money in all the right buckets, and then we get on with it and make really good investment decisions. We're really proud to be here. We're really proud to have our brand attached to this event. And, best of luck to all the competitors. I hope I win, but, let's hope that everybody has a fantastic day and, we get some straight cars home at the end of it.
Great. Thank you. That was Charlie Viola from Viola Private Wealth.
Well, we're live in pit lane here for the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, and I thought we'd take the opportunity because he spends quite a lot of time in his native state of Tasmania, but of course it's great to have him with us here. It is the legendary two-time Australian Touring Car Champion, V8 Supercar Champion, and of course 9-year veteran of NASCAR, Marcus Ambrose of Tasmania. Welcome to Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track.
Sunny Winton as well. It's quite nice to be in the sun. It's been a pretty hard week in Victoria. I've got a place down the peninsula, so we've been just enjoying the Victorian winter. It's a bit warmer than Tassie, but not that much, but it's nice to be up here. It's a great weekend, this one. Tabitha, my daughter's driving for Wodonga TAFE here in the Hyundai, and just up here to see her race and enjoy the day.
It's been fantastic to see the growth from the Wodonga TAFE and the Motorsports Training Australia team. Again, they treat these exercises like a real race meeting, but every opportunity of something going wrong is a chance to learn something and put all their hard-earned and hard-learned experience into practice.
Yeah, very much so. It is a real race, and these guys, the kids, are doing a fantastic job. You know, they've been building this car all year, getting ready for this big race. There's a lot of crew here. There's got to be 30 or 40 people here to help run these cars this weekend. But it's a great initiative. It's a great program, getting people to sample what motorsport's all about. And not just theoretically, they're actually doing it for real. They're here running a car in the Winton 300. And Tabitha loves being part of this. Brad Gardner's a good friend of ours too, so it's just good to have those guys teamed up. And, they've got an outside chance here to run really well. They've qualified mid-pack. It's not the fastest car out there, but they're hoping for reliability.
To finish first you must finish, and she's got a great team behind her from the Wodonga TAFE. Now, will we see maybe a couple of these students get to make some guest appearances in some of the other Marcus Ambrose involved motorsport endeavours throughout the course of the years to come? You've got your fingers in so many pies, a bit of TCR, a bit of Trans Am, a bit of production car racing, a bit of Formula Ford. You're here, there and everywhere, mate. I think you're almost as busy as me.
Yeah, maybe, but it wasn't intentional. It's just sort of worked out that way. I'm a racing buff. I do like all forms of motorsport. Even when I was racing at the very top levels, I stayed in tune with all sides of motorsport, speedway and drag racing and obviously Australian motorsport as well. What I really like about the Winton 300 is grassroots, right? You just build a car, you come here, you run it, it's bracket racing, you work out, where is the car at, what lap time can it do, and you end up in a class. And so I really like this. This is what racing should be in my mind. It's low cost, low hassle. Go build a car, come here and run it. There are rules in place, but it's relaxed, I think, is what it's all about. Last year, Tabitha ran this car, and and they had a good day, but they didn't get all the laps in because they had some reliability issues. The car's faster this year. The crew looks better this year as well. It looks like they really have put a lot of effort in to get these cars to the track. There's a lot of confidence out there, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they go.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you and all the people who are part of Tabitha and Co's team all the very best for the race ahead with the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 this afternoon.
And a big shout out to AASA for putting this event on. Winton's a great track. They really support racing in Victoria. It's the only track that you can come to year round and have consistent racing, consistent testing here. So I'm a big fan of what AASA are doing, and I'm looking forward to helping them in the future.
Thank you very much, Marcus Ambrose. We'll continue our walk down pit lane. Again, we've just been to the Motorsports Training Australia garage. We also had a really great interview just before with Tammie Soole, who was looking after Charlie Viola of Viola Private Wealth, the naming rights sponsor for the event. While she was conducting that interview, we missed an incredible photo opportunity. The Motorsports Training Australia crew got both of the cars out into pit lane, stacked all the myriad number of students up like a human pyramid. It looked like a school photo from doing your Year 10, Year 11, Year 12 school photos. It's a hive of activity in here. So these are all students that are conducting Certificate 3, Certificate 4 and Diploma of Motorsport course run out of the Wodonga TAFE. They've actually got their own almost private test track out a little bit outside of Wodonga that runs in the logistics centre. If you've ever driven up the Hume Freeway, there's a giant BP service station and a logistics hub, which of course has got SCT Logistics in it, another major supporter of Australian motorsport. So Grant Phillips will be driving the Ford Falcon utility that's been a perennial contender in the event. They did say that it's a great training tool for the event because they have to do about 3 pit stops to make it there on fuel, even with the auxiliary fuel tank in the boot. Here in In this garage, we've got the number 60 Toyota 86, and joined in the garage as well as a number 16 MX-5 as well. This car was originally not going to be a Toyota 86. This was running last weekend at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at Tail End Bend. But the car they were going to run wasn't available, so they dusted this one off the trailer, gave it a fresh set of boots, fresh set of petrol in the tank, and they'll be running great this afternoon. Myriad number of choices for tyres for competitors. You'll hear us talk about the fact it is beautiful sunny weather right now, but if I get my cameraman Jason just to pan over my left shoulder, there is a little bit of threatening clouds in the distance, and tyres are one of the things that does make it really interesting here for the Winton 300. Because there's no regulation around tyres, you can choose to run road tyres, 200 treadwear performance tyres, semi-slicks, full slicks, Hoosiers, radials, whatever takes your fancy, you can choose to bolt on your car. And that's one of the tuning tools that teams use to move their car's performance up and down in the division system. If you can bolt on, say, a faster tyre and move your car up a division, you might find yourself more competitive in, say, Division B or Division A. Let's say you're right on the verge of running Division B or Division C, and you've got that change between having to run 2 or 1 pit stops. You might choose to run a slower tyre to reduce the performance level of the car so you can run flat out and not break out of your division. Viola, Private Wealth, Honda Integra there. As Tammie mentioned in her interview, just missed out on the top 10 by less than 1/100th of a second. That's how close the running is here. We've got the Track School Cox Automotive Nissan Pulsar as well. I'm reliably informed that the pro driver for that car is sunning themselves in the caravan at the moment. Now, this is a car I'll get Tammie to jump in on the microphone for me because she knows far more about the trials and tribulations that's been going on with this car throughout the course of the weekend. Tammie, great to have you with us on the coverage. Thank you for joining us this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
What I'll do is I'll pass the microphone to you, and you can go and tell us all the things that have been going on inside the BYP Racing Garage, which, of course, you're intimately involved with the car that's currently sitting on pole.
Yes, I am. One of the drivers is actually my husband, Anthony Soole, who managed to put the car on pole yesterday afternoon in the top 10 shootout. But coming into practice this morning, they've blown a gearbox. And when I say they've blown a gearbox, they have absolutely annihilated the gearbox. But if you're ever going to get a team to rebuild a gearbox prior to a race, it's Jimmy and Benny Tran that need to do that. Anthony, do you want to come over here and have a bit of a chat? How are we going after yesterday? How are you going after, this morning, the gearbox?
Good, yeah. We blew a gearbox apart. Don't know why we blew it apart. It just decided to part ways with itself. The boys got it all out, got the new one in and back together, and we've taken it for a 10-kilometre-an-hour drive around the block, and it seems to work. So we'll just keep having our fingers crossed that it's all okay for the race. So, yeah.
Safe to say you're pretty confident for the race?
Well, yeah, as confident as you can be when you have to put a gearbox in an hour. But they did a good job. It seems to be all right. I mean, it wasn't anything major that we can tell that apart from the gearbox, so that's a good thing. Yeah. So.
Great. And you'll be starting from pole position, so Good luck with the race. Let's hope you've got it's clear straight.
Yes, hoping we do, and hoping we have a good race. It'll be tricky with a lot of slower cars out there, but being Division 1, we've obviously got to drive very fast to try and keep the pace up to make up for an extra 5-minute pit stop. But yeah, it should be good fun.
Great. Yeah. Congrats. Well done in the race.
No worries,
good luck in the race.
Thanks.
I'll pass you back to Dave. You want to continue our pit walk?
Thank you, and thank you, Anthony. You were a great sport on the coverage at the 2 weeks ago Wakefield 300 held at One Raceway. Bittersweet end of the race there, and again looking for redemption here this weekend. Yeah,
look, it was a shame. We just broke a bracket on the supercharger, but yeah, hopefully it's all ready to go again. They've done a really good welding job, got it all back together. I can show you if you like. Would you like to see the item here?
Why not? Let's get here you go. We'll do some show and tell. So brand new bracket, brand new wells. Supercharger held on nice and tight, making sure there's plenty of horsepower going to this Honda K-Series. Anthony, we look forward not having to have a chat with you midway through the race. We want to have a chat with you at the checkered flag, mate.
Hopefully that is the case, yes. That'd be nice.
Well, we'll continue our walk down the lane. just avoid the fans. Of course, BYP, these is a team that also, because both cars are front-wheel drive and they're running on slick tyres, they do tend to use tyre warmers just to try to make sure they've got heat in the rear tyres. You heard Tammie with the interview with Charlie Viola. One of the key concerns for the front-running cars here, particularly the front-wheel drive ones, is getting temperature into their tyres during those formation laps before the start of the race. It is cooler conditions here. Not quite as cold as we were experiencing at One Raceway a couple of weeks ago, but it is not quite a summer's day where you can get plenty of heat in the tyres. Now, a gentleman who's got his own point to prove after a bit of a shocking run at the Wakefield 300 a few weeks ago is Todd Herring. Now, Todd, we had to have quite a few chats during the course of that race when you were sharing a car with your son. You've decided to jump into another MX-5 for this race like you did last year.
Yeah, got a late call up again. Andy's co-driver couldn't make it, sore back. So, yeah, here I am again, and we'll see how we go. The Wakefield 300 wasn't good for us.
Yes, well, we won't mention the war. Now, Andy's been quite successful in this race before, and this car's been an absolute train throughout a lot of these 300k races. Compare it to the car that you normally drive. More power, less power, more weight, less weight, more advanced, less advanced. Where are we sitting on the development time frame on this one?
This car, compared to my own car, has a lot less power and a lot heavier than mine. My son's one that I drove at Wakefield, it's got a fair bit more power than this one and a lot lighter as well, but this thing's on rails. Like, I can't fault the car. It's so easy to drive.
We'll have to call you the train driver if that keeps up. Actually, no, we're in Victoria. We've got an extensive tram network in Melbourne. We'll call you a tram driver. There you go. Ding, ding.
Thanks, mate. Hopefully we can go back to back in it.
Stopping all stations to Victory Lane will be the 791. This car, of course, has tasted plenty of success here at Winton in previous endeavours. The Winton 300 is Andy, of course, the car owner, does a brilliant job there. One of the things we'll see through some of the pit stops is a variety of different refuelling apparatus. This is one of the more rudimentary designs, but it works perfectly well. We've got an elevated 50-litre fuel drum up here, with just a hose coming off here, with a normal fuel nozzle down here. Again, minimum pit stop time for any time you put fuel in the car is 2.5 minutes. So that does mean that teams got time to take their time, relax, focus on the safety. Again, also got Kara Zabatakis in her number 21 MX-5 as well. So we've seen Zara take chance in some Trans Am racing as well in a TA2 car. Of course, the MX-5 is where she grew up and knows and loves the speed and handling of a light and nimble MX-5. MX-5's massive feature in the Winton 300 grid. We've seen plenty of them running in some of the other 300k races, but a lot of them make the trip south of the border, crossing the Murray River. Someone doesn't quite want to be on camera quite now. A variety of different Mazda MX-5s, the NA, the NB, the NC models. We even saw almost a brand new out of the US ND MX-5 Cup car joining us at One Raceway a couple of weeks ago. Now, one of the guys who gets up and down the motorsport circles is Ken Christie. Ken aboard the number 154 BM Performance Centre BMW M3. Great to see you back out here again. What have you got in store for us this weekend with the BMW package?
I'm not sure. We really had a fun time, qualifying. We were really happy to make top 10 and improved a couple of spots. So we're sitting in fourth, which is the highest we've been here at Winton 300, and we just hope that the car stays together, which we're pretty confident it will, but Michael Luff's driving with me, which is going to be great. So we're looking forward to a really fun event. It's going to be fun, really good.
Now, we've seen you use these events as really good development practice for events like the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Is that still the case? That's still the goal we're working to with the team? And I see you're wearing the Chill Out Systems cool shirt. You've got all the technology ready for some of the longer distance endurance races. But, of course, it always comes back to Winton and that grassroots fun element, doesn't it?
It does, and Winton's just so much fun. Yeah, we learned a lot the first time we did the 300. We've got a new fuel rig, which is now put a 100-litre tank in the car. We've realised we had about 40 things that we had to work on. We did those for the Bathurst race for the 6 hour. We took another 10 or 15 ideas and we've implemented most of them here for this race. So we're pretty happy to be sitting in fourth at this stage, yeah.
Excellent job in qualifying. Now, you'll be running at the front of Division B, so you've got those 2 compulsory pit stops to make, 5-minute and a 2.5-minute. You mentioned you got that 100-litre tank in the boot. Do you need the full 2.5-minute stop to fill up that 100-litre tank, or not quite?
No, we can drop fuel at about 4 litres a second with our fuel rig, so it's not a timing issue for fueling at all. We'll really wait. It's a driver change that's going to be the 2.5-minute one. We've done our testing in the 5 minutes. We had plenty of time to get driver in and out and refuel. Refueling will take us, circa 50 seconds to drop the 100 litres of fuel into the tank. So, it comes really quickly through a 50mm pipe.
Definitely. Well, we wish you and the team all the best. You've got a number of members. I can see some of my friends from the B&W Car Club and Ray Hislop, improved production veteran, another great Tasmanian motorsport export in the background. He's probably telling...
Michael, come over just for a second.
There we go.
Michael races in sports sedans, and so he's going to be the co-driver and a bit of fun. Yeah,
now, did you get a chance to drive this car at the Bathurst 6 Hour earlier this year?
No. Sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. Again, the Winton 300 is a great place to start off in your endurance racing career. If you've raced plenty of sports sedans, I'm sure that the car that Ken and the team have put together will perform just like something like a sports sedan with wings and slicks handling on rails.
Yep, that should be good.
We'll leave them to it. Ray Hislop's in the back. Give us a wave, Ray. There we go. Another famous Tasmanian motorsport export. Not quite on the level of our first interview of the weekend, but we'll come back to you, Ray. We'll come back. So this is the rig that Ken's talking about, and it is a magnificent piece of engineering. All TIG welded aluminium, keeps the 200-odd litres suspended above the ground. Again, the higher up the fuel is, the more pressure it puts on the fuel coming out through this connector here. Runs down through into the Siamese dry brake couplings here. These are all freshly lubricated, new O-rings, brand new band clamps, so it's a really nice bit of kit that they've put together. Again, we mentioned that Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. That is the top tier. That's the god level of endurance racing for production-based built, homemade and home-built cars in Australia. And so many teams we see bring their cars from production car racing to go race at the Winton 300 level. We have cars that come from that level come down, and cars that from this level, go up. Now, one of the cars you may have seen racing in a Bathurst 12 Hour back in the day are some of the Fiat 500 Abarths. Now, we would have seen Fiat Chrysler Australia ran a program with a number of motoring journalists and young racing drivers in the mid-20-teens, where they had 3 of these cars put together by the team, Alan Heafy's team from Rally Art Australia and Performance Parts Engineering. Great little cars, ran just within the tolerable lap time difference from some of the GT3 cars, but this is to a Fiat 500 Abarth what a Carrera Cup car is to a Porsche 911. They're an incredibly well-built piece of kit as it goes silent in the background as everyone waits for me to say something wrong about the car. Brilliant little turbocharged 1.4-litre engine, 6-speed SEDEV sequential gearbox, front-wheel drive, plenty of front aero on the car, little bit of a rear wing on the background. Basically, it's almost like an R3 or an R4 rally car in terms of how prepared it is, but for a racetrack. Normally running on slick tyres, this weekend they're running on Yokohama semi-slicks to try to position the car in the division class the right way. We'll wish them all the best for the run this afternoon. I've had the pleasure of seeing one of these cars up close with all the panels off and all of the bonnets open at Performance Parts Engineering in Pakenham, and that's been a really great thing to see. So many cars come from different backgrounds. We have ex-production cars, improved production cars, Super TT, international one-make trophy series cars. At the recent One Raceway event, the Wakefield 300, we had an old Maserati Trofeo car win the race with Lachlan Manif driving. And then you go back to a car that's, this is the epitome of the race, NC Mazda MX-5. Obviously, this one's a little bit worse for wear with a little bit of race tape holding some of the panels in place. But again, with a relatively small budget, with a group of friends, you can put together a car that meets the rules, that you can run safely and run reliably for those 100 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway. Moving further down the field, geez, that sun is beautiful. This is a dramatically different weather than what it was 2 weeks ago outside of Goulburn. I don't have to feel my fingers freezing and jam them back in my jacket pocket every time. Volkswagen Scirocco R up in the air. This one, of course, previously part of the production car series and Bathurst 6-hour fame. Now, we'll get the driver edit. Now, this looks like some emergency maintenance going on just before we head out for the Viola Private World 300 today. Is it engine, gearbox, both? What are we looking at?
I wouldn't call it emergency. I think it's just some basic fine-tuning, pre-race checks, oil change, just check over the car, nut and bolt check, tighten up some bolts and things after doing some alignment adjusting. But we had some drive shaft issues which are all sorted, and hopefully our finishing record will stay intact.
Now, I noticed that you're running on the the hand-cooked semi-slick tyre. Are these the same tyres that you had at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour earlier in the year?
Yeah, this is professional racing at its best, right? So we've got some leftovers from the 6-hour and then scrounged from others from another team who had some leftovers as well. So we're really talking high-stakes stuff, putting it on the line for the Winton 300.
You've put together a set of your cleanest dirty shirts.
Basically, yeah. It's going to get the job done. Yeah, they're pretty consistent, actually. Yeah, so hopefully with some alignment changes and make them more... make the car a bit more neutral and a bit less, pushy at the front, we should get it home.
Definitely. Well, don't forget to check the glove box for lollies as part of your pre-race prep. Something that a lot of kids forget to do. Always check the glove box for lollies. Again, another Mazda MX-5. The NC generation, we're starting to see a lot more of those cars appear. The NC wasn't traditionally favoured by sports car enthusiasts because NA to NB was not a lot of changes, very small and lightweight. The NC got a lot bigger, a lot heavier. But it turns out that the car is very well developed. A lot of components interchange with the the larger platformed Mazda RX-8, so you can build a lot of endurance and longevity into the wheel bearings and control arms and uprights by swapping in a lot of the components from the Mazda RX-8. Now, in the Hyundai garages, we've got the Lendrive Finance Hyundai Veloster hiding over here, the number 98, and in the other garage we've got the 787C. Now, the Veloster's running reasonably nicely, running on the Yokohama Advan AO50 semi-slick, but turns out there is a bit of an overboosting issue, some check engine lights, limp mode issues going on with the 787. So if you remember back to our coverage of the 2024 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, this team was also experiencing a number of ECU issues and things like that during the course of that race. The number 74 Subaru team, number 14 Subaru team, my apologies. They've chopped off the top of their number with the Viola Private Wealth sticker. Plenty of bonnet ducting on this Subaru Impreza and on the BMW on the other side of the garage. This, of course, is the Motor Events Racing team, who, of course, run a huge number of grassroots-focused endurance trials and racing for competitors all around the country. If you think 300 Ks around Winton is long. Guys, what was the length of racing you've run here at Winton? 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours? 18 hours at Winton non-stop. What, you think the people that run the Winton 300 are a little bit silly? Get a load of these guys. We wish them all the best. They're a great crew. Don't quite have the same costumes and silly setups that we often see at some of their events, but they're a great addition to the field here at the Winton 300. The cars are very much tuned for longevity. Now, speaking of longevity, both as a competitor and in his car, it's my very good friend, Glenn Townsend, who got the memo about wearing the branded merchandise during the interview. But he must have missed, he doesn't have his sunglasses on, but he missed the bit about having his hat. No, put those away. Now, Glenn, I didn't get a chance to be part of the team covering the event yesterday, but I noticed in the NatSoft results sheet in qualifying, there's a little note down the bottom that said a competitor at 173 had their fastest time disallowed, but then you just scraped into the top 10 by the barest of margins. Unfortunately, you also pushed out our naming rights sponsor, Charlie Viola, out of the top 10. He's not bitter about it at all, but tell us what's going on with the 173 Lotus this weekend. We saw you made the sort of Winton 291, I think, last year.
Yes, we got to lap 98 last year. We were leading our class, third outright. Almost saw the checkered flag coming out, but the wheel decided to part company on the lap 98. Very disappointing.
Now, there's been a bit of re-engineering going on in the back end of the Lotus. We've got new wheel spacers, new wheel studs. Everything's double, triple, quadruple checked. I'm guessing we've got lock nuts and thread lock and all sorts of welding going on back there to make sure that doesn't part company this year.
If it parts company, I think I'll give up.
Well, thank you, Glenn. We'll go back to the gentleman in the commentary booth. That's it for the moment from the lane here for the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300.
Thanks very much, Dave. Fantastic job, as always, getting the goss about the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, which is not too far away now, just over an hour before the 300-kilometre race will begin. That's scheduled to start at 2 o'clock local time here at Winton Motor Raceway, the Nations Action Track in country Victoria. Got a good team of people here this weekend. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this one is Callum Branagan. Callum, Super TT. It's been an attritional weekend so far. We've got a bit of a mixed-up grid, a few under 2 litre class cars towards the pointy end.
Indeed we do, Dan. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to everybody around the Winton Motor Raceway, and a big good afternoon to everybody tuning in live and free on Blendline TV. We hope you enjoyed all of the coverage from round 5 of the BMRC as part of the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 on the YouTube Premium service yesterday. And as you said, this has been an attritional weekend. A lot of issues up and down the grid for the Super TT so far this weekend. This is their 4th race of the weekend. And I had a quick chat to Tim Maynard, who won the last reverse grid race just earlier today. Apart from overcoming some mechanical, issues or some challenging things to do with fuel pickup in the back of that Nissan Pulsar, he found himself starting on pole position and did a beautiful job to control the field, while the rest of the field, when he was anticipating some of the faster cars to come from behind, actually toured through the pit lane instead. Yeah, absolutely, and he ended up taking the victory by 6 seconds ahead of Troy Gleeson and Luciano Lezzi. Behind that, we've got Kirkham, Penrose, Simpson, Phelan, Horworth, Miller, Giesler, High and West. As we can see, though, a couple of cars have not come onto the grid. Most notably, the Ford Falcon that finished second in the race earlier on today. So vacant grid position alongside Tim Maynard for the second race in a row. Tim Maynard has the grid position next to him entirely vacant, so more good news for the Nissan Pulsar driver as we await the green flag at the back to give us the all clear. I believe it is there now, and we will get things underway. As you can see, pretty overcast conditions this afternoon as the lights go out. Great start from the Mazda MX-5 there of Lezzi down towards turn number 1. However, there's a slow car in the middle. Can't quite see which one it is as they're trying to avoid it. I think it was the Hyundai XL, but out in front it is Maynard from Lezzi. And then the second of the Pulsars, it's Declan Kirkham in position number 3. What a start, though, from Mitch West. He retired from the race earlier on today, but our race 2 winner already from the back of the grid up to position number 4. Fantastic. Very clean move up the inside of the number 18 of High into turn 4. And look, here's the battle for the lead. Maynard starting from pole position, already under fire from a fast starting Lezzi, who's very cleanly up the inside. Completely different vehicles, we should point out. The technical makeup of a Mazda MX-5 versus an N13 Nissan Pulsar. They couldn't get any more different, apart from the fact that they both have 4 cylinders. But you can see, as you touched on before, West with that absolutely brilliant start in that Commodore Ute, the VE car there, menacing all over the back of Tim Maynard, and he might get this position before they get to turn 10. He's on the wrong side of the track in terms of racing line there, but keeps it nice and clean and tidy. But have a go at the power from that Commodore as he charges up the back straight for the first time. And doesn't it look resplendent under these overcast conditions? In fact, he's going to have a crack at the lead here. He wastes absolutely no time to go from the back of the field to the very front before the end of the first lap. Incredible, incredible.
Less than a lap, less than 3 kilometres to do the entire field as Maynard now pulls alongside the MX-5 towards turn 1. He's got the better race in line as well, but the MX-5, that bit deeper under brakes, is able to hold on to the position. But a brilliant exit from Maynard, using a lot of the road there, sweeping towards the tyre barrier. Nicely done, but couldn't quite get a good enough run to attack at turn number 3. But the MX-5 has got clear air now, which is not what it had in the race earlier today. I felt Leslie had the pace to potentially win the race earlier on today, but it could not get past the FG Falcon of Gleeson. It was just far too fast in a straight line, and it really was challenging for him to he had to settle in the end behind the FG Falcon. And speaking of Falcons, Kirkham, as you say, slides it up the inside. He was in a ding-dong battle with not one but two of these V8 Utes yesterday. The V8 Ute would pull 10 car lengths in a straight, but then he'd do this, he'd fire up the inside in the middle sector, but it was often to no avail because the Ute would get back on the power again and roar back up the inside. We're already seeing it right here.
Absolutely, Dan. Winton is not known as a power circuit. It's not the circuit where you can truly unlock the potential from these massive V8 power plants because the straights are just so short. So when you've got the smaller four-cylinder vehicles able to make up a lot of the gap or make up a lot of their time with regards to overall pace across a lap, it makes for a fantastic mix-up. It's like production car racing of old, where you've got the big V8s versus the smaller, four-cylinder cars, such as the M13 Pulsar you can see there. And Kirkham there is actually coming under fire now as well from, I think it's the Penrose car, the Black Falcon coming up from behind. Oh, sorry, Geisler.
Oh, he's lost it though. Under brakes, around he goes, just about. Kirkham able to avoid him at turn number 1. I thought they were going to come together, but Kirkham just about snuck around the outside. But that was a big loss from Geisler, just as you were talking about him. Too hard on the brakes, the rear's locked up, and around he went in the blink of an eye. But how on earth did Kirkham avoid him?
He did spectacular work there. Very quick reaction times and evasive driving to make sure he didn't plough into the side of that Black Falcon Ute at turn 1. So lightning fast reactions there from Kirkham, and that still means he sits in position 5. But that was a bit of a moment there for Geisler in the number 114. Meanwhile, on screen now, we've got the number 31 of Penrose all over the back of the Focus On Furniture Toyota 86.
And Miley Miller there just made the move just at the start of that middle sector as we got to the twiddly bits. So Miley Miller, another driver. Dave Stillwell was talking about the Otis Sands car that was racing in the 86 Scholarship Series last week at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and that one did as well. Miley Miller also competed in the 86 Scholarship Series last weekend as well. Very, very young. I think she's 16 years of age. She's already been racing cars for a couple of years. Spent many years in go-karting. She spent most of her life behind the wheel of motor vehicles, and she hasn't even got her L's.
And this is the best place to learn. The more time you spend in the seat, behind the driving steering wheel, pressing the pedals, even just if you're in the workshop, sitting behind the wheel and imagining yourself behind the wheel, it's the best way to get yourself prepared. Work there from making up 2 positions on that last lap, position 6, and starting to move away from Penrose comes past camera there as they make their way towards turn 3 for the 4th lap of this 25-minute race.
Certainly does. Through they go. Lead margin out to 6.5 seconds. Fastest lap set last time by a 1 minute 33.582 for Mitch West in that Holden Ute. Leslie in the MX-5, position number 2, ahead of Maynard and then High. So that Falcon Ute, the number 18 car, is beginning to close in on Tim Maynard, although last lap actually Maynard actually pulled away despite being an under 2-litre class car. If you're tuning into Blendline TV for the first time at the here this weekend right now, you'll be wondering what the different colours mean on the timing tower. Well, that is under and overs, so the black ones are the over 2-litre class cars, the ones highlighted yellow are the under 2-litre class cars. They fight for outright victory as well as victory in their class. So at the moment it is the over 2-litre car of Mitch West that is leading the way, but it really has been an eventful weekend so far. I've had 3 different winners in the 3 races so far. Glenn Postlethwaite has won a race. We've had as well Mitch West winning a race, and then earlier on today we had the man who's in position number 3 at the moment, Tim Maynard, who's also taken a W. So 3 different winners in the first 3 races, Callum. Shows the really strange weekend that we have had, a season really that's been dominated by Postlethwaite with his retirement not starting race number 2 and not starting race number 3. It really has opened the door for a few different competitors this weekend.
Tim Maynard, he is hard to miss in the pit lane. He is 6'6", and to accommodate the car or his co-driver this weekend as part of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, he's actually had to move the seat considerably further forward than he otherwise ordinarily would have the car set up ideally for himself. Oh, here we go. We've got Viola in the number 13 E36 BMW pulling into pit lane. And right rear there is flat, so there's a puncture on that BMW. Not quite sure how they picked that up out on the circuit. Nonetheless, they've had to pull into the pit lane, which during a sprint race like this, Dan, is the last thing you need. Yeah, it's a real shame. A newcomer to the series. He's had a good, solid weekend, just stayed out of trouble until this final race. Unfortunately, looks like at least a tyre will be changed, but they do have a few minutes to get that done and get the car back out and record some points. But nevertheless, I think he would have enjoyed his weekend here at Winton Motor Raceway. He was locked in a fantastic battle with Hallworth in the race earlier on today. Lap after lap, got a lot of coverage on the live stream because it was a scintillating battle between he and the VN Commodore. So that's a shame that he has had to come into the lane with that puncture. But nevertheless, I'm sure that car will be back out there in the next couple of laps. High in the Falcon Ute, you can see there, just looming large in the background. Set a PB lap last time by, but it was still slower than Tim Maynard by 0.6 of a second. So Maynard is making the most of the tight technical middle sector and pulling a little bit of a margin. You were talking about this car. It was actually involved in a pretty significant hit at turn number 3 at the last round. And I remember talking to Tim. He was actually in the commentary box with me. He lent the car to somebody else for that particular race when it had the impact. And he said to me, I'll be honest, I'm not sure that car's going to be ready for the Winton 300 in a month's time. He has been working tirelessly during the weekends to get that car fixed and get it back on the race circuit. He said to me, look, it's not factory fresh. It's not like it's just rolled off the showroom floor, but it is out there. You can see a couple of dents on the bonnet and things like that. But to be out there, considering the amount of work he's had to do in the last 4 weeks, is testament to how much he enjoys going motor racing. As Ned Flanders would say from The Simpsons, it's got some speed holes in it. So that's, of course, their character building. It doesn't necessarily help or detract from the aerodynamic ability of the N13 Pulsar. But as you said, he spent most of his weekends trying to get that car turned around and ready for this very event. So a big shout out to Tim Maynard. It does look like he's sitting in a Jetstar flight at the moment, cramped up with his knees close to his chin, but he's pressing on, and he's actually, as you said before, Dan, a 1 minute 38.2 was his quickest or his PB the last time around, with I behind in position 4 in the silver Falcon Ute going past screen there, and just behind him is Declan Kirkham. Now, Kirkham has actually been consistently faster the last few laps, albeit only by a 1/10 of a second, but he's not letting him go. And there's just under 11 and a half minutes remaining in this race. So the Nissan Pulsars are definitely doing a fantastic job in this 4th race of the Victorian Super TT here at round 5 of the VMRC.
Oh.
Race leader off there at turn 9.
And being 13 seconds in the lead, he's not got anybody else to blame for that off, and there's no back markers either, so I think an unforced error there for our race leader. He still is in the lead, but that 14-second margin that he's pulled out has certainly been slashed. Here's a replay of what happened. You can just hear it. Oh, there, so he went wide at the corner underneath the gum tree, and then took off through the grass there. That was a real odd one. You don't see too many cars go off there. If they do, they normally just drop a couple of wheels and get back on, so that was very strange.
Yeah, a couple of drivers up and down the pit lane were talking about the amount of oil offline, and that was actually dropped during the 1 hour warm-up session this morning for the build-up to the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. And it's quite prominent on the left-hand side, and a lot of drivers, it's one of the hot topics, just how slippery it is. So that could have been a cause. He might have just been running slightly wide and caught out in the grey, as well as the slick oil spearing him off just underneath the old gum tree. What a wonderful saying in this part of Victoria, Dan. But obviously that part of the track, very famous around the Winton Motor Raceway. But no harm, no foul. West is back in the lead of the race, able to resume in the number 43 Commodore Ute.
He did lose a bit of time, 2.5 seconds to the car that we're looking at on the screen at the moment. 1 minute 40, about 7 seconds slower than what he has done previously. So did certainly cost him some time, but not too major that he has to fret too much. He's still got a comfortable near 12-second buffer. You can see different racing lines being taken by this MX-5. Takes quite a sweeping line around some of these corners compared to some of the big heavier machines that take a more V-line, apex early, go out wide and apex late. So this light, nimble Mazda MX-5 certainly comes into its own through the corners. You can see it certainly had a bit of work. Oh, we've lost a wheel. The 114 machine has gone off the road, and as you say, the studs, are they missing?
It looks like it's sheared the studs there, Dan, and the car, it doesn't look like it's on a complete 180-degree sort of angle. Sorry, the rear tray. I'm struggling to articulate what I'm trying to say here, Dan, but it looks like the tray's actually come up and picked up the rear of that BF Falcon Ute, and that's at the exit of turn 12, if I'm not mistaken. But it looks like, indeed, the studs have completely sheared off the rear left there, and I'd be curious to know where the wheel is. But it is still stranded on the inside there. So the hard-working AASA officials will be taking a keen eye on that one, just trying to assess the situation. Of course, we've got local yellow flags at that part of the circuit too. So the rest of the drivers will have to take notes and address their current pace accordingly just to navigate that part of the circuit, Dan.
Not the first person to get stuck there this weekend in the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 qualifying. The car number 3 driver of Scott Tiedemann ended up over there as well in qualifying. Just got on the power too early, lost the rear, and ended up getting bogged in the grass. Despite that, though, because it was so late in the session, no red flag was flown, and he did make the top 10 shootout. So despite that excursion, Tiedemann and his co-driver Ian Joyce will be starting the race from inside the top 10 in an hour's time. So they really impressed me, actually, in qualifying. That big, heavy Commodore certainly performing strongly around the technical Winton circuit. That was one of my drives of the qualifying session yesterday. I thought a really good performance from him.
We should also talk about the track evolution of the Winton Motor Raceway circuit. It is heavily impacted by the amount of sunshine that hits the track and causes the UV levels to rise, and you can get quite a lot of grease and dirt, little bits and pieces coming to the surface, and it does make it quite a tricky track, especially at this time when you've got the sun nice and high in the sky, albeit it's been hidden behind some clouds at the moment. So the drivers collectively will be yielding a bit of a speed bonus thanks to their tyres just having better contact with the track surface with the overcast conditions. Here's the number 18 Falcon Ute. Doesn't it sound fantastic, Dan? You've got to love a screaming V8 around Winton Motor Raceway, and using quite a lot of curbs as well. Have a go at the amount of exit curb usage there as they come up the old main straight, and still holding down position 4, but he's starting to stretch that lead, well, not that lead, but that gap back to Declan Kirkham in position 5.
I've really enjoyed seeing not one, not two, but 3 Utes out there. It really does remind me of the good old Brute Ute days, the V8 Ute days, particularly the West one with the Holden stripe, the signature Holden logo, or not logo, but the words Holden emblazoned across the top of the windscreen, and also the fact he's got a nickname in the back windscreen as well, Mitchell Junior West, which of course certainly harps back to those V8 Ute days, and Super Utes as well. They all have a nickname, don't they?
Absolutely. I'm thinking of Charlie Handlebars Kovacs.
Oh, great one.
Bit of an easy nickname for a man who's got a massive mustache that he's trying to hide under that helmet. Have a go at the tail action there high as he comes out of turn 9, trying to get that power down. And one of the reasons this category, or back in the day, the odd V8 Utes category was so popular because it was all weight at the front, a lot of power at the back with zero weight over those rear tyres. It is extremely difficult to control. So, as you say, there are a lot of Utes here this weekend. In fact, there is one competing in the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 coming up later on this afternoon. Yeah, the number 36 Ute, which is being run by the Wodonga TAFE students. And boy, oh boy, they've got a whole legion of 36.
36, is it? I know it's a bus full. They've got a minibus that takes the crew back to the hotel between during the night, brings them back to the circuit the next day. 36, there you go. That is the equivalent of a minibus full.
It's more than a supercars team on any given weekend.
Wow.
Probably not quite a Bathurst 1000 weekend, but having 36 students from Wodonga Tape. Having a quick chat to Grant Phillips, who's behind, or one of the drivers of that Falcon Ute. They've had a couple of issues the past few seasons, or the past few attempts at this very race in 2023 and 2024. You've got a bit of a throttle sensor issue in that car this weekend, but he couldn't sing the praises enough of the students, the teachers, everyone involved from Wodonga Tape. Here comes Declan Kirkham, having a good look up the inside there, keeping it nice and tidy. He's left an N13 Pulsar's width from high, coming through turn 7. The long left-hander at turn 8, the rear of that Pulsar being picked up. Oh, that is a big moment there from high, and he's keeping it together. That looks like the Denny Ute muster more than anything than race 4 of the Victorian Super TT. But again, manages to keep it together, drops the spot, but is able to resume. But that's fantastic. Opportunistic move there from Declan Kirkham.
I like the Scandinavian flick as he went from one side to the other, from one hairpin to the next. That was awesome. Really good catch, particularly as the rear tyres hit the dirt. I thought it was going to spin for sure, because you lose that traction from the tarmac to the gravel. But no, good catch. Certainly he would have been hard at the wheel there, jostling left, jostling right, trying to keep it in the right direction, which he did. Yes, all right, he lost a position, but he could have lost many, many more, because Miley Miller and Penrose are not too far behind either. So that was a good job from her. Further forward, Leslie is putting a lap on the BMW, which is back out on the circuit, albeit 5 laps down, Callum.
Yeah, great effort there from the team to get that car turned around. Could have been, or it should have been just as straightforward as getting a new right rear bolted onto that E36 BMW, so feeling back out there. Stone Motherless last in the race, unfortunately, in position 11, but thankfully, so it should be position 10 by the time they catch up and pass the car of Giesler, which is still stranded on the inside of the exit of turn 12. But fantastic effort there from the team supporting Phelan this weekend to quickly change that tyre, because it's unusual that you'd be completing a tyre change mid-sprint race.
Yeah, absolutely. Not what they'd want to do, of course. The 300 race later on will have several pit stops. Depending on the class, you might have to serve 2, but everyone will at least have to serve 1 compulsory pit stop throughout the race. We'll come on to those different rules and regulations that make the Winton 300 so exciting later on when that race is on. But for now, we are going to focus on the Victorian Super Tin Top category, their penultimate round of the year, the final round of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, going to take place at Calder Park in a couple of weeks' time, or just over a month, I believe it is. So looking forward to getting back to Calder. It's been a really good season for VMRC. They've branched into South Australia for the very first time around at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park, and that was well received by all the competitors. Lots of numbers went over there, many categories as well, including the Australian Drivers' Championship. So it was very well received, and now our race leaders decided he's going to get in and involved in all of the sliding action as he moves past Boyd Simpson in the number 25 Hyundai XL.
Did you see the fuel flap flying open there as well? Such was the slide. And there it goes again. So every time he's turning left there, the fuel flap is opening up. Obviously just adding a bit of drag for aerodynamic benefit there for the Ute in the cornering sections of the Winton Motor Raceway. I love the front splitter on this Commodore Ute. Doesn't it have beautiful lines, and it's beautifully presented by the team supporting Mitchell Junior West, as you said before, Dan. And we've got the checkered flag waving there, celebratorial weaving up and down the main straight there. West crosses the line there to take race 4 of the Victorian Super Tin Tops.
Absolutely great performance in the end by nearly half a minute. So he well and truly gapped Leslie and even set the fastest lap of the race on the 13th and final lap as well. And he's revving as he goes past the commentary box window, taking his first couple of wins of the season. So he is absolutely delighted with that, and rightfully so. Young Mitch West is loving life out there at the moment. Further back, though, we await the next car. There it is, Leslie ahead of Maynard. That gap came down quite notably towards the end of the race. Maynard would have been hoping for a couple more laps, finishing just 1.3 seconds shy of second place in the end. Kirkham comes home in position number 4 ahead of High And then the next car through, Miley Miller in the Toyota 86. She had a few issues earlier on. Here's Mitch West. Look at him putting on a show for us, trying to crank that ute sideways. Well, his fellow competitors did that throughout the race. Here he goes. Surely he's going to give it a bootful on the exit of the hairpin. No, he's been a little bit reserved there, I think, but he is absolutely delighted with that, and rightfully so.
You've got to begin to cool the car down at some point there, Dan, but he did have the car sideways for a good portion of that celebratory slowdown lap. So here's confirmation on your screen there of the provisional results for race 4 of the Victorian Super Tin Tops. Mitchell West taking that race out from Luciano Lezzi in position 2. Tim Maynard doing double duties this weekend, home in position 3. Declan Kirkham in 4th position, Aaron High in 5th position. A bit of an up and down race there for the Falcon Ute, but very entertaining along the way. Harvey Miller, Frank Penrose, Boyd Simpson, Simon Hayworth and Russell Phelan rounding out the top 10. Thankfully finishing the race in that E36 BMW.
Yeah, good news that he was able to get back out there. Just the one non-finisher, Giesler, which we can still see stuck in the middle of the paddock out there at Winton Motor Raceway. So Gleeson didn't start that one. So just the 11 finishes in what was an exciting final race for the Victorian Super TT. Up next, we have the Sports Compact race in around about just over 5 minutes' time. Sports Compact has put on a show all year and continues to do so. Lots of different winners, lots of different top 3 finishes. So that will be an exciting race to finish things off before we hit the big one, the Winton 300, in just an hour's time. We'll be back shortly.
So I thought it was an opportune moment to take some time and chat to some of the competitors who've made an incredible contribution to the history of the Winton 300, the modern history of the Winton 300. But again, we've been chatted with some of the people on the front row, the front-wheel drive front row, and we've chatted with the other member of our BMW second row. It's a great time to catch up with my good friend and fellow improved production enthusiast, Andrew Butcher. Andrew, welcome to Blendline TV.
Thank you, Dave.
Great to have you here, and an incredibly well-presented E46 M3. We were chatting just before we went live that your first experience in the Winton 300s was in the previous generation M3, and that one didn't get off to the best of starts.
Yeah, I've had a couple of goes. One of those involved a crash in the first lap, so we spent the weekend to go about half a lap. It wasn't the most fun weekend I've ever had.
And you were here earlier in the year for the New South Wales Motor Racing Championship Improved Production Round. You put an incredible performance in qualifying, but unfortunately you didn't get to show the strength. This car has huge strength at Winton.
Yeah, that's, you're pointing at all the loser ones, Dave. That's rough, but it's fair. Yeah, we dropped a valve in qualifying. We were about 2 seconds ahead of the pace there, so we've had to rebuild the engine a little bit. And Ravage Raceworks has been very busy on getting it all ready for this weekend, and it's a very different spec from the IP spec now. It's detuned. It's off E85, so we've lost about 50 horsepower to go back to 98, or we would have needed about 6 petrol stops. And it's got some extra weight with a secondary tank, and so it's a couple of seconds a lap slower, but hopefully we'll find that elusive reliability.
Well, if your preparation is anything to go by, the performance in qualifying is anything to go by, the preparation and the spec of the car is lined it up perfectly with Division B. That does mean you'll have to do those 2 compulsory pit stops, 1 5-minute, 1 2.5 minute, but it puts you in and amongst an incredible array of competition, and it does put you 2.5 minutes ahead, pit stop wise, of the cars in Division A in front of you.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about those Division A cars. They're real good teams and good cars to be there, so we would have loved to have been more that IP spec, so we could have raced with them a little more. We could have done 30s, but we think we're good for 32. And then, of course, the danger is you break out and you have a ripping lap and you suddenly pull a high 31 and you're in trouble.
Well, we talk about preparation, we talk about preparedness, we talk about expectations. The expectation is at this level of grassroots motorsport, the cars will be a little bit rough around the ears and, maybe not the cleanest. I have to say, up and down pit lane, the car that you and the team from Ravage have presented, with Lockie McBrien as well, is just an incredible machine here.
Yeah, I love it. I've wasted far too much of my children's inheritance on it, but they can wait. They can wait for a few more years for that. And it's a good car. I really like that we've got the Epilepsy Foundation on the side of it. So we're happy.
Yeah. It's incredible work that the Epilepsy Foundation does in and around helping people with that condition in Australia. Obviously, how can people get better involved in supporting their work?
Well, there's one easy way, obviously, is to donate to the Epilepsy Foundation. My wife Sarah and I have done a lot of. We have our second daughter Jackie, who just turned 21 2 days ago, and Dad was not there for it, which is racing comes first over daughters, surely. Jackie has a form of epilepsy which is pretty nasty, and so the Epilepsy Foundation does a great job helping families and programs in schools in particular to where kids with epilepsy are. They'll go in and tell teachers and students how to help, how to get rid of the stigma, because there's still a stigma around it that clearly isn't fair. And so we really like the work they do.
Absolutely, and we love the way that you're representing them here. We've got some more racing back on track going right now, so thank you to Andrew Butcher and the team here for taking the time with us. Back to you guys in the box.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yeah, Andrew driving for a very good cause, which is really nice to see the Epilepsy Foundation sponsored BMW. Here, though, we have our final support category race of the weekend. James Harris will start from pole alongside Linda Devlin in the Mini. Richard Gay in the 86 out of third ahead of the first of the Clios of Damien Hunter. Steve Howard, the reigning champ, in his Corolla out of fifth ahead of Neil Chesterton. Henry Draper and Declan Kirkham hot out of the Super Tin Tops, back out in Sports Compact. He'll start ahead of Ben Moore, David Cantwell. Then we have David McCann, Keith Collins, Nicholas Jones, Chris Hales, Tim Hosey, and William Gibson. Beyond that, we then have Bruce Woodward in the little old VW, Megan Kirkham in the Pulsar, Eddie Metz from the back row of the grid in the Escort. Look out for that bright green machine, and he won't be starting alongside Lauren Talbot. I didn't see her out there on the warm-up lap. She retired before the race got underway earlier on. She came into the pits on the warm-up lap. So 19 cars for this final race, the final Sports Compact race of the weekend. 5-second board has gone out. Lights are on. We are underway. Again, brilliant start from Harris. Gets that power down so well. And speaking of getting the power down well, look at Steve Howard.
Yeah.
He is charged up to position number 2, Phil Memory.
Great move there, straight up the inside of Linda Devlin. And she had no hope of countering that. But I see Draper, a 15-second penalty already in car 37. So we've got these penalties being applied, but out front, Harris from Devlin.
Yeah, Devlin made it back through up the inside on the exit of turn 2 on the run up the hill towards turn number 3. Got great drive and was able to make that one stick. So great stuff from her. Steve Howard down into turn number 7. Coming under a little bit of pressure there from Damien Hunter, who's got stronger and stronger as this weekend has gone on. And now he's fighting for a possible P3 finish. He's ahead of Richard Gay and Neil Chesterton in the second of the Clios. So Gay's gone down a couple of positions in the opening sequence of corners from the 2 cars ahead of him, Howard and as well, of course, the little 86 of... the little Clio of Hunter. I'm trying to. I'm looking at the timing. They're all in different positions
here in commentary, and it does get a bit confusing. I see Kirkham being overtaken there by the Mini, but a 15-second penalty applies to Draper in the Mini. So Kirkham, is really just going to doesn't have to worry about Draper too much, provided he doesn't get more than 15 seconds ahead of him.
Absolutely, through they go. There's Eddie Metz in the Escort going through. I said look out for him from the back. Up 8 positions from P19 up to position number 11 for him. So great work on the opening lap from Eddie Metz, a driver that's been inside the top 5 for the rest of the weekend. So keep an eye out on him to continue surging forwards at a vast rate of knots. Doesn't it look absolutely immaculate? It's a proper old-school sports sedan.
100%. And, boy, if anybody hits that, it wasn't because they couldn't see it. That's such a bright colour. You can see that everywhere. I love it. It's just fantastic. The Escort's just such a beautiful silhouette of a car and really well balanced. The wheelbase and track is just a nice match. And they go really, really well. Watching back here, further back in the field, or further forward in the field, I think it might be. We've got the a Gemini, an 86 and a Renault Clio, followed by another Renault Clio.
Yes, so Richard Gay's got past Damien Hunter, did that right at the end of the last lap, so a good move from him on the pit straight. Would have just roared past in a straight line with the straight line advantage that 86 has, but it's now an old school Toyota and a pretty new one, an old Corolla KE30 against a Toyota 86. Down the pit straight once again, Richard Gay highlighting the performance speed of that car in a straight line up into position number 3. For those that tuned into the last round, you'd have seen that Gay had a very challenging event, struggled to finish inside the top 10 for much of the weekend. In wet conditions, that car was a real challenge for him. He said that in the dry, that car's a handful. In the wet, it's almost undrivable.
It's a 2 handful.
Yes, exactly right. Too much power underneath his right foot. So he's enjoying the dry conditions this weekend.
He certainly is. And look at them powering through the sweeper here. It's an interesting corner that, depending on the class and category that you're running in, some of the cars run in there in top gear, full throttle, and hang on for dear life as you whip around that corner. Maybe not quite so in this category, but some of the lighter sports cars, I know that's exactly how they do it. Onto the back straight they come, and powering on up there. They're about to hit that awkward left-hander, jumps onto the brakes for that, and come around that greater than 90-degree corner onto the extended part of the track here at Winton.
Down the short chute they go towards turn number 11. One of the best overtaking opportunities on this circuit. Running number 13 this weekend. It's not been a lucky season for Steve Howard. He is the GOAT of sports compact, 7-time champion. Won the last couple of championships, but this year he's only taken the sole race victory. Large majority of the victories have gone the way of either Linda Devlin or Harris. Even Gay has taken a few race victories. He's taken 3 across the course of the season. As Declan Kirkham has lost a lot of ground on that lap, lost 4 places there. So he's fallen down to 10th position. Oh, no, an engine's gone. That's Cantwell.
Oh,
it's
no.
up in smoke. That is certainly an engine failure. That is significant as well. Then he's going to try and get that off the road on the outside of turn 2. Oh, the Datsun behind couldn't even see where he's going through the smoke and nearly rear-ended him. But that was a significant failure.
Yeah, poor cold Coriander Cantwell there. Maybe a little bit too much ketchup in the oil or something, but that's a bit of a serious blow for Dave. Lovely guy, and I'm sure he'll be a bit upset about that, because that's been a really good engine, fairly new engine for him, and that's a bit unfortunate. Hopefully it's just maybe an oil line that's come adrift, and he's able to recover the engine without too much drama.
Hopefully.
Anyway,
that is what the issue
on
is.
Track through the right-handed kick and down into the old tank corner. I mean, I'm breathing hard because I'm sort of worried there for poor old Dave. Around the gum tree they come, and into this tight right-hander. It's an interesting corner, that one. There goes the little blue car around the right-hander. Couple of wheels up onto the curb, and powers it on up the back straight, jumps onto the brakes behind the Honda, and they turn it to the left. And I can see Kirkham there. I'm pretty sure it was in the background of that shot as well. Car 45 there.
I think that's Lauren Talbot out there. It is. It's got Talbot emblazoned on the side of it. So she's jumped out of the Civic into an Integra.
Yeah.
So that's great to see that Lauren Talbot is back out there, and she's moving forwards as well. So that's great to see. She is back out there on the circuit, moving up into position number 17. So that's good. She will pick up some points, despite, it won't be the same amount of points she'd usually get in her very, very fast Honda Civic. But nevertheless, good to see her out there. Good to see her getting points. Linda Devlin does the same. She jumps from one Mini to the other sometimes, and performs in one, then jumps in the other. These days, though, she is Draper's behind the wheel of that of the Mini, the red one, and she's just behind the blue machine. She just set a PB lap last time by 1/100th of a second slower than the man on the screen, our race leader James Harris, who did a 33.4. Wow. What is it this time by? Across the line he goes to complete lap number 5. Bit of a slower one, a 34.1 for him. But the margin, 2.3 seconds, or it was anyway, because where is Linda Devlin? She's lost a lot of time on that lap, hell of a lot of time, a 1:46, and she is under pressure from Richard Gay. I hope there's not a problem, and that it's just that she had a little off-track detour as they go through turns 1 and 2. That sounded all right to me.
It did, yeah, and I'm not too sure exactly what's happened there, but she certainly lost quite a marked amount of track space as she heads down into turn 4. Car appears to be travelling okay, and we know that she's a determined driver, so there's not going to be her going to sleep behind the wheel, I don't think.
No way, Jose. Very, very good driver is Linda Devlin. She's been a front runner in this series for a good number of years. As we can see, the car coming underneath the gum tree, just ahead of Richard Gay. Here's a replay of that engine failure. It just went, didn't it? And you can hear it. It sounds like a bucket of nails rattling around, unfortunately. So I do feel that might not be just a pipe, as you put it.
Might be a conrod issue, perhaps, or a piston issue. That was a fairly significant pop from the little Honda Civic there. But back looking at Linda Devlin here, she's powering the Mini around the right hander, taking it a little bit quieter. I think she sort of knows that she's not going to bridge that gap of 14 seconds back to Harris, so conserve the car a bit and just maintain station, really.
That was back to her usual pace, so I think it must have just been an off-track excursion on the previous lap. So she's back on form once again, pulling a couple of seconds over Richard Gay. But look at this battle on the screen, Phil, of Howard, Hunter and Chesterton as the little Clio looks up the inside. Had a good look there, did Damien Hunter. Not quite able to make it stick there. And look, Eddie Metz is joining the fight as well. PB lap last time for the little Escort from the very back. He is flying at the moment, looking to make it a quartet fighting for a top 4 position. Through they go. Is he going to have a look up the inside? No, Howard's wise to that one. He goes fully defensive down into turn 7. Look at Hunter. Loads of understeer. He's going to try to go to the inside at the Gumtree. Instead, he's been forced to go around potentially the outside, but thinks better of it. He's going to look for a nice exit here, though. Look at him. Bit of understeer, cocking up a wheel on the inside. There is Damien Hunter, and a bit too much over rotation on the exit costs him in acceleration. But look at the Corolla, it's a fair bit faster in a straight line, but there is now a lineup, a train of cars behind the reigning champ.
Yeah, we've got the 4 cars there all together, and we've only got 5 minutes remaining in the event, so it's quite nip and tuck between these guys. They come down around into the final corner for the circuit around the track of a couple more laps or so to go. But the Corolla heads across, and the Escort coming down the outside. What's going to happen under brakes? Not too much. A little bit of a lock up there from. Yes, he got through. The Escort managed to knock off one of the Renaults there. That was a good move.
Eddie Metz, though, in a bit too deep, I think, because that's allowed Chesterton back up the inside on the run up the hill. Eddie Metz went really deep on the brakes at turn 1 to go around the outside. Chesterton went deep as well, locked up. I thought there was going to be contact for a moment, but Eddie Metz going around the outside meant he had a really tight line for turn 2. Chesterton had the traditional racing line, got the exit, got the momentum, and was able to retake that position. But just a couple of corners exchange, and look at the margin that those two have been able to pull out on this lap. That's remarkable. And that was only through fighting through 2 corners.
That's right. Once they start to squabble a bit, then the gap opens up in front. But they've got to try and fight their way back now as they come up and pass Mother Kirkham.
Yes, Mother Kirkham indeed. Son and mother combination out there. Declan is running strongly at the moment inside the top 10 at this point in time. He's lost out to his fellow Pulsar competitor Ben Moore. Those two have been hammer and tongs all day, haven't they? Those two fighting, scrapping for position. So currently it's Moore that's leading that duel in the Pulsars. But let's turn our attention back to this thrilling duel a bit further forwards between the Renault Clio and the Escort. Down the straight, this time Eddie Metz looking to the inside, but the lightweight hatchback is a lot deeper under brakes. It's got a bit better brakes, it's lighter. There's quite a few things going for it as they stomp on the anchors.
And had the superior line take that corner at a greater speed. Was able to straighten the corner out and just go straight through there. So the Escort compromised itself on the inside by trying to take that corner tighter and just not able to capitalise on that at all. But certainly looks like it's got the legs around the corner, and the sweeper there has sort of, got that little bit extra on the handling, but not enough on the right foot. Comes around the right-hander of Tank, hanging in behind, going through the old gum tree. Looks for a bit of an inside there, not going to happen. Wrangling around the right-hander. closes the gap up, looks for the inside run out of the right-hander there onto the back straight. But I think the Renault has got the legs down the straight, jumps onto the brakes for the left-hander and hooks it to the left.
I thought Eddie Metz, and he has got a nice run out of there. He's going to pull to the inside at turn number 11, but are we going to see again the Clio better under brakes? Certainly are, but he's got the nose up there, up the inside. That means that he's forced some real estate. He's got the move up the inside. Again, turn 12, huge air. 2 wheels up there. At least, I reckon, 30 centimetres in the air. That was huge around the final corner. They're side by side, down towards the first corner. Chesterton's got the inside, but he doesn't have the track advantage of being ahead, and that means that Eddie Metz is able to turn across his nose and take the position into turn number 1. He had to fight for that one, though. That's taken several laps of trying to work out where he's strong. Force Chesterton to just leave that little bit of a gap, force his car in there, and even then it still took him several corners to make that move.
It did, but now look, he seems to have pulled a bit of a gap, and that's considering that they were so close lap after lap after lap. He's pulled quite a gap on him once he managed to get past him, and that's a little bit interesting as he comes down around the old gum tree yet again, singing that song around the old gum tree.
I noticed there's a fair bit of marbles, particularly around turns 6 and 7 offline. So you see that a lot in supercars competition. Those marbles, bits of tyre rubber that's been discarded. And when you get offline and onto the marbles, generally it becomes an ice skating ring. Very little grip out there. So that could be a big talking point in the Winton 300 when the leaders are lapping the slower traffic. They don't want to be getting off the racing line because there is certainly some marbles out and about around the racetrack here at Winton this afternoon. Out in front, James Harris. James Harris Automotive sponsored Datsun leading the way, going through the sweeper for the final time. He's sort of pulled off the throttle a bit in the recent laps, just nursing the car now to the finish line. Got a couple of lap traffic cars ahead of him, but he just has to bring it home from here in what is the final lap of the race.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and I might say that also what's done a great job is all of that blue 100-mile-an-hour race tape is holding the front of the car on after his indiscretion of sliding off the track and digging the nose cone in on Saturday. He's come back and run a very clean race so far today, and a great credit to him. He's driven the car well, and he's going to take out this win with over 11 seconds in the bag by the look of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, he spun out of the lead, finished second in the first race yesterday, despite a penalty in race number 2. He was still able to take the win. Our last lap board's going out now, so an additional lap that we didn't expect to see.
Yep.
Check flag has now fallen. That was for the back marker ahead. Sorry about that. So Harris does take the checkered flag, and he takes his 3rd victory. 3 out of 4 ain't bad, they say. 3 wins and a second. The round victory goes with it as well. Linda Devlin, she was pushing him early on in the weekend, but in the end, in that final race with that problem on the one lap, didn't have the answers for the race winner.
I think she resigned to the fact that she just had to maintain station and pull in second spot, pick up the points for the round, and look for another day to maybe take the win.
Absolutely. They continue to come on through. Richard Gain 3rd. Howard held on to position number 4 with that trainer cars behind Hunter, Metz and Chesterton. Chesterton fell a little bit further back in the end and finished 5 seconds behind in 7th. Draper's penalty, where is that going to drop him? He comes across the line now. However, both of the Pulsars are within 15 seconds, so Draper will fall to 10th and Ben Moore and Kirkham will be promoted up a position each. So it is Moore, though, that won the little Pulsar battle, as we see the top 10 in that one then. Harris from Devlin, Richard Gay in 3rd, Steve Howard in position number 4 ahead of Hunter. Eddie Metz did well in that one from the back of the grid to finish in 6th ahead of Neil Chesterton. And as we say, Henry Draper with that 15-second penalty will fall behind both Ben Moore and Declan Kirkham to finish in 10th. Beyond that, Collins, McCann, Jones, Hales, Talbot, Hosey, Gibson, Woodwood, and unfortunately the DNF for the your mate out there on the circuit.
Dave Cantwell, yeah, I'm going to have to go and see how badly ventilated he is. And we'll go to an ad and we'll be back in a moment.
Good afternoon and welcome to Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. You're joining us on an amazing weekend of the Victorian Motor Race Championships, but of course the feature event is the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. This event dates back to the 1980s when it started as a production car race over 300 kilometres. Back then, Winton was a lot shorter than it was now, and it was, as Dick Johnson used to call it, like running a marathon around your washing line. These days, with the extension to the track in the 1990s, the circuit measures just on 3 kilometres in distance, which means that the 300 kilometres of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 will take 100 laps. It's 100 laps of endurance, 100 laps of strategy, 100 laps of ensuring you do not fall foul of the officials. An incredible group of volunteer AASA motorsport officials are here this weekend, ensuring that the event is run safely and in the spirit of grassroots motorsport. I've been a competitor at these events before. I've been a driver. I've been a volunteer. I've been a crew chief. And I'm sure that there's some people in the race safety team that are still trying to remember where I let that exhaust cup fall off an E30 about 14 or 15 years ago. My apologies once again to the Winton maintenance staff for causing some scorch marks on their lovely lawn. We've got an incredible cast, 40 garages here in the National Pit Lane and Paddock at Winton Motor Raceway, and all of them filled by an incredible array of grassroots motorsport talent. We've got front-wheel drive, we've got rear-wheel drive, we've got all-wheel drive, normally aspirated, turbocharged, supercharged. With my colleague Tammie Soole a little bit earlier, we did some interviews with some amazing stories from people up and down the lane, what's brought them to this level of racing and where they're moving on from here. In and around that time, I got a chance to wander up and down the lane and chat to some of the people about their strategies, how their cars are set up differently for this race. This is not sprint racing. This is not 10 or 15 minutes pushing the car as fast as it will go. This is 300 kilometres. We expect the race to run anywhere from 2.5 to 3 hours this afternoon. And as the clouds start to threaten what was a magnificent sunny day here at Winton Motor Raceway, the teams that have made the decision to run flat out on slick tyres may begin to rue that decision. Of the 40 runners, only 39 will take the grid this afternoon. Unfortunately, the Team Bacchini Racing BMW 340i has been a withdrawal due to an engine failure. There are still 39 competitors due to take the start of the race this afternoon. Of those, 10 will be running full slick tyres, which includes our pole sitter and husband of my co-presenter, Tammie Soole, Anthony Soole, who of course is seeking redemption after a mechanical failure early in the Wakefield 300 a little bit earlier. He'll be chased down by the first of the TCR cars to join our Winton 300 field. And on the second row, we've got an incredible group of BMW M product with an E46 and an F80 M3. We then start to get into the Aussie muscle, the Joyce and Tidyman VF Commodore SS, and again seeking redemption, the Giantini Honda Civic, which of course suffered an incredibly painful late race failure at the Wakefield 300 earlier this August. If we look further down the field, also seeking redemption for his Winton 300, he nearly got in a Winton 290 at last year's Winton 300. Jeff Townsend will not be sharing with Aaron Wemyss this weekend in the Lotus Exige. He'll be running solo, 300 laps for himself around the mean streets of Winton. As I look further down the entry list, there's plenty of competitors from across Australia. We've got a bevy of Mazda MX-5s. Watch out for Todd Herring on board the 791 car for Spy Optic and Carbon 6. We've seen that car run incredibly competitively as a Division C car. The 1 minute signal is being indicated to the teams now. Thank you to our starter. Thank you to all our volunteer motorsport officials. We're going to start engines here for the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. We're going to roll out a capacity grid as one of the nation's favourite grassroots enduros gets underway this afternoon. Thank you for joining us on the screens of Blendline TV. Wherever you're watching around the world and around the country, we hope you have an enjoyable broadcast. It's going to be an incredible one. and I look forward to bringing you all the stories from the lane here at Winton Motor Raceway this afternoon, and always, it is the nation's action track.
Thank you very much, Dave Stillwell. Certainly setting the scene for us down there in the lane ahead of this, the 2025 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. Last year we saw numbers flock to this event. We had 40 entries, a capacity field last year. Certainly got the quantity, but this year we certainly have the quality to go with it. It is a real stacked field. Hard to pick a winner of this race. In fact, I'd go as far as saying impossible. There are so many potential victors. The reigning champions are starting from position 14 on the grid. That shows just how competitive this race is this time around. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Callum Branagan. Callum, this car starting on pole position. It's certainly got some speed, but how will it fare over 300 kilometres?
Good afternoon, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody tuning in from home and around the circuit here for the 2025 edition of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 cars are making their way out onto the track. We have been waiting with bated breath. We have been getting so excited. We've been shaking trees up and down pit lane trying to find out as much information and goss in the lead up to this race. And as you touched on, and as Dave Stillwell touched on, as Tammie as well, Tammie Soole down in the pit lane has spoken about throughout this broadcast today. There are so many variations and permutations coming our way this afternoon, just with the depth and the quality of the field. We have no idea who's going to come out on top at the end of this race. We've got 2.5 to 3 hours of quality endurance racing coming our way. And it is such an incredible event because with the AASA organisers and everybody working behind the scenes to put on this fantastic event, they have made adjustments to bring all of the different divisions ever so closer. So because if you have the fastest car out there, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race at the end of the day, because there is so much strategy, there's so much thought, and there are a lot of smart heads putting their heads together to try and come out with the best possible result at the end of 300 kilometres of racing around the Winton Motor Raceway. And the field still comes. Look how many cars we have here this weekend. Obviously, we had 40 at the start of the weekend, and unfortunately, the Pacini BMW having to be loaded onto the back of the trailer and taken home early. We still have 39 cars starting this race. I cannot wait for this race to get underway very soon, Dan.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. We've, as you say, been looking forward to it for several weeks since the last VMRC round concluded here about 4 weeks ago. And when we saw the entry list, we were really, really excited immediately. So there they all are, heading out to the grid. The race start will be at 2 o'clock on the dot. 2 o'clock on the dot, so that'll be in 5 minutes. So 5 minutes till the start of the race. There's the 333 Subaru. That was the car that took pole position here just a couple of years ago, and it's starting this race from 23rd on the grid, so that really shows that this race has moved along quite a bit in the last couple of years. Very, very competitive field as they continue to go through. You touched on the different divisions. What that means is that the higher the division you are, the more time you have to spend in the pits as your compulsory pit stop. We'll come in to talk about all the times and the maths throughout the race, but effectively the faster the car, the higher the division, the more time you have to spend stationary in the pit lane. That allows the smaller capacity engine cars to come into their own and take the fight. Some cars, the big horsepower engine machines, they might have to make additional pit stops outside of the compulsory pit stops, and as well as that, tyre changes may be a factor for some of those cars as well. So there's going to be a lot of different factors for these machines. Such a variety of race vehicles, all of them have different strengths and different weaknesses, and that's what makes these 300-kilometre races so enthralling from start to finish.
So we're lining up on the main straight behind the Hyundai i30N safety car. Here is a beautiful shot from the start-finish gantry over the shoulder of one of our brilliant, hard-working officials. Without the officials, we would not have Australian Motorsports. So right on screen here, we have to say big thank you to not just this person, but the entire team here trackside this weekend, ensuring motorsport runs on time, it runs safely, and everyone at the end of the day comes home with a perfect result, which in my mind is you go home and watch the Blendline coverage on TV after a big day of 300 kilometres endurance racing around the Winton Motor Raceway. These beautiful shots being brought to you live and free by Blendline TV. The team from Blendline TV are doing a massive job this weekend, but a massive event here this weekend. They've got, I think it's 6 or 7 camera points around the circuit, and it's all live. We've got a live roaming camera following Dave and Tammie in the pit lane, and these fantastic pictures are coming to you, and it's a big thanks to Blendline TV for all of their efforts to bring you all of the action. We should point out as well, we're keeping half an eye on the comments as well on the YouTube stream as well, so we encourage viewers from home to reach in with any questions or your comments during this race. And you can see on screen here the Buccaneers Subaru to the right, along with the Fiat Abarth, the Cinquecento or 500, starting on the left-hand side there, driven this weekend by Francois Habib and Claudia Lennox, both very experienced hands in Formula V, and they've stepped behind the wheel of the Fiat 500 here this weekend. And that's just one car that has so many stories that we'll bring to you this afternoon, and we can see that we are getting closer to a race start here, Dan.
We've already had drama, incidents throughout qualifying, most notably the pole position car, a gearbox issue in the warm-up earlier on this morning. So they've worked tirelessly in the last couple of hours just to get that out there. And speaking of issues, is that TCR car getting away? It is. That was a bit of a slow start for it, but yes, certainly climb up this morning. Great work from the BYP team of Soole and Tran to get that car out there. As we can see the grid for this race, our pole sitter, Anthony Soole, will start alongside fellow Division A competitor Barney Hogan in the number 19 TCR car. Beyond that, Andrew Butcher in his improved production machine, Ken Christie in the number 31 car, Ian Joyce out of position number 5 in the Holden Commodore, Matthew Gentini. They'll be looking for redemption here this weekend after just missing out on the Wakefield 300 with a mechanical failure in the dying stages. They'll start ahead of the Lotus of Glenn Townsend and Ben Arnold in the second of the Integras.
Paul Bacchini showing up in position 9, but obviously we've lost that car earlier this weekend with a mechanical issue. Nicholas Agar starting out of position 10. Charlie Viola starting out of position 11th in that beautifully wrapped Viola Private Wealth Honda Integra. Chris Stannard starting out of position 12. Jamie Martin in 13th position. The defending winner of the 2024 edition of this very race, Andrew Boydell, starting out of position 14. He shares that Mazda MX-5. On to Chiara Zabatakis starting out of position 15, and Paul Ansell starting out of 16th.
Beyond that, we have Troy Brisby, Joel Stafford, Mick Ricketts sharing the car with TA2 Muscle Car Series champion Josh Haynes. Look out for them in the Pulsar. David Vincent in the BMW out of 20. Timothy Maynard's been busy already today. He'll start out at 21st, head of Otis Craven-Sens, John McGuinness and Helena Maris.
As we roll through the big list of cars, all 39, Tabitha Ambrose starting out of position 25, sharing that car with Brad Gartner. Adriano Gorgi out of position 26. Seth Burkhart's in 27th position alongside Mark Hammond. Daniel Hay in 29th position. Dave Barham in 30th position. Craig Barney and James Keane in 32nd position.
They still keep coming, don't you worry about that. Nick Jones from 33rd ahead of Harrison Unsworth. Grant Phillips in the V8 Ute ahead of Mark Zellner, Fletcher Simpson and Simon Agar, the 3E Division class cars. And then on the back row of the grid, a couple of issues for these cars, Claudia Lennox and Malcolm Steinecken in qualifying. But great to see them out there lined up and set for the start of this race. How cool is this? The drone cam up towards turn number 3, showing how vast this Winton Motor Raceway layout is as we are set for the rolling start, the 300-kilometre endurance race, the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 is just a couple of moments away. Two very different machines on the front row of the grid, both in the same division. Will they be there at the end of the race? We'll find out. We've got 100 laps ahead of us. All of the cars coming around the final corner. The lights are on the start gantry. We are set for a start. Here we go. as the revs rise down towards turn number 1. Butcher made a good start from the second row of the grid. He's having a little bit of a look up the inside into turn 1, but he slots him off the road straight away for Soole. So the pole sitter losing the rear through turn 1, and he drops off through the grass and falls down the order towards the tail end of the top 10. It all looked like it was plain and simple, but he just lost the rear on turning, and he has fallen to position number 6, finding Townsend in the Lotus, who's made a solid start. So is Charlie Viola in the Viola Private Well sponsor car. He's up several places, but look at how congested it is in the midfield, side by side into the sweeper as the 818 machine moves up the inside. That is Arnold moving through. So both the PYP racing machines are together on the road. Another mistake there from Soole, locking up the brakes and losing a couple more positions down at turn number 7. So it's been a challenging opening lap for the pole sitter. He'll be looking to get past these slower B and C class cars as quickly as possible and return to the front of the field. But certainly, Callum, drama early in this one.
The car of Soole, there is no rear grip. He's struggling to get heat in those tyres, and you can see just how much trouble he's having trying to arrest the speed. And coming into turn 1 there, unfortunately off onto the grass, but thankfully back onto the circuit nice and safely. But the quick reaction from the entire field behind caused a bit of an accordion compression effect, and everyone was taking up all the available space on the Winton Motor Raceway circuit to be able to navigate that. But you can see Soole charging back through past the Giantini Honda Civic coming into turn 1 there. So the Class A pole sitter definitely on the recovery drive. Meanwhile, further back here is the defending winner, the 791 car of Andrew Boydell. He is starting this race, and he shares that car with Todd Herring. I saw Dave Stillwell had a quick chat with them in the lead up to this race, keeping it nice and clean. They're currently sitting in position 11 and battling with the number 53 of Martin. So this is a highly compressed field of all Class C cars, but a nice clean start there with Michael Ricketts, I believe, there in the N13 Pulsar, sporting a few additional modifications for this weekend as they continually make small improvements. Here comes Boydell up the inside. Very clean move there, but they're going to be side by side. So that's Martin and Boydell as they come up underneath the old gum tree. Meanwhile, on screen, it's the Scirocco being chased by the McGuinness Subaru WRX. What a quality field, as he touched on, Dan. We've got a Porsche 944 as well, and looming up the inside there as well. We'll bring you more information on that as this race transpires. Now, this is Townsend being overtaken around the outside there by the Viola Honda Integra coming into turn 10, and they press on.
Actually, at the moment, the number 7 car got Ben Hanrahan behind the wheel. Charlie will take that car over for the second half of the race, but up the inside comes Townsend, both fighting in Division B, these two cars. So Townsend being forced to be settled behind that position, so unable to make the move at turn number 12. But as you say, the 791 hard charging on that last lap, up 4 positions from the start of the race into the top 10. This is late on the brakes, lock up for the number 44 and forces the 333 of McGuinness wide. So a big send there up the inside from the Porsche 944 driver of Chris Stannard, I think, that started the car. So that was an aggressive move up the inside. He got 1 position and forced a 2nd position at the very same corner. Good move from him, but certainly getting the elbows out. That car started or qualified a bit further back than what they'd have liked. A car that could potentially be an outright contender for a podium finish and a class victor for sure. Finished 5th just a couple of weeks ago at the Wakefield 300, so it's got good form, has that Porsche 944. But look at this, Hanrahan now attacking Christie. So he's gone from defence a lap ago, defending off the Lotus, to attacking the BMW, and he's got a lovely run out of the corner. But as you can see, doesn't have the straight line speed of those cars around him. And now up the inside comes that little Lotus. It shows just how little it is when it's side by side with the Integra, which itself is a pretty small car. So that Lotus, very, very nimble, very, very light, slides on by. I think that Lotus has got to be one of the best power to weight ratio cars on this grid.
A 100%, Dan, and doesn't it sound fantastic when it's screaming past?
Yes.
And you can hear the supercharger whine. It is such a beautiful looking car here. Meanwhile, here is the recovering pole sitter of Anthony Soole. So it looks like he's well and truly settled into the pace. And we will have a replay of the start coming your way very shortly. So it was very even Stevens coming into turn one between Soole and McDougall. But the car of Soole, you can see the rear of that car stepped out. There was no temperature in those rear tyres. And Soole did his absolute best to keep on track and keep it in a straight line and trying to recover as safely as possible. So we play on, Dan. There's a long way to go in this race. We're only on lap 4 of 100 there, but it's been a few laps now for Soole to get that car dialed back into it. He's currently sitting in position 4, about 20 seconds off the lead of this race, but just like the leader of this race, he's also in Class A. They both have to make 2 5-minute stops, compulsory stops in this race. So although they've got the outright pace, this is a prime example of it's not a penalty, but obviously with the class regulations or division regulations for those 2 Division A cars, they have to stop twice for 5 minutes, which means the rest of the divisions can try and catch up in that time.
That's why you need to break away early, like McDougall's done. 13.7 seconds down the road in the other Division A class car. He is absolutely bolted. Oh, the 791 and the 333 there making contact, and the Scirocco might split them down the middle. But the defending race winners are getting in and amongst the traffic. They were moving through quite quickly early on, but lost a couple of places there. Up the inside, made contact mid-corner with the 333, and it certainly lost the momentum out of the corner as a result. And who's there to pick up the pieces? It's Ansel in the Scirocco. And up the inside, this is a really fast car in a straight line, isn't it? The Porsche 944. Talking to those guys yesterday in the lane, they actually said to me, to be honest, the straight line speed isn't where this car is fast. It is so good in the corners. The balance of the car is sublime. It's an absolute weapon around the bends. As we can see, the further down the field, the Mick Ricketts machine, the Pulsar going through. So we have a look at the leaderboards in the classes. So Blendline TV doing a great job to show us the different divisions. So we've got the 3 cars in Division A. McDougall leading that by 23 seconds. Our race leader ahead of Soole, who is in 3rd, and the 818 machine. The 3 cars in Division A. It's those middle classes, though, that have the numbers. Division B, C, and D, which is where all this fighting is happening on the racetrack at the moment. The 154 being demoted. But currently Division B is being led by Butcher, who is in outright 2nd position. He's bolted as well, a bit like McDougall, left the pack behind, who are fighting vigorously for what scraps they can get. And then the 333 of McGuinness leading the way in Division C. But as you can see, it's all of these cars that are in this battle in Division C. So it's the 333 Subaru, the 84 Scirocco, and the 791 Mazda MX-5. They're all in the battle. Oh, was there a bit of contact there? Yes, there is. You can see the witness marks on the front left of the Nissan 370Z, just tapping the tail, the right rear of Mick Ricketts, who did a great job to catch that Pulsar as they go across the line to complete lap number 5. The first 5 laps have absolutely flown by. Division D, the biggest division of the lot, that is being led by the Toyota 86 in car 85 of Georgie, the MX-5 of Barney in position number 2, and then Keane is in position number 3. The Fun Cup car, the Young Chargers in the number 55. Look out for them. They're in a little beetle-shaped machine. They are punching well above their weight in that car with the young Burkhardt, Seth Burkhardt, who races in Formula Ford, and he's sharing the car with Jordan Mickles, who in recent years has done a couple of rounds in Super 3, in TCR Australia. So a real gun couple of kids, really fighting, punching above their weight to be in Division D, and currently sit 3rd in class at the moment.
Beautifully summarised there by Dan McCarthy. On screen you can see the battle for outright position 2. These cars are in different classes. You've got Butcher in that blue, pink and white BMW E46 under fire there from Soole, doing a brilliant job in that BYP Honda Integra as he continues to recover after that lacklustre start, probably by his own standards, unfortunately. So recovering through, they're currently 28 seconds behind the current leader of McDougall, but we've got Class A cars in positions 1 and 2, and Butcher in position 3 outright. Here's the car of Christie coming under fire once again, starting to drop back. I'm wondering if they're nursing a small issue with that car, because it's definitely not the pace that we've seen from that BMW throughout this weekend.
I thought something didn't look quite right in the left front. I don't know, around the left-hander, I thought it was wobbling around a little bit. It's certainly not running at full race pace, that is for certain. As you can see on the back strip, he made a move up the inside of Mick Ricketts under brakes, and he's gone in a bit too deep there, I think he has. He's run in too hot. Oh, and then it's gone into some sort of limp mode, I think, there, as he's gone around the final couple of corners. You see that a little bit with the production cars, don't you? They sometimes go into a limp home mode when something weird happens with the car when ABS is activated. So a quick reset, and he is back underway. Our race leader is in the traffic now, so those clear laps where he's been making hay, he's established a 28.5-second lead in just 7 laps, but now he's going to be losing time up behind one of the Fun Cup cars out there on the circuit. But Callum, we spoke about the 999, we knew that wasn't going to make the start, but I also note the 787, which qualified in the top 10, the Hyundai i30N, that has been really fast and really reliable so far this weekend. Clearly, Sunday has not been the day. That car has not made the start of the race. What a shame for the former race winner in Walsh. Jason Walsh, former winner of the race, has not taken the start in the 787 Hyundai.
Here on screen, there's the race leader outright, already navigating lap traffic, as you mentioned before, Dan. So that is definitely going to hamper their strategy, which is clear. It's go out and set the fastest laps you possibly can. Make that gap as large as possible. It's half a minute after just 8 laps, but they know full well that they're going to be parked up in pit lane for 5 minutes longer, or sorry, up to 2.5 minutes longer than Class B, and 5 minutes longer than Class C during the compulsory pit stops, which of course we've got those pit stops. The window opens up when the leader commences lap 15 and closes on when the leader commences lap 85, which is an adjustment from last year's regulations. So there's a wider window for the teams to come in and complete their compulsory pit stops. The other thing we haven't touched on is how far can all of these competitors go on a single tank? Now, I know some of the competitors have deliberately not filled the tank as much as it possibly can, because they want the car to run as light as possible, knowing that they can go a lot longer and fill up somewhere around the halfway mark and make sure that they do get home to the end. So that's another variation to throw on top of the outright action that we're being absolutely treated to as part of the 2025 Viola Private 12 Winton 300.
So to touch on what you were just saying, right, the pit stops. Division A must do 2 5-minute compulsory stops. Division B must do a 5-minute and a 2.5-minute stop. So 2.5 minutes less time in the pits. But Division C, D and E only have the solitary 5-minute stop. So they're a further 2.5 minutes less than the Division B competitors. And that's why it's so essential that this Audi puts the hammer down early, because yes, all right, it's got a 30-second lead, but it's going to sit in the lane for 2.5 minutes more than any of the orange cars you can see, the Division B class cars. So that's where the strategy really comes into a factor, and safety cars can play a huge factor in determining the outcome of this race. The more safety cars, the better it is for the higher class cars, because it keeps bringing the pack back together. However, in the last couple of years, we've not seen a safety car. It's incredible. 200 laps, no safety car the last couple of years, and that's why the last couple of years have been won by Division C class cars, because they only need to make that one stop. So that is why the pit stops and safety cars strategy plays an enormous factor in determining the outcome of this race.
Grant Phillips on screen here. It is running slow. It's the Motorsports Training Australia Ford Falcon Ute. They have had mechanical gremlins in 2023 as well as 2024. We had a quick chat with Grant in the pit lane earlier today, and he was saying the fly-by-wire throttle mechanism in this car is causing a few issues. So they're having to drive around the problem as they come up to the fast sweeping left-hander at turn 6 before it kicks to the right. they're noticing that in that throttle application where they're literally tapping it, it forces the car to go into limp mode, and they're having to restart it, literally turn the car off, turn it back on, Control, Alt, Delete. So they're driving around the problem at the moment. But Grant was singing the praises of his team. He's saying the car has been completely transformed since last year. He was complaining about a few vibrations, just feeling a little bit uncomfortable behind the wheel of that Falcon Ute. But this year the car has been transformed, and doesn't it look resplendent as it's been looked after by up to 36 students from the Wodonga tape here this weekend. Now this is looking a little bit spicy here. We've got the 101 Nissan 370Z having a look up the inside of the Ricketts M13 Pulsar, and they're all over the back of the BMW the 154 entries. They come through turns 4 and 5, and here is the race leader as well, already making his way through this lap traffic. So I believe he's lapped up to well and truly within position 20, but he's absolutely on a tear. And there's Ricketts having a quick look up the inside, but discretion is the better part of Viola that time around turn 7 there.
Yeah, it certainly is, but the race leader's going to have nowhere to go here because they are side by side underneath the gum tree, and I think that'll continue through turn number 9. Mick Ricketts did leave a move if he potentially wanted it, and off goes the 370. I heard you groan there, and I saw it running wide, but it has taken the excursion off through the dirt on the outside of the hairpin. That's a shame, but no damage done. Just lost the one place to Chiara Zabatakis in the number 21 machine. So just a quick one from quick off-track excursion, back on the track, reset and go once again. But Chiara Zabatakis running nicely at the moment in the number 21 machine. She's sharing the car with Liam Jurges, who raced very, very well last week in the 86 Scholarship Series. A couple of top 5 results, a real gun operator. So you got a good young driver in an 86, and Chiara Zabatakis, who herself is driving in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. So another combination with a couple of young guns at the wheel.
There's Grant Phillips having an off-track excursion in the number 36 Motorsports Training Australia Falcon Ute. And a fantastic shot from the pit lane. The hard-working team keeping a careful eye, the old-fashioned stopwatch, rather than relying on the old soft timing screen. And, of course, the team that's one of the 36 participants, one of the students who are supporting not only the Falcon you can see on screen here this weekend, but also the Hyundai Veloster, being driven by Tabitha Ambrose and Brad Gartner this weekend. There's an absolute army of people. And here is the Joyce Commodore, the VF Commodore, the number 3, making his way through some lap traffic as well. We should point out the fact that the Motorsports Training Australia team promoting the fact that 100% of their participants and students and graduates have graduated into a job in motorsport or a mechanic-related field. So it's such a wonderful program, providing an entry-level pathway for so many aspiring motorsport mechanics in Australia.
You say that. I was talking to Brad Gardner on Friday, and he told me that one of the guys that was part of the team 2 years ago is now helping as a mechanic on his TA2 muscle car. So that just shows that the progression that some of these mechanics have had through the Wodonga TAFE program.
There's also significant buy-in from supercars, where you've got people like Brad Jones, obviously one of Albury's own, buying into this program and accepting some of the graduates into Brad Jones Racing, where some of them remain to this day. So fantastic effort there. There's Townsend on screen there, making a move up the inside, I believe the car of Joyce. So that was a switch for position 6, and they're all over the back of the Nissan R32, the 515, driven by Reynolds, currently sitting in position 32. So giving them plenty of space. Obviously word from his team to make room there. Here's the 818 up the inside, locking the rear. This is a great battle between Arnold and the Giantini Honda Civic, trading positions here. Very similar engines under the bonnet between these two cars, but obviously completely different in terms of aerodynamics, but the balance of those two cars. That looks like Todd Herring on screen at the moment. They're keeping a watchful eye on the number 791 Spy Optics Mazda MX-5. And he'll jump into the car, we expect, around halfway through this race.
Up the inside comes the... Oh, no, not quite. Had a big look there, did Arnold, but Giantini just saying you got to really work for it if you're going to come through, and he holds it around the outside once again. This means they'll now have the inside for the sweeper. You don't want to go side by side through here, but they're going to. They are going to, and around the outside from the 818 car of Arnold. He's made it stick. Brilliant move. I'd say the move of the race so far. To go around the outside at the sweeper, you've got to have a bit of bravery, and as well, you've got to have some good camaraderie with the person you're racing against to leave you that room as well. So good racing from the number 13 of Giantini. They're wise drivers, those two. They know how to finish at the front of 300k races. They finished on the podium here on a couple of occasions. They've been the bridesmaid here. They've been the bridesmaid at the Sydney 300. It looked like they were going to take that first victory at the Wakefield 300 a couple of weeks ago, but a mechanical issue, sadly, just right at the end of the race, just with 5 laps to go. Broken stub axle, seized up the front right wheel, spat them off the track. So they're looking to really go out there this time and take the victory here. First breakout I'm seeing on the screen, car number 77, the first warning for Richard Barham and Dave Barham in their Mazda MX-5. Now, Callum, we spoke about the different classes. It's determined by lap times. If you are in Division C, for example, you set a too fast a lap time in your division on more than 2 occasions, you are automatically moved up a division into Division B. So you've got to be careful of that. So if you're in Division C, it's between a 36 and a 1 minute 39.999. If you go faster than a 1 minute 36 on more than 2 occasions, you will be moved up a division. So you have to be careful of that. Just like that, in the closing laps, if you're trying to fight for position, you break out 3 times, that's it. Your class victory is gone. You've moved up a class and you're out of the running in that particular class. So you have to pay attention to that throughout the race.
Absolutely, Dan. On screen, Helena Maris behind the wheel of the number 16 Mazda MX-5 in a great battle with Craven Sands in the Toyota 86 just behind here. So obviously these cars are built to completely different sets of regulations. Zabatakis on screen in the number 21 with Brisby just behind in the 101 370Z. So no matter where you look throughout this quality field of 38 vehicles competing in the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, no matter where you look, there is going to be a battle. We should point out, Dan, that I believe the pit stop window has opened because the leader has commenced lap number 15. So at any point now, we can expect teams to come in and commence their compulsory pit stops. Ooh, bit of a loose rear end there for Brisby in the yellow 370Z. We touched on it before, Dan, talking about the fuel capacity and just how far some of these cars can get into this race. If you look at the Fiat 500 Abarth, that car has a puny, small, little 35-litre tank, so they know that they have to stop twice to be able to achieve the distance. The Motorsports Training Australia Falcon, it was a little bit questionable about how far that they could get, so they were validating and assessing the fuel numbers in that 1-hour practice session earlier today, and they believe that they might only make it to around lap 27 in that car because it uses quite a lot of fuel. Down in the pit lane, we have got Dave Stillwell with an update.
Thank you, guys. So I'm here with Ray Hislop, another veteran of grassroots racing in Australia, and another transplantee from the great state of Tasmania over Bass Strait. Ray, lovely to have you with us here this afternoon at Winton Motor Raceway.
Yeah, geez, thanks, David. And thankfully we've got some good weather today. The rain, the wind we've had the last few days, but today's fantastic. I think everybody's happy with these cooler conditions, but yeah, low wind.
Now, you're on the comms with Ken Christie, who's on board the number 154 M3 at the moment. Qualified the car on the second row, but not everything's gone to plan in these opening 15 laps.
No, look, it's all due for Ken. He's a guy that's done a lot of club racing, and he's now having to step up into racing against door-to-door with other cars. So it is a confidence thing. Ken, he's just slowly building up to it. And yes, he's fallen back, but look, in the last 3 laps, thankfully, he's got some of that confidence back, and he's now passing cars that did get past him. So I'm hoping that, he can keep... That'll be good for his confidence. He can keep pushing forward.
Now, we've just heard that we've gone past lap 15, so the CPS window has now opened. As a Division B car, I take it you're just sitting back waiting for a safety car before you can take care of one of those compulsory pit stops you need to take care of?
Yeah, certainly. Now that we're past 15, we can run the car up to lap 50 with the fuel that we have. So, we'll just see how the car is, how the driver is, and yeah, absolutely, if any incidents happen on track. So, no, at this point, we're happy. We certainly would have liked to have maintained where we were, but it's all an experience for him. So, he'll learn from it.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you and the rest of the BM Performance Centre crew a great rest of the race. We'll catch up with you, hopefully, in Victory Lane.
Cheers, David. Thank you.
Back to you, Callum and Dan.
Thanks very much, Dave, for that update. This car, we're just hearing the word that this car has just spun off the road. So this is the number one, we were saying, driven by Tabitha Ambrose and Brad Gardner. Tabitha's behind the wheel at the moment, so a little bit of an off-track excursion for her. Talking to a co-driver, Brad, a few hours ago, he was saying this car's struggling with a bit of a fuel surge. All around goes the Lotus through the grass there. At turn number 10, just came into the camera shot backwards, and he's having to restart the car. You could see the lights flashing, so he's stalled that vehicle. That was quite a remarkable spin down there, so that is not what you want to see. He's got back going again, and he will spin that thing around, but that was a really awkward incident for a driver that was in 6th position at the time of the spin, running very nicely 3rd in the B class. Here's a replay then of what happened down the short chute to the tight turn 10. Ran onto the grass and came back on at far too fast a speed, so went around the back marker, took to the grass at the point he needed to be getting on the brakes. And of course, Callum, if you got 2 wheels on the grass when you're applying the brakes, that is the inevitable outcome.
Yeah, that car was extremely unsettled off circuit there, and it doesn't take much. It's extremely fine margins, and the drivers collectively are pushing track limits as much as they possibly can so that they can extract as much speed as possible, because you really can't afford to push these cars as hard as, say, you would in a sprint race, Dan, because there's such a long way to go. There's 100 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway circuit to be able to finish this race. And we have to point out, it is hot and hard work. For someone like Townsend who's doing this race on their own, it's a massive task, let alone when you're doing it with a second driver or even a third driver, because during this morning's warm-up, having a look at some of the drivers and just how hot and sweaty and tired, fatigued they were after a relatively brief period behind the wheel. For someone like Glenn Townsend, who's doing this all on his own, he's just going to have to sit back and settle down, relax. And it looks like he might have an issue there, so there might be suggested there might be a mechanical issue with that car in terms of trying to arrest the speed, but certainly that incident down at turn 10, the car was a little bit off the circuit, so Glenn Townsend just needs to reset, settle back into the pace, maybe perhaps consider coming into the pit lane and just having a quick drink, refocusing and getting back into the groove before you go back out there, because there's still 80 laps to go in this race.
I had a chat to Glenn yesterday, and he was saying we've just had a rotten bit of luck with the reliability in the last few races, the last 3 300s. He has not greeted the checkered flag in the Lotus, of course, spectacularly when fighting for an outright 3rd position last year. The rear right wheel parted company with the car, and it looks to me like the former Wakefield 300 winner is having problems in this one. He's never had success here at the Winton 300. It's just been the one that has eluded him, and he's coming into the lane. I don't think this is for one of the mandatory pit stops. This is for something a little bit more significant. What a shame. Running comfortably inside the top 10, competed in the top 10 shootout yesterday. So this is a real shame. And the signal straight into the garage, I believe. That's the signal anyway. He's not going to do so. He wants to just park it in the pit lane. His crew, though, are telling him, take it into the garage. This is a little bit more serious, so maybe there were some braking issues, not just the fact that it ran wide. No, they're looking in the engine bay. That's never good news. That is not good this early on in the race. I think we can mark this one out of contention. While we were down there with Dave earlier, we saw a little bit of news on our timing screens. We said about the Richard and Dave Barham machine breaking out once Well, unfortunately, it's done it 2 more times since and has been moved up from Division D into Division C. So it happens just like that. So they've broken out already more than 3 times and have been moved from Division D to Division C. But that, Callum, does not look good. They are certainly looking inside that engine bay at a whole host of different things, trying to find where that problem is.
Supercharged Honda 4-cylinder under the rear engine cover of that Lotus Exige, and it looked like they were playing around with the coil packs at the top of that engine, and it was extremely hot. You can see the mechanics trying to gingerly assess what was going on with that car without trying to burn themselves, and you can see the heat haze come through at the back of that car. We've got Dave Stillwell in the pit lane with an update.
Thanks, guys. I've just had a quick chat in the window with Glenn Townsend. He is not a happy person right now. Feels he was forced off the track and into a spin by a fellow competitor. I asked him, do you think maybe you didn't get the clutch in quite quick enough and maybe spun it backwards? He's like, maybe. But as it fires back up in the background, as you say, that supercharged Honda K-Series engine just didn't sound like it was running on all cylinders. It sounded horrible when they revved it up here in the pits earlier. We'll get out of their way and see if they can get it back in the race, but looks like another race not quite going to plan for the Townsend Exige, and as I say that, the engine is turned off in the background.
Yeah, I saw a very angry door slam behind you there, Dave. He's certainly not too happy about that. The car was running perfectly fine until it stalled and had to be refired, and with the hot engine refiring back into life, it's not run on song since that moment. So that's a real shame for him. Of course, a late person to do it solo. We thought we'd only have 1 solo competitor in the race this year, but a late change to that car has seen it just be driven by he himself. So the 173 was meant to be driven by the car owner, Aaron Waymiss, as well, but unfortunately, well, fortunately for Waymiss, he's in his football finals, so he decided to do that instead, doing the ball sport, the round ball sport of football in the final instead, and handing the keys back to the former owner of Glenn Townsend, but his day looks like it is coming to an early end as the race leader continues to navigate the traffic and moved up the inside of car number 98, who, as I talk about him, has also been moved up a division. So the 98 Veloster has been bumped up to Class D. I actually said to him last night, he said, I can't believe how fast some of these cars are this year. We might be breaking out into Division D for a bit of competition, and that's exactly what they have elected to do. So the number 98 car has also been moved up into Division D. While Dave was down there, the number 3 car, the Holden Commodore of Joyce, has come into the pit lane and has re-emerged out there on the racetrack after only completing a stop of 2 minutes and 23 seconds. So that does not count as a 2.5 minute stop. So it's gone down a lap and it has not completed a compulsory pit stop, importantly. If they left it in for another 7 seconds, they could have at least ticked off the 2.5 minute box. So this makes their race very, very difficult from here, Callum.
100% Dan. Obviously, we've also got coming up on the timing screen that the 333 of McGuinness has had a breakout warning as well. So that car currently sitting in position 6 outright, and in Class C has only got a few more opportunities or a few more chances of exceeding its minimum lap time before it gets bumped up to Class B, and that's quite a significant implication if it does, because then it faces an extra 2.5 minutes of compulsory stop time in the pit lane. So that will be one thing for the McGuinness crew in the number 333 Subaru Impreza WRX just to keep an eye on, and I'm sure they've given word to the driver just about that little update from race control. On screen right now, the car currently sitting in 2nd position in class and outright. Anthony Soole in the BYP Honda Integra doing a fantastic job after that start where he speared off at turn 1, but he's got himself back into race mode, recomposed himself, and he's definitely pressing on at the moment, and is extremely consistent with his lap times. He's done a 1 minute 31.9 the last time around, which is around 0.3 of a second away from his optimal pace that he's shown so far in this race. and he easily clears the Porsche 944, currently being driven by Bolton. The number 44 you can see on screen there around the outside, giving him plenty of space, realising that there is a different division car coming through and giving Anthony Soole more than enough pace. You touched on it. They replaced the whole gearbox between the warm-up and this race. So it's a big tip of the hat to the BYP Racing and Developments team, because when I was looking a little bit concerned watching the gearbox change taking place, and people came up and reassured me that this is pretty well in their wheelhouse. They know what they're doing. The gearbox changes. Tis but a thing, and as they took the car out and validated the changes, did a couple of laps off the paddock just to make sure it was all good for the start of this race. Obviously, they have absolutely nailed that change, and it's good to see it still out there and circulating in this race. They are 1 minute and 8 seconds away from the outright leader, Ian McDougall, in the TCR specification Audi RS3 LMS. But they're not too far away in terms of outright lap pace. And they're only 24 laps into this race, Dan, so there's still so much to unfold, and we're starting to get to the point where the cars that are using more fuel than the other cars would start coming into the pit lane to get a top up of fuel. We've got Dave in the pit lane with an update.
Thank you, guys. So I've just checked in with my friends in the 173 garage. It was as suspected. When the car was spun, it's gone backwards. That's caused what's called a ref sync error with the Motec engine management system. Basically, the situation is as per usual. Turn it off at the wall, plug it back in, fire it back up, and then it was able to reset itself and get going again. Now, I also checked in with the team of Car 3, the Commodore. That was intended to be one of their scheduled 2.5-minute pit stops. Unfortunately, they were using a smartphone device with a connection to the NatSoft timing server to count their time in pit lane. And unfortunately, they had an error with their internet connectivity temporarily during their pit stop. So it wasn't an unscheduled pit stop. They meant for it to take at least 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but unfortunately, they took 7 seconds, not quite enough on that pit stop. So they will have to do at least another 2.5-minute stop to satisfy the requirements of a CPS.
Thanks very much, Dave, for that one. So that is a disaster. Just when you don't want your phone to play up on you, internet connections, and that can cost you. They always say in endurance races, don't they? It's the 1%ers that can cost you. A couple of seconds too little in the pit lane, just like that, can cost you dearly. And there's, we'll see throughout this race, there's all sorts of different things that can play a factor. Things that you just wouldn't think of. 5-cent pieces that may fail on the cars that will cost dearly. As I think I saw the 195 Holden come into the lane. That's one of the 3 driver combinations here this weekend. One of those drivers is a former Super 2 driver, race winner, in fact, in Super 2, and a gun operator, 3-time Bathurst 1000 starter, Jay Robotham. And it is, so there is Jay, the one without the helmet on, just helping his co-drivers get into the vehicle. So it's going to be Stafford that is jumping out of the 195. Joel Stafford, Dale Carpenter, a front-running XL competitor, jumping into the car. And then it looks to me like they're going to leave the gun operator to last, who's going to bring the car home at the end of the race. So they were saying to me, they've got 3 drivers, but they're not really losing out anyway. They'd have to make an additional stop because of how much juice that car uses. There's no hope of that car doing it on one stop anyway. So if we're making a second stop, we might as well do a driver change additionally.
Race leader there, Ian McDougall, having a brief off-track excursion. He was all over the back of the Andrew Butcher BMW. He was about to lap up to position 3 before having a minor mishap there between turns 11 and 12 there. So the TCR specification, Audi RS3 LMS there, briefly on the grass, replay of that taking place, catching the aftermath there. And it looks like he might have just outbraked himself because he was catching and closing and moving for a pass after getting a fantastic exit out of turn 9. And then making his way through turns 10. It looked like he had a bit of a horsepower advantage as he was trying to get past the car of Andrew Butcher, but then steering off there. So fantastic pace there from the outright leader. As we said, Dan, he's lapped up to position 3, or nearly up to position 3. And you can see on screen now he's actually made his way past Andrew Butcher. He's now got the car of Anthony Soole ahead of him, around 10 seconds further down the road. So that's a clear indication of the outright pace of this TCR specification car here this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly is. At the moment, his fastest lap is not too far off, 3 seconds faster than the 81 in the same division. So Soole, fastest lap around about 2.8 seconds slower. Obviously, they can't do that every lap. They have lap traffic to negotiate, as we see the Simford group, Holden in the lane and heading back out there. This is looking to be this is their splash and dash. They will have a 5-minute stop to serve at some point, but let's get the other one out the way early, the short one that we have to do while it's green flag. You may look into a safety car somewhere further down the line to complete a much longer 5-minute stop. So 2 minutes and 46 seconds. It's a Division C class, so there we can see, it looks like a bit of a spillage here. That is a harsh penalty if they are deemed to have spilt the car. You can see he's saying no, that was caused by splashback. As we took the hose out, there's a bit of an argument going on here because it is a huge penalty for a fuel spillage. 5-lap penalty if they are deemed to have spilt fuel in the lane. Of course, this is an endurance race. Fuel is a big factor in this race. If you are deemed to have spilt fuel, it is dangerous. It is very much frowned upon, of course. So a big penalty goes with it of 5 laps. So I'm sure we'll find out the outcome of that one in due course. But just something to keep an eye on. A little bit of an asterisk there over the 195 machine out there on the circuit now. But the argument continues to take place in the lane. Nice to see, though, that our volunteer marshals and the team down there in the lane doing a great job to get straight onto that, cleaning it up, and also that the officials are very much on top of that. They don't want to see it. They want the race to be safe, and they are looking for things like that to penalise people if they do spill fuel.
There's big regulations around refueling, as you talked about. So the cars have to be tethered. There's usually a wheel cover that goes over the wheel. There's many different technical approaches and mechanisms to achieve the refueling. Bottom line, it has to be done pragmatically and safely.
Yeah.
And with the judge of facts down there just making their assessments and having a talk to the team, they'll deliver the outcome of that to race control, and they'll act accordingly based on what has taken place in the regulations. Here's the Fiat Cinquecento, the Arbath on screen right now. The number 99 currently being driven by Claudia Lennox. She shares this car with Francois Habib this weekend. It's one of I think it's one of 2 cars that are left-hand drive this weekend. Everything else, apart from the 2 Fun Cup cars, which are centrally driven, given the size of them, everything else is, of course, right-hand drive. This was one of 5 Fiat 500 Arbaths brought into the country, and 3 of them competed in the Bathurst 12-hour back in the day, and this is one of the cars that didn't compete, and it's here this weekend racing at the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, and both Claudia and Francois are having a fantastic time. They are chipping away. They know what the car's performance is. They know the window it needs to operate in, and they are just chipping away and making sure that they are there at the end of the day. And now they're starting to fall into the clutches and are about to be lapped by the car of Anthony Soole, who's currently sitting second outright. And we've got Hanrahan as well, sitting in Class B. Sitting 3rd position in Class B and 7th position outright in the Viola Private Wealth Honda Integra, nice and safely up the inside of the Fiat Cinquecento. So brilliant respect showed between all of the drivers as we see yet another battle. This is the Bolton, number 44, 944, and I think he's coming under fire or perhaps being lapped by the BMW E46, driven by Andrew Butcher. And with that car driven by Butcher this weekend, there's been a raft of changes to make it more compliant and more suitable for endurance racing. So normally it runs on E85. This weekend it's running on 98. They've also dialed back the engine a few thousand revs, or 1,000 revs I believe it is, there or thereabouts, just to make sure it's less stressed and it's there at the end of the day. And there's Grant Phillips trying to give the drivers coming up behind, that's Butcher and Bolton, as much space as he possibly can, as obviously their outright pace is just a little bit more significant than that of the Falcon Ute.
Yeah, going back to Butcher, he said to me, he says on average they're running about 2 seconds lap slower than what that car would run in proper high-speed, improved production spec. So let's bring back a little bit of speed, and with that we will gain reliability. These improved production cars these days are very bust. So, just dial it back a bit. Dave, you're down there in the lane with an update.
Yes, I am, guys. So it looks like car 66, the front-running Audi RS3 LMS TCR car, the frantic pace at the front of the field means they are going to have to stop for 2 front tyres and a driver change within the next lap and a half as the Fiat 500 of Bath comes down the pit lane as well. Also checked in with the crew of car 50. That was an unscheduled stop for the Mini Cooper S. Unfortunately, the driver had been a little bit too hard on the gear stick and had pulled the knob off the top of the gear stick. It was rolling around in the footwell and presented a hazard to the driver. And just to follow up on car 195's pit stop, so there was a little bit of consternation down there with the officials about maybe some of the apparel choices for some of the crew members involved with that car. So something we'll keep a close eye on. Again, in this endurance racing, it's all about those 1%ers, particularly not falling foul of any of the regulations and the minutiae details to ensure you run competitively without earning penalties from the officials.
Thanks for that, Dave. That's a great update as we see the number 36 with plumes of smoke coming from the back of it. That is the V8 Ute. The Motorsports Training Australia machine is not running well out there. It had some issues early on, but that is much more significant now. We're hearing that it smelt like something had gone up with the diff, so thanks for the update down there in Blendline TV HQ. That's significant. Blown diff is never a good sign, Callum. That's a lengthy repair, and there's a car off. That's the number 85, who was leading Division C not too long ago. So that's Georgie that has gone off the road. So there's a bit more drama to the tail out there as the leader comes into the pits as Dave Stillwell forecast. So it's all happening out there at the moment. Our Division C leader has spun around. We've got an issue for the V8 Ute, and we've got a first pit stop for our race leader. I was speaking to Ian McDougall, and he was saying to me, if we take it easy, we can potentially do it on one set of tyres. Well, after 30 laps, they're already making a change, and that car has come to a stop on the run towards turn number 10. The number 36 of Peter Brown has come to a stop. Brownie, as his race has come to an abrupt end. Smoke coming out the bonnet, a sight you never want to see. That could potentially cause a safety car, and we might have a flourish of drivers coming into the pit lane. The first of which is the number 3. We remain green at the moment, but car number 3, the Holden Commodore, is in the lane from a top 10 position on lap number 30 of this race. So I think that car will be trying to do it in thirds, split it into 33 lap stints. He's gone a bit short on this one, so he'll try and make one of the other stints a little bit longer. While this car has been in the lane, as a result, Soole has taken up the running at the front of the field. He's just set a PB lap, the lap before, on lap 29, a 1 minute 31.3. So that car is coming into its own out there at the moment. Soole getting more and more confident as the weekend goes on. Of course, it did look very, very sketchy on those cold tyres early on, but this has been a nice, smooth pit stop. There's been no fretting, no urgency. They know that they have the time to get the tyres done, get the fuel in and get it back out in the 5 minutes as the 818 car now comes into the lane of Arnold from 5th position, another of our Division A class cars. Crucially, Callum, lap 30 is a crucial number because the maximum one driver can do if they are sharing a car is 70 laps. As the safety car is nudging forward, so I think we are set for a safety car, and it's at a crucial time, as we say, because if you're in a 2-driver combination, you can change drivers right now. It's the perfect lap. 70 laps from here to the end is the maximum, and it's 70 laps to the finish. So I think we'll see a lot of driver changes here, Callum, as the safety car heads out onto the track. There's going to be pit stops, driver changes, tyre changes. It's about to get frantic in the lane. Our first pit stop in a number of years in the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300.
And it looks like they've picked up the leader almost immediately. So I suspect the Soole entry, the number 81 Honda Integra, would probably prefer to be in the pit lane right now because this is perfect time to have that 5-minute compulsory stop time, which is timed from the very beginning of the pit entry line all the way to the pit exit line. It has to be a minimum of 5 minutes between those 2 points. And you can see it wasn't fast and frantic getting the tyres changed on the McDougall Audi RS3 LMS because they have so much time, and that's exactly why the regulations are designed the way they are. You can see the number 66 on screen here. They're not in a rush because it's all about safety. It's all about making sure that the cars are refueled as safely as possible. The cars are jacked up as safely as possible. And now the number 59, the Andrew Butcher entry is pulled into pit lane, the current Class B leader. And this is, I believe, one of the first driver changes we are seeing for this race. And they're actually putting fuel in the car as well, so that might be an indication of the fuel usage in that car. And look how congested it is down there, Dan. The number 818 is being rolled forward ever so slightly, and we've got the Viola Private Wealth Honda Integra, driven by Hanrahan, at the head of the pit lane as well. And just behind there is the Michael Ricketts Nissan Pulsar N13. It's an extremely busy time down there. There's also a driver change for the number 53, it was being driven by Martin. That's the Mazda MX-5, just inside the top 20. Here is a beautiful illustration of the refueling abilities, or just some of the varied ways or methods that the teams can refuel the cars. It's not often you'd see a car of this specification taking a top up of fuel during a race, but some of the other production cars up and down the grid, they've got a full fuel rig you can see just behind the timing tower on the left hand side here, whereas this is a perfectly acceptable method. It's a hand pump. It's extremely manual on the hard working team, which are obviously hot under the fireproof layers that they have got. And is that the net? It is. The door net that's dangling at the bottom of the Epilepsy Foundation number 59 car of Butcher. And what are they doing at the back here, Dan? It looks like they're having might be a secondary fuel tank. I'm sorry.
Two fuel tanks.
An ancillary fuel tank for the E46 BMW.
Oh, the former race leader has been told to stop at pit lane exit because the field is coming down pit lane. So he has gone down a lap as a result of this. So the 5-minute pit stop is taking a bit longer than that because it's 5 minutes from when you enter pit lane to when you exit pit lane. But as he's doing so, the train of cars is coming by down pit lane. And this means that he will be at the very back of this queue. I'm surprised, Callum, we haven't seen more people come in. There's a lot of cars that are still stopped behind the safety car queue as they have come on through. So I think now that they're going around the back section of the course, those remaining cars will be released. As we can see, there's quite a few cars in the lane at the moment. The Giantini car, and there we go. The queue has gone past, so out goes the number 66 Hogan and McDougall car, and also the Viola Hanrahan Viola Private Wealth sponsored car. They head out onto the circuit. So that means that the safety car now has a Fun Cup car directly behind it, not the race leader. And there the unwell Ford Falcon Ute has come into the lane. What a shame. Causing the safety car. So that as well means, Callum, that we won't be too far away from a restart. The track is now clear. I think the lights are still on, so we'll probably do one more lap, I think. A few cars will still be in the pit lane when the safety car sequence ends. So they may well be caught out. Hanrahan has done a 2.5-minute stop. That box has been ticked. Arnold in the 818 machine, one of our Class A cars, has just left the lane. 5 minutes and 14 seconds. That is judged to perfection.
I suspect some other teams further down the order, Dan, not quite in a comfortable position to complete that pit stop. Obviously, there is a maximum driver distance for the two driver combinations, and they perhaps want to just be out there for a little bit longer to make sure that they are adhering to the minimum and maximum time regulations for the drivers. So here's the 52. That's the Simpson Hyundai XL being pushed along there by the team. So didn't quite catch what happened to that car in the pit lane. Regardless, it's back under its own steam and headed towards the pit exit. It's still a flurry of activity down there in the pit lane. The Motorsports Training Australia team, the absolute army of students, are all over the front of that car, and they've already got it on the go jacks and putting it back into the pit lane. And a disappointed-looking Grant Phillips standing to the left there in the Petters suspension racing overalls. Unfortunately, having to push the car back into the garage. It's a big thank you to our officials and volunteers here this weekend, working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure motorsport is taking place and making sure it's nice and safe for these endurance races. Now on screen, there is a leaf blower. There's a few blowers actually being pointed in the front, the engine bay of this K-Series powered Honda Integra, and a driver change also taking place as well. So Anthony Soole out of the car, and Jimmy Tran stepping back behind the wheel. They are such a good team here this weekend, Dan. They have worked tirelessly. They've had a few challenges thrown their way, but they've kept their chins up and they're working as hard as they possibly can so that they are out there and operating and keeping these little things, these 1%, as you were talking about, Dan, trying to cool the car down as much as possible when it's sitting stationary for around 4 minutes in its pit box, and cool, calm and collected by the entire team. Hearing from race control that the safety car is going to peel back into the pit lane, and you can see there a wonderful illustration of the team just keeping an eye on the minimum time that the car has to sit in the pit lane, as we're about to get this one back under green flag conditions.
We certainly are. Here they come then around the final corner. No overlapping until they get to the restart. So the Fun Cup car, one of the slowest cars here this weekend, they're all getting balked behind it as they come across the line. It means that they're going to be 2 or 3 cars wide down there into turn number 1, and the 333's gone for a move up the inside, and rally style, his Apreza through the grass, turning it into a rallycross circuit. That was very dramatic, very reminiscent of what happened on lap number 1 of the race, as the number 98 Veloster of Agar comes up the inside as well. So the 333 briefly led on the racetrack, and another car off. That's the Lennox and Francois Habib Fiat 500 that has gone off the circuit at turn number 1 as well. So lots of drama here on the restart, as Soole has just resumed and gone out onto the race circuit as well, just as we have gone green. So there's drama in the pits, drama on the racetrack. The 333 of McGuinness is trying to get back on the horse and get back ahead of the Veloster, but look at the train behind at the moment, including the reigning champions in the 791. I would assume now that Todd Herring is behind the wheel of that machine. They've done their compulsory pit stop during that's no, they haven't. Boydell's remained behind the wheel, so no compulsory pit stop served for that car. So that car is in a legitimate second position, right behind the race leader in the 333. So that is for outright first position at the moment. A lot of the C-Class cars electing to remain out on the track. The Scirocco is another one that's in this pack as well. Look at how tight and congested it is out there at the moment. So they come across the line. The 333 Subaru ahead of the Mazda and then the Volkswagen Scirocco. They are literally 1, 2 and 3 on the road, separated by 1.5 seconds. Phil Memory jumps alongside me, giving Callum Branagan a little bit of a break. Phil, that was a frantic restart.
Look, talk about peak hour in the city. That was just cars everywhere, and that was a big risky moment there for a few other guys, having come out of the pits and maybe tyres a little bit cold, fresh driver, and lots and lots of traffic around, all close. Got away with it all. There was a couple of guys, as we saw, spear off into the mulga, but managed to get it all back together.
So this is for the outright lead in the race, and also Division C honours as well. So the former pole sitters of the race lead the 2-time winning car in the race. So out on the circuit at the moment, these are the cars they're pulling away at the moment from the number 84 Volkswagen Scirocco, driven by Ansel. But a fascinating strategy for me that none of the Division C class cars, or none of these anyway, elected to pit. Clearly that means to me, Phil, that if they pitted now, they wouldn't be able to make it home on fuel. Fuel is the limiting factor, I think, for these cars. They would have wanted the safety car to come out around about lap 50.
Yeah, well thought there, Dan. I think you're spot on as they come on to the start-finish straight to head up for yet another lap around this track. So 66 laps remaining and a big move there. Oh, and fighting back.
Back up the
too
inside.
Wide. No, not going to play there, and away we go up the old start-finish straight. Going to have a look down the inside into the corner. No, and the Mazda MX-5. Oh, here we go, car 52.
That's the number 52 XL's being shared by 3 drivers. It's off at turn number 11 and quite far off the road by the looks of it. So what do they say? Safety cars breed safety cars. Well, that car is not in a particularly good position. Look at this, though, on the road. Our 2 former race leaders, the Division A class cars, are fighting out there, coming back through the traffic, and the Lotus is slowing.
Yeah,
the Lotus is slowing once again. What's your saying, Phil?
The Linter slope. The Lotus limp.
Oh, off the road. Tran there, off the road. Through turn number 6, he's rejoined the circuit alongside the Mini. This is frantic stuff here. Midway through this race, they were also calm and collected during the first third of the race, but not anymore. Hearing that the car has moved from turn number 11, so we will remain under green flag for the time being. That is great news. But I'm just looking at the pit stoppers. Who is where of those that have pitted? And the best of the pit stoppers, he served a 5-minute stop. It is that TCR Audi. It's still best of the pit stoppers out there on the circuit, just ahead of the Butcher BMW that we just saw on the screen. So those contenders are still up the point chin despite serving a lengthy pit stop.
For a moment there, I thought you were going to say it was a butcher's picnic out there. It's peak hour at Winton, and these cars are flying around the track. And because of the safety car and everybody having been in the pits, they're all very close together and mixed up all over the place at the moment as we watch the Holden Commodore dive down into the sweeper, powering through there. But that little Mazda MX-5 through the dogleg, going to look for the inside run into tank. Manages to get there, but had to back out of that. Was going to get his nose chopped right off.
I think he did get it chopped off. I reckon there was a little bit of a rub there. I think you can see a few witness marks on the front left wheel of that Mazda MX-5. It's not quite as shiny and silver as it was before it went into that corner. Yeah, the door was slammed shut. And the number 3 machine flashing the headlights. That Holden did make a pit stop under green flag, and as we alluded to, Dave was on the scene. Was not a compulsory pit stop underneath the time, so that car is trying to recover, and it's going to take no prisoners in doing so, as it's going to try and move back through the field. So the 333 continues to lead the way. Here's a replay of what happened then. The 791 machine, Boydell, far up the inside, got towards the driver's door, but not quite able to do so. Had the door slammed shut around turn number 7 as Callum Branagan jumps back into the commentary box. It's been a frantic start, Callum. We were just touching on the fact the Division C class cars that stayed out, we think they've stayed out because they can't make it to the end on fuel. They need that pit stop window a little bit further into the race, but the top 3 separated by just 3.2 seconds.
And it's also worth noting that with that safety car, it has compressed the field. So that's why we're seeing so much energy and so much close action between the entire field, as we've got the faster division cars trying to make their way through and cleanse the field after the out-of-order stack that we saw behind the safety car. And obviously we were touching on the point that with different fuel capacities and fuel usage as well between the different competitors up the inside there. That is the Michael Ricketts car getting very close company with the hand-driven Viola Private Wealth Honda Integra, and they've also got the 154 BMW for company as well as they come through turn 9. Highly compressed, highly energised, and it's a great example of the different speeds of all of the entries as they're all trying to find as much clear space on the track as possible. Now we've got a 15-second time penalty showing up on our timing screen.
Passing under yellow. That's going to throw yet another angle of difference in what's going on out on track out there. 15-second penalty. That might be a 100-lap race, Callum, but 15 seconds when you don't want it is, that's not what you want to do.
Never at all, and we've said it once in this race and we'll say it more than enough times throughout the duration of the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, but it is those 1%ers, it is those slight mistakes or those little errors in judgment in a very highly intense, it's a pressure cooker environment, and the drivers must be feeling extremely hot and fatigued behind the wheel because it's not a hot day today, but it's really hot behind the wheel. They're all in a extremely hot environment. They're very active. It's a very physical activity trying to steer one of these cars or any of these cars around the tight, technical, twisting nature of the Winton Motor Raceway. And even though it's a little bit overcast at the moment, there'll be a little bit more pace as well, so they'll be feeling the grip. And you just have to look at one of the drivers stepping out of the car just to see how labour-intensive it is.
Yeah, 100%, Callum. And it's hot mentally as well. You've got to keep your brain on the job. Otherwise, you find that you've made that one little mistake and all of a sudden you're seconds behind where you should be. Just watching the Honda Integra. Pulls to the right down the start-finish straight and across the line for yet another lap. We've got 61 laps remaining here at Winton Motor Raceway. Through turn 1 into turn 2 and up the old start-finish straight. Plucks off another position as the Integra makes its way around the track.
So that's Jimmy Tran behind the wheel. That was a very smart, very clean driver change during that last pit stop sequence for the number 81. So that actually brings the car of Jimmy Tran that he shares with Anthony Soole here this weekend. It brings him back onto the lead lap. So bypassing the car of the McGuinness WRX, which had a rather scary moment at turn 1, spearing off into the grass. Jimmy Tran is now back on the lead lap, and he's in a really good position to be able to get his way back to the head of the field. Now, the R32 GTR that you can see on screen at the moment, we've got reports that there was a bit of smoke coming out the back of the car, and you can still see evidence of that behind, and it's not moving at a particularly fast rate of knots at the moment. Here is Butcher on screen in that E46 BMW. Very clean move around the outside of the number 84 entry, being driven by it was Paul Ansell at the start of the race behind the wheel of that VW Scirocco.
Yeah, the Nissan there appeared to be moving at quite a slow speed, making its way back to the pit entry, I'm sure, as the Hyundai XL. What a great spread of vehicles that we've got in this event, and they're all in with a shot. It's Hyundai XLs and Audis and Volkswagen Scirocco's and Subarus and goodness knows what. We've got such a great spread of vehicles. Great event.
It's an absolute alphabet of car manufacturers, models, drivers in competition for the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. And here is another beautiful example of that, the number 53 Mazda MX-5 passing up the inside of a Toyota 86, no less. And look, it's just such a wonderful variety. There's also a lot of technical freedom with the cars. I think the regulations stipulate that as long as it's not a supercar, an outright GT3 racer or a Porsche Carrera Cup car.
And it's got a roof.
And has a roof, of course. It's basically open slather. Now, that number 53 is actually moving a little bit slowly there.
Yeah, he's backed out of it there, a bit down the front straight, I think.
So the Jamie Martin, Ben Oldfield Mazda MX-5 having a little bit of a slow moment down the main straight there after making that very clean move up the inside going into turn 11. And the accordion compressed
Yeah,
effect
definitely
once again.
backed right out of it and got the other cars going past. Not completely slowed, but certainly slowed a reasonable distance as they make their way around and heading towards the sweeper. Is he going to start and pedal this car a little bit harder again? He hasn't slowed right down, but he's not going at full tilt either. So, and another slower car 141 there, Callum backed out of it, and as they turn onto the extended part here of the Winton Motor Raceway, and the Nissan Z car sporting a little bit of damage on the right-hand rear corner.
Yeah, that's the car that Josh Haynes and Michael Ricketts, N13 Pulsar. Looks like it might be peeling into pit lane. And a number 101 370Z on screen right now. And that is still, it's been not an up and down race for that car, but it's been rather consistent and just trying to steer clear of the sheer amount of cars in action going on around the car that was being driven by Brisby at the start of this race. And I believe he's still behind the wheel following that sequence of pit stops. But we'll keep an eye on the Michael Ricketts and Josh Haynes M13 Pulsar. And we'll just run through the classes. We'll run through the classes in just a few moments. So here is a replay of that car. So here's the 370Z. I was just talking about how they were trying to steer clear of the action. And it's the Ricketts and Haynes M13 having a look around the outside. They're going to try and take advantage. Oh, there's a bit of a moment there. So a bit of a tail wag from the 370Z. And pitching it into the left-hand side of the M13 Pulsar. And I suspect there might have been a little bit of rim damage there on the Haynes and Ricketts M13 as a result of that collision or slight contact.
Yeah, absolutely. Buckled wheel for the 141 machine, which was a real shame. Just a little bit of a slid out into the innocent victim there of the Nissan Pulsar, currently being driven by Michael Ricketts. Mick Ricketts, wherever there's an endurance race, a 300k race, he'll be out there in his Pulsar. Great to have him a part of the series once again, the Winton 300, the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. As we look a little bit further back, that man has been very busy today. In fact, both of these two have doing double duty in a variety of different categories, not only in the Winton 300, but in Super TT or in Sports Compact. So they have been keeping themselves busy as Tim Maynard tips it in, hot off the back of a win in the reverse grid race earlier on today in the Victorian Super Tin Tops, but certainly changing out there at the moment. As we look at the divisions, the Barney car, the 151 MX5 is leading the way. Of course, we saw not too long ago on the restart the 85 car spinning around. So the Toyota 86 has fallen to position number 2 in class. And then the number 41 MX5 in third ahead of the car on the screen, or just off it at the moment, the 51 of Jones. As down we go into turn 1. Windscreen wipers are going on the 33. It's not raining out there. I think he's that frantic behind the wheel. He's accidentally knocked the little windscreen wiper stalk, and now he's got the Mini coming up the inside as well. As we look at the Division E class cars, there's only 2 now with a couple of breakouts, and it's being led by the number 52 car. So down to you, Tammie, in the lane.
We're just waiting now on car number 1 to come in, driven by Tabitha Ambrose. Now, I've just been having a bit of a chat to the crew chief. She said they're going to bring the car in, they're going to check the brakes, bleed the clutch, and possibly do a tyre change. I know Brad Gardner is in the back getting changed, so I think there will be a driver change as well.
Thanks very much, Tammie. So, yes, there is going to be the driver change. Lap number 44. Out gets Tabitha in a Pertec gear. Of course, she drives the Pertec-sponsored Formula Ford in the Australian Formula Ford Championship in the AASA run Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series as well. So she jumps out, and it'll be TA2 driver Brad Gardner, South Australian, that will jump behind the wheel. Runner-up in the series last year. Tabitha King a little red in the cheeks. It's been hot and hard work in the first stint of this race. It's been frenetic out there. It's been more like a sprint race than a 300-kilometre enduro. And they might be doing a couple of tyre changes potentially as well. We will keep an eye on that. Now, Callum, during all the frantic action, I haven't actually got around to it. I was looking at some of the pit stop times during that safety car period. A few did it in 5 minutes 4, 5 minutes 3, a lot of the front runners. Butcher, 5 minutes 0.5. That was very close to a penalty. They've judged that to absolute perfection. The 59 McBrien and Butcher car, 5 minutes 0.5 seconds was the pit stop time, and that's why they are in that fight with Jimmy Tran and the number 66 TCR car of Hogan. That was a great pit stop. They gained a handful of seconds over both of their rivals, and let's not forget that car is second effectively of those that have pitted, and it's got 2.5 minutes less to serve in the final pit stop as well. So a great strategy to take that lengthy stop under the safety car period, and they are right in the fight for outright victory here today.
Indeed they are, Dan. It's Class C, position 1 through position 7 outright at the moment. But as we were talking about with the Jimmy Tran car making his way back through now, that's a piece of debris sitting right on the racing line coming out of turn 2. Now, I'm not sure what car that has come from, and we're looking at the back of the Butcher E46 BMW, and it looks like there might be some oil. Blue smoke trailing from the rear of the... Now, it looks like there's an awful lot of negative camber on the left rear as well on the BMW. The Epilepsy Foundation supported number 59 car driven by...
What a shame. I was just saying it was in such a good position. It had done its large pit stop. It only had a short one to go. Something is not right with that left rear. That is at a very, very strange angle. Oh, no, that's a failure, maybe an upright, something like that that's failed in the left rear. Oh, there, Callum has pointed it out. Underneath, look, there's a bar that is not attached underneath the rear end of that car. What a shame. One of our contenders for the outright victory, and certainly Division B victory, is in the lane with a proper mechanical problem. Something has snapped in the left rear. They are straight on the scene of that, and that is a real disaster for them so early on in this race. As the Nissan Pulsar comes in, here's a replay of where the debris has come from. Oh, it's the Viola car. The Viola Private Wealth car has gone off at turn number 1 and 2, and I think it's just dragged when it's rejoined going over that curb. It rejoined over the curb. Something has been pulled off from underneath the car and has come to rest right on the racing line on the exit of turn number 2. And we're hearing reports that he then has gone and run over it on the following lap as well. So it's been an eventful couple of laps for Charlie Viola, who's now at the wheel in 10th position currently out there on the circuit. And he has now moved up into a Class B podium position because of the demise of the Butcher BMW. So there it is. The debris has been moved further up the road, but still relatively close to that racing line. So it's not where you want to see debris, but out there on the circuit at the moment, we're looking a little bit further back at some of our smaller class cars. The 85, the Toyota 86 ahead of car number 41. And these two have been pretty much joined at the hip throughout this race so far. But this is a very interesting stage of the race. Strategy is playing out in front of our very eyes, but out in front at the moment on the racetrack, it's the McGuinness car, the 333 Subaru ahead of the Scirocco of Ansel, and then the Mazda MX-5 of Boydell. But they have to serve. They've still got a 5-minute stop to serve, as do the Class A cars as well, which are coming back through the field. But there's a bit of work going on the left rear of this car. But to me, Callum, it doesn't look like it's going to be going anywhere particularly quickly.
No, it looked like one of the lower control arms on the back of the McBrien and Butcher E46 had come apart. So that's why we were seeing such extreme variations in camber angle on the left rear of that car. and the team has assessed it, but they're in no immediate rush to try and get it back out there. So they're probably a lot better off pushing the car back into the garage, getting it up onto the jack stands and trying to repair it properly and hopefully get it out for the remainder of this race. Here is the effective position 2 on screen there. The TCR car getting a little bit impatient there, trying to navigate their way past the Fiat Cinquecento Arbor, being driven by Francois Habib, who's taken that car over from Claudia Lennox and is successful in negotiating the VW Fun Cup car as well. So Hogan's behind the wheel of the number 66. He is the custodian of this Audi RS3 LMS, and he's sharing it this weekend with the previous custodian. And that's a little bit awkward there, getting around the car of Francois Habib. So Francois in the number 99 there. Of course, he's a current competitor in Victorian Formula V and also races the Dodo V8 supercar up the inside there. That's a wonderful move there from the number 41 after Daniel Hay and Chris Batista Mazda MX-5. Very cleanly up the inside going into turn 7. But as you were talking about, there's still a lot to play out in this race. Positions 1 through 5 are still being led by Class C. They haven't completed their compulsory stop, but it was a net gain for the Anthony Soole and Jimmy Tran Honda Integra that's being supported by the wonderful team at BYP. Massive effort to get that car ready for this race, and they are currently leading the race effectively. We've got Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. So it's never a great time to have a chat with a gentleman who's driving the race solo well before the wavy tablecloth at the end of the day. Glenn, we saw you come in. The car had a spin. You'd had some contact or avoidance with another competitor. Talk us through what happened out there and what's the situation with the car now.
Sure. So we avoided contact with Mini, and fortunately we did do that, not hit the car, but we had 2 wheels in the dirt, and they don't stop too well when you've got 2 wheels in the dirt. We spun, went backwards, and Motec doesn't like spinning and going backwards, so the car wasn't quite right. I could have limped on a bit longer, but we blew a fuse, and it was all over.
Well, I'm terribly sorry that we have to do this now, but
Phillip Island.
Until Phillip Island, of course. Glenn and I have raced each other in production sports cars for the better part of the last decade. It's always great to have you here in the paddock. Now, we've also seen the competitors in the next garage over, the number 59 BMW. They've broken a camber arm, so that's another car out of the race. I went back and looked at the details for this race from last year. From the 40 starters, we had from the 40 entrants, we had 39 starters. We had no safety car, but we had a 40% attrition rate. This race is so hard to win.
It is. I was just saying to you before, it's the only race meeting I've never greeted the checkered flag. So next year, roll on.
Next year. Well, we'll catch you out the next year. Back to Callum and Dan.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I was chatting to Glenn earlier on in the weekend. He said the same thing to me. It's just been such an unlucky race here at Winton. I just can't win it, as we see a replay of the 818 parting company at the sweeper at a vast rate to knots, and look at how far around the circuit he's had to rejoin. There's a lot of grass in the front grille of that car as well, so that will have to you'll have to keep an eye on that for overheating, and the grass is still in there. That's not what you want to see in the front grille of a car. People have already been talking about how hot some of these engines have been running and how it's affected them, and already we are seeing that machine with grass in the front. It will be running very, very, very hot. So that might be something to worry about at the next pit stop. Hopefully it can get to that next stop and they can pull the grass out of it. If not, they might have to bring it in. And with 50 laps to go, it's a long way home on a tank of fuel for that particular machine. A couple of updates while Dave is talking. I was looking up and down timing. A few cars that have come in the pits and not gone back out. Or as the 333 fires up the inside. Our race leader currently on track, negotiating the lap traffic aggressively, and did just about manage to swing through without making contact with the number 98 Hyundai Veloster out there on the circuit. But coming back to those points, The Mazda MX-5, the 53, has been given a 15-second penalty. However, it spent 11 minutes in the pit, so 15-second penalty effectively won't mean much when he's lost over 6 minutes of extra time in the pit lane. So that's gone down several laps as a result of that one. The 515 Nissan GTR we saw running slowly earlier on, that has been in the lane for a significant amount of time as well. So that's been in for around about 10 minutes now. And I also noted that the Tabitha Ambrose Veloster, we saw that come in. We saw a bit of frustration, a bit of concern on the young lady's face, and there's a reason for that. Sadly, there's something a bit more serious to that one. That also spent a lengthy amount of time in the pit lane, so that's not good news. She is back out there on the racetrack now, albeit several laps down. That was I think it was a 7-minute pit stop in the end, so effectively lost a lap because of that.
Absolutely, Dan. They're running more horsepower under the bonnet of the number 1 Hyundai Veloster this year in comparison to the previous 2 years, and they were suffering from limp home issues. As Dan was talking about with production cars, often is the case, it's extremely hard to get the race hardware and software integrated with the road going software that comes with these cars off the factory line, and trying to get them to pound around a racetrack in the pretty violent circumstances in the way you're throwing the cars around. It's putting all sensors and all sorts of alarms up on the dashboard, and really you're racing the car and you tend to ignore it, but it does get to the point where the car goes into self-preservation mode. On track here, we've got a great battle for effectively outright position 2 between the Ansel Scirocco, and we've got the Andrew Boydell in the number 791 Spy Optics Mazda MX-5. A quick chat with the defending winners himself and Todd Herring. They were expecting to get around halfway, so they're pretty comfortable in terms of fuel usage, knowing that they can take their single compulsory stop as part of being in Class C. They only have to stop once for 5 minutes. And Andrew actually made a very salient point. He was talking about there's been changes in the regulations with regard to divisions, the minimum lap time. Oh, that's a car in defence. That's the number 3.
Yeah, that's the Joyce machine. He's trying to reverse it off the road. So is that down at turn number 2? I think it is. Yeah, that's the M-Road further back. So that car qualifying inside the top 10 has run inside the top 10 for much of the race. Had to make an unscheduled pit stop, and unfortunately its race is coming to an abrupt end. Very good heads-up driving, though, to get that off the circuit, out of harm's way, without causing a safety car. But I think we can safely say that that vehicle is done for the day, unless he can drive it back to the paddock. Here's what happened. Oh, it just stopped turning. He's slammed on the brakes. He's just kissed the tyre barrier. But something looked to me to fail in the front of that car, because midway through the corner, the steering just seemed to stop and it arrowed off in a straight direction.
I suspect there might have been a minor issue with the front left of that car, so whether it was a puncture or something a little bit more sinister with the VF Commodore, but either way, it was not rotating the way that Joyce was planning on it. So he is out of the car, and that is verification that they are out of the race. So that is an unfortunate end for the number 3 VF Commodore. They had a very robust preparation in the lead up to this race. They were beautifully practicing and executing the refueling procedures, and he is having a look at the front left there. So not sure if that is a result of kissing the wall on the left-hand side, or if there was a problem with the car before the lead up to that contact. But either way, he is out of the car and assessing the issues, and that will be unlikely to take further part in this race. So that is an unfortunate mark against the name for an entry that had a lot of promise leading into this event. Meanwhile, down in the pit lane, this is the Keen Mini entry, the number 50, currently in the pit lane serving its compulsory pit stop. Now, it's been a few tours through the pit lane for this car, and this looks like it is a much more controlled scenario. It's actually part of the plan. So a driver change there. You switch out one Keen for another, and they'll wait the minimum time before they head to the pit exit and get their race back under green conditions. No stress whatsoever. Checking the pressures, making sure the wheel nuts are nice and tight and everything is pointing in the right direction as they should be. And of course the team is in regular contact with the drivers. They've actually got a bit of a procedure usually written on the back of the control boards that the driver controller has. So all teams have to nominate a driver controller that just oversees, and their job is purely to stand there and control the scenario and the situation and make sure that everyone who has been assigned a task as part of a compulsory pit stop absolutely follows it to a T. So obviously they're keeping an eye on the minimum pit stop time, but they're also making sure that there's no breaches or anything going unexpected as part of that pit stop, and they've sometimes got a list on the back of the board that you can see the car controller would be holding here where they are doing radio tests. They're making sure they're plugged in, making sure belts are nice and tight, as well as keeping an eye on the competition as well, because after all, this is a competition race. There's still a very long way to go. We have passed the halfway race distance with 46 laps remaining in this race, but this is a fantastic effort from the key Mini sitting down in the pit lane there.
That's the Kirkhams helping out. Megan Kirkham is the lady doing the timing, and Declan Kirkham watching on as well. So they've jumped out of the support categories and now helping as pit crew in the 300 itself. So very good to see the mother and son duo there helping out in the pit stops. You can see Keane punching the steering wheel. He wants to get out there. It must feel like an absolute age making a 5-minute pit stop. You can hear the cars roaring past, and you know that your rivals are out there setting good lap times, and you're just held in the lane. Nothing you can do at all in a situation like this. You've got to think at the time that everybody else has to do the same thing, so they're going to suffer as well. Here we are, that fight for second on the road. Up the inside goes Boydell with an aggressive but firm move, and he's made it stick, but the Scirocco has a little bit of a straight line advantage and retakes the place down into turn 10. That was an aggressive move. He knows he's got to do that in the middle sector because he doesn't have the poke in a straight line. But this is something we haven't seen in years gone by for the 791 machine. Normally, it's been in with the leaders. Oh no, the number 81, the Division A class leader and effective race leader of the motor race, is coming to a halt out there on the circuit. It is absolutely crawling. We'll come back to that other point in a moment, because this is a real talking point in regards to this entire motor race. What has happened to the number 81 car? Jimmy Tran, he's been the runner-up in this race on a number of occasions. He's yet to get the W, and it looks like this one might be ebbing away as well. He'll have to come in the lane, maybe do a Control-Alt-Delete and get it back going again. But this is cruel to see. He has lost the effective race lead. The 66 of Hogan's gone past. Giantini has gone past as well. Oh, that thing's going to struggle to even make it back to the pits, I think. It is absolutely crawling.
Not too sure what's happened with that car, Dan. Obviously, they had a gearbox drama in the warm-up this morning. We touched on just how hard the team has worked to get that car turned around and ready for this race. And they did a brilliant job through that pit stop sequence to effectively jump ahead of the Audi RS3 LMS. And up the inside there, Boydell finally gets that position from the VW Scirocco there. So that is a brilliantly clean move. Boydell's now going to come under fire once again, but he's got the inside line. It's the last of the late breakers between these two. So the Spy Optics car fights back and does a brilliant job to cover the inside line, as he is entitled to do. But he's going to come under fire once again as they come under braking into turns 11 and 12. And he has to sit back behind the VW Scirocco once again. This is agonising for the defending winners. But Andrew Boydell, before this race, was talking about there have been changes with the divisions, minimum lap times and various other bits and pieces in the lead up to this race. But they were pretty undeterred by it because they weren't really expecting to take outright wins in the respective years that they did in 2023 and 24. So coming into this year, Andrew was very cognizant of the fact that a lot can happen. There's such a long way to go in this race, and a lot of surprises came their way in the previous two editions to lead to the fact that they took the outright win. But we haven't seen it quite this competitive or racing this close or this hard with other competition.
That's what I was going to say. It leads perfectly onto the point I was going to make of. In the previous years, he's kept with the leaders, and while a few have fallen by the wayside in the pit stops, they've jumped ahead and cruised to victory. That's not been the case this year as he fires up the inside, this time though at turn number 7. This means he has a couple more corners to try and break away from the Scirocco, and you can already see a couple of car lengths have been pulled just in the first couple of 100 metres, and this might just be enough of a margin to keep the Scirocco at bay. But you've got to think, there's not just this straight, there's then the next straight directly after turn 10, and then the main straight down towards turn number 1 as well. And as we expected, the number 81 car, Jimmy Tran and Anthony Soole, have come into the lane. That is devastating for them. Both drivers always up the front in 300s, and both drivers have never got the win. A bit like the Townsend Lotus. Real heartbreakers. Ansel comes in, so he's lost the place to Boydell and immediately comes into the pits afterwards. So this is the compulsory 5-minute stop for this car. They've already done 57 laps. They can fill it up. They can easily make it home from here. This is good news for this team. The first really of those Division C class cars to pull the pin and come in early. So this will be interesting to see where this car is going to emerge out there on the circuit. We'll find out in 5 minutes' time. I noted that Charlie Viola has come in for his second stop. So he's done already the 2.5-minute stop. He's now done the 5-minute stop as well. So that is good news for him in the Viola Private Wealth sponsored car. A brilliant stop as well. 5 minutes and 1 second.
We saw briefly on screen before the number 1 Hyundai Veloster. Now, Brad Gartner has taken that car over from Tabitha Ambrose and is out there and circulating once again. Still the debris on the left-hand side there. Now, Dennis Panner, he's taken that car over from Helena Maris during that pit stop sequence. The number 16 cleanly up the inside of the Keen Mini. So their plan was to take it nice and easy. They are driving to a number and they are sticking to their plan and doing a fantastic job. We've got Dave Stillwell in the pit lane with an update.
Thank you, guys. So there's a terribly pungent aroma of gearbox transaxle oil pouring out of the BYP racing stable, and just had a chat with Anthony Soole, looking quite dejected. He's advised me that they think they're experiencing an issue with a drive shaft on the front of the car. So change to the gearbox between this morning's warm-up and the race this afternoon. Different ratios in the gearbox, so they're having to change gears at different spots around the circuit. So definitely not the day that the BYP team were hoping for after qualifying on the front row yesterday afternoon.
Thanks very much for that update, Dave. Australian flag flying proudly there in the pit lane as the 791 machine has entered the pit lane. The defending champions effectively, I think, blocking off that move that was made last lap by the Scirocco. So covering, as you see in Formula 1, you see that a car behind you might pit, you cover a lap later to try and cover off any potential undercut strategy. So that is what they have elected to do. So driver change, Andrew Boydell jumps out, multiple times Sydney 300 winner, and of course Winton 300 winner. Todd Herring jumps behind the wheel of the 791 Mazda. As you can see, the seatbelts going on. This is a great view of exactly what has to take place. So one shoulder strap, the other shoulder strap, and of course it's not like a lap belt like you used to see in a car. Of course you've got to have multiple points into the harness, the safety belt, multiple points. I think it's 6 or even 8 to make sure that you are securely strapped into your car. Then goes the driver restraint, the window net, and then that should be it. Fuel has gone in now, so that means it should just be our fuel's going in now, so you can't do it at the same time. Driver change, then the fuel, and this should all be comfortably done within the 5-minute window. Now, one car that we haven't mentioned yet, the number 13 Honda Civic of Giantini. It did the 5-minute stop under safety car. It's on the lead lap. However, all the cars around it, the Class C cars, have all got to do their 5-minute stop. And the Division A class car of Hogan also has to do one more 5-minute pit stop. They're all on the same lap, but the Giantini Class B car only has to do a 2.5-minute stop. So it's got 2.5 minutes less to do in the pits. So that car, I reckon we might see once all these pit stops play out, I think the 13 might emerge at the head of the field. But, of course, that's all got to play out. We've seen a lot of mechanical dramas already, but the number 13 has got a little bit of an advantage at the moment.
Absolutely, Dan. Eagle-eyed viewers at home might have noticed that Herring was getting into the car. He didn't have the gloves on, so perhaps that was a strategy play by the team to increase the dexterity when you actually can't see what you're doing when you're looking down. So confined is the cockpit space of the Mazda MX-5. And look, let's face it, Todd Herring's he's a larger bloke. He's very tall. He's got quite a presence. So for him trying to squeeze himself into the Mazda MX-5, obviously just didn't have the gloves on, just trying to help putting the belts on. Now the number 53, that is the Jamie Martin and Ben Oldfield Mazda MX-5 peeling straight into the garage. So a technical gremlin hampering that car. Now here is the number 51 on screen. That is all over the back of the number 21 Mazda MX-5. No matter where you look, Dan, as we said, there is plenty of racing action. But McGuinness is still holding his own at the head of the field. Now, we know this car is a bit of a dark horse coming into this weekend. We know how good it is on fuel as well, because it made it, I think it was north of 69 to 70 laps or thereabouts when it was here in 2023. So the car is extremely fuel efficient. So I'll be curious to see how much further it does go into this race on a single tank. And it has commenced lap 60, but it is yet to make its single compulsory 5-minute pit stop. And they are driving to a number. They are very consistently hovering around the 1 minute 36 mark at the moment. But they do know that they've got the car of Hogan coming up very quickly from behind as well, because obviously with different divisions between the two, the Hogan Audi.
Oh, off the road for Hogan.
As we talk about it, spears off the track there. Now, that is at between turn 3 and 4, I believe. But back on the track nice and safely, and just some of... it looks like it's still pressing on, so I was just wondering if there was a mechanical issue that forced that car off the track. But it looks like everything is indeed pointing in the right direction. So Hogan taking over from McDougall earlier in this race. The car has been extremely quick. The fastest lap of this race is a 1 minute 28.8, held by the number 66 you can see on screen at the moment. But Hogan's currently hovering around the 1 minute 34s. And that puts him about 2 seconds a lap quicker than the McGuinness Impreza WRX ahead of him, but the gap has shrunk down consistently. It's down to 56 seconds between the two, and both of them have to make another 5 stop in this race. Now here's the number 21 Mazda, and that's the Zabatakis entry that Chiara shares this weekend with George's. And a bit of a messy re-entry there on the circuit as well.
Yeah, the little slip road there that the officials used to park up on the original paddock on the inside of the circuit. That's where the safety vehicles and recovery vehicles are parked. That little recovery road there, she went over, and then the front splitter dug into the grass as it went back over the other side. So that all got a little bit messy. I don't think any damage is done to the splitter, but it certainly flicked up a fair bit of grass, and it's certainly got a bit dirty and a bit muddy, that is for sure. As we can see, no problem for the Hogan machine, and the 53 car is back out on the circuit as well. Oh, this BMW doesn't look quite as neat as it did at one point in the weekend. That looks a little bit damaged in the front bumper there, that is for sure. It's missing the splitter and everything at the bottom. It's missing an indicator and a headlight as well, so certainly been in the wars in this race is the Motor Racing Events BMW, just losing a place to the Fun Cup car. As we look at the divisions, Division D currently being led by Barney, ahead of Mickles in the other Fun Cup car. So Jordan Mickles now behind the wheel. We said look out for those cars with two gun operators behind the wheel, so we'll keep an eye on them as the race continues. Tammie, down to you with an update.
I'm just down here with Andrew Bordell. Now, you've just jumped out of the car 791. Todd Herring's back in the car. Last year you were winners. Were you hoping to make it back-to-back this year?
We'd love to. We know it's not an easy task this year. There's a lot of fast cars out there, a lot faster than us, so we're playing the long game, and hopefully we can finish last and keep our pace up, keep constant.
And how is the car feeling?
Car's great. Really good. The only issue, we were playing long game and we just ran out of fuel a little bit in the last lap. So we lost a bit of time, but not much.
Great. Well, good luck. Let's hope Todd can bring it home.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that update. Tammie Soole doing a great job in the lane, joining us for our first Winton 300 on the broadcast. Great to have her on the screens of Blendline TV. We've just noted, while Dave was talking, the number 44 Porsche 911, Porsche 944, of Bolton in the compulsory pit stop that's just gone. 4 minutes and 55 seconds. That is 5 seconds short of the compulsory pit stop time. So I'm expecting a penalty to come the way of that car. So that is an absolute disaster, because that was the sole compulsory pit stop it needed to make that car would certainly have been in the running for an outright podium and certainly a class victory. So that is a big kick in the gut if ever I've seen one for the number 44 car. No penalty has been officially handed. That car has literally just driven out onto the pit lane. But 4 minutes and 55, no matter what way you cut it, Callum, that is short of the mark that they need to tick off that compulsory pit stop time.
Yeah, you could try arguing with the stopwatch, but there is no arguing with the officials. This is the race leader off the track, and it looks like it's underneath the old gum tree at turn 6. So the McGuinness Impreza has come to a clean halt there. So mechanical issues striking that car. Everything looks like it's pointing in the right direction. It doesn't look like there's any damage on the car, but it has definitely pulled up halfway through the second sector. And we've got Tammie down in the pit lane with an update on the BYP number 81 entry.
Gran has been able to get the car 81 back out on track. Let's hope they can make up a bit more time.
Thanks, Tammie. So back to trackside action. The McGuinness car still stranded there. So that's the number 333. We were waiting for them to make their compulsory pit stop, but they haven't quite made it. So I suspect there's either a technical issue with the car or they've pressed the fuel mileage just a little bit too far. So we're not too sure what has happened, but regardless, it's stranded next to the old gum tree at turn 8. And as Tammie was alluding to before, doing a fantastic job down there in the pit lane, bringing us all of the updates. And here is the number 81 back out there and circulating. So as Dave gave us an update with the technical gremlins with that car, and the effective race leader is back into the pit lane as well. So there's a lot of action all compressed into a few short moments here, Dan. But the number 66, driven by Hogan, has pulled into pit lane. You will note that you can see to the right-hand side of the Audi RS3 LMS TCR specification car, it's got an orange tether connected to the car. So they ground the car during the refueling process, and they're actually refueling it, but they're not changing tyres this time around. So that looks like it is a compulsory stop as we keep an eye on the stopwatch. You were talking about the lack of time there for the Bolton entry, the number 44-944 being caught out by the stopwatch. We should point out that the 791, currently driven by Todd Herring, they successfully executed their pit stop well and truly within the regulation. So they took 5 minutes and 4 seconds from the pit entry to pit exit. And obviously they are experienced hands and they know exactly what they're doing in grassroots endurance racing like the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300.
You saw prior to that pit stop sequence that it was fighting the Scirocco. Scirocco came in a lap earlier after losing that position. The Scirocco team, though, crucially 5 seconds longer in the pits. As a result, the MX-5 has retained that position and has pulled away since as well. Now 13 seconds ahead, so change of position there. Oh, actually, sorry, it's 2/10. I'm just looking at the wrong bit of time. 2/10 of a second, so it's certainly still tight out there, but has allowed, being that 5 seconds less time in the lane, to remain ahead of that car. The 53 back in the lane, and so as well is the 81. As quickly as Tammie gave us the update, the car is back in the pits. That is a real disaster for them. They are many, many laps down already, and they're going to go further down as well. The Ansell car's just gone through. Now, though, with Daniel Hay behind the wheel, the Scirocco has overtaken Todd Herring out there on the circuit. So that is for 7th outright and 3rd in the C division. Dave is down there in the lane, and he's got another update for us.
Thank you, guys. So as we have the pit stop for the 151 going on in the background, we've had another earlier generation MX-5 pull into the garage. The number 53 will take no further part in the race. The drivers actually managed to pull the gear stick out of the gearbox. So frenetic pace out there. You always got to be much kinder to the equipment. Mechanical sympathy doesn't mean feeling sorry for the car as you drive it.
Thank you, Dave. And speaking of sympathy, we're going to share some empathy for the car or the entry of McGuinness, stranded on the infield there. He's in the safest hands possible with the safety team. Just pulling the car further inside the infield so they're out of danger, but they'll have to wait until the end of this race before they can get that car back to the garage and assess the issues that have caused that car to pull up. So whether it has run out of fuel or if there's another gremlin simmering under the bonnet, causing it to pull up to a halt. We'll find out later on in this race. So here's Josh Haynes on screen now, the number 141. They weren't planning a tyre change in this race as we caught up with them yesterday evening, Dan. They were talking about they were very comfortable with the fuel numbers in the number 141 Nissan M13 Pulsar, but they were planning on this whole race running one set of tyres. But obviously a bit of a clash earlier in this race with this car on screen, the 101 370Z, which has been driven this weekend by Ryan Bell and Troy Brisby. I believe Brisby has handed the reins over to his co-driver, but there was a slight altercation between those two cars and it caused a buckled rim on the Ricketts and Haynes entry, so forcing them into the pit lane to change the tyre. But it's good to see them out there and circulating once again. Lap 66 of 100. Giantini is showing at the top of the leaderboard. Now, you were alluding earlier, they're emerging as a bit of a dark horse in this race because apart from having very consistent, clean pace, they only have to stop for 2.5 minutes for a second time in this race. When in comparison to an outright contender like the number 66 car being driven by Hogan, which has to stop for a lot longer, it's much more of a penalty in comparison to the car of Giantini. But the question now comes, what does the outright pace mean between the two? Is there enough underneath the bonnet behind the capable hands of Hogan to be able to extract as much pace as possible and close down that gap and try and pull and rein in the cars of Giantini and Luff, the number 154 now? We saw that car having a bit of not a troubled start, but they were certainly being buried further down in the pack when we had Christie behind the wheel. But now that Luff is behind the wheel, doing a very consistent job, currently showing in position 2 outright as well as Division B. So that is a great effort from the 154 of Luff and Christie, but they'll have to stop again as well, much like the car ahead of them of Giantini, the number 13 Honda Civic. Helena Maris in position 3. So we knew that their strategy for this race was taking it nice and easy. They had endurance on their mind from the very start of the weekend. So along with her co-driver, Dennis Panner, we knew that their attack or their plan was not to tire themselves out, look after themselves physically and mentally, but also being kind to the car. So Dave Stillwell was talking about mechanical sympathy. Yes, they are still tearing around a racetrack at speed, but they're doing it carefully. They're making sure that they don't overuse the curbs, they're not too abusive on the car so that they can be there at the end of the race, because as they pointed out, you're not going to win it on lap 1.
No, absolutely not. Another one that's moved into the top 10 is the Stukkovic Pulsar that is being shared with our very, very tall man in the Pulsar. Dave, you're down there with an update.
Yes, guys, I am. So we've just seen the second of the 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops completed for number 66, the Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. Ian McDougall back on board for the rest of the race. First stop, they did just tyres and a driver change. At the second stop, fuel, no tyres, and a driver change. So they put the hot shoe back in the seat for the run to the flag. That car, based on how the front tyres looked after they got pulled off after about 28, 30 laps, I think they'll be able to run flat out on those front tyres till the end of the race. So look for that Division A car making its way through the field, unlapping itself and making its way to the front.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane. And here is the car on screen. So their compulsory stops completed. All they have to do is their very best and try and press on and close the gap with 33 laps remaining in this race. We're coming up on 2 hours completed for this race. We've had one safety car a few incidents, a relatively high attrition rate as we've seen in the past few editions of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300, but relatively clean from all competitors, and it's fantastic to see the respect shown between the drivers as they try and make their way forward, regardless if they're in a class or an outright battle. This battle is enthralling. It's been going on for almost 20 laps now, Dan, between the 791, now being driven by Todd Herring, and he is still battling away with the VW Scirocco.
You can see that the people down there in the lane watching on from all the angles, got all the angles covered down there in the lane, so that's pretty cool. They've managed to get their hold of the director's feed down there, so they can see exactly what is going on, as well as tuning into Blendline TV. As we can see, that battle, as Callum alluded to, continues out there. Yes, all right, currently it's showing that they're in 5th and 6th. However, expect these two to move forward. And speaking of moving forward, up the inside once again comes the Scirocco. Oh, in a bit deep, though. Missed the apex there by a car width. And that's meant that he's run wide as well through turn number 2. But without that straight line speed advantage, the 791 can't take advantage of it. So slots back in behind. How many times have these two exchanged positions in the last couple of minutes? It's been a fantastic battle over the last 20 or so minutes, but now with the other drivers behind the wheel, it's still continuing. Very equally matched machines. The Spy Optic car, though, is going to try and fire back up the inside here at turn 7. Blocks that one off. Wise to that potential move. Underneath the gum tree they go. Will he go around the outside here? This is not good, though, for either party, Callum, because I think they are holding each other up in a time when they are really fighting for a good shot at an outright podium finish. They are costing each other time, dueling with each other lap upon lap. Yes, it's great for the show. Yes, it's great for the viewers watching at home, but it's not good for the stopwatch, and the stopwatch is what they're really fighting at this point in time.
Absolutely, Dan. James Hay taking control of the Scirocco from Ansell earlier in this race, and with Hay behind the wheel now, basically replicating the battle that we saw earlier, as you were talking about, Dan. So very curious to see how this one plays out. It's not too much different on the Spy Optics Mazda MX-5 compared to last year. Still running on slick tyres, and they're able to do an entire race distance, all 300 kilometres on a single set of slick tyres, although they are a different manufacturing compound compared to last year. So I believe they are a slightly harder compound to what they were running last year. So shout out to Matt Thulis in the number 51 Mazda 323, theartshop.com.au. The blue car you can see on screen there stepping in this weekend at relatively late notice to support the team, making the trip up the highway. There's the Viola car, Charlie Viola now behind the wheel of the number 7 Honda Integra as well, easily up the inside. Negotiating lap traffic. That is the Simpson Hyundai XL, the 52 car on the left-hand side as well. And plenty of respect shown between the drivers. It does look like it gets extremely close when you're looking at it from that camera angle. Now, you're talking about the battle there from the 791 as well as the 84 between the MX-5 and the Scirocco, but the amount of space that they're using on the track, searching for as much room or exploring track limits, I guess you want to call it. At this point of the race, there's a lot of rubber, there's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of things offline that you don't necessarily want to be running over, especially when your tyres starting to get a little bit tired. Here's the G&T. This is the race leader pulling into the pit lane now. So this is the second and final compulsory pit stop for the Class B and outright leader. It only needs to be 2.5 minutes, but it looks like they are conducting a driver change. As Dave Stillwell would say, they're putting the hot shoe back behind the wheel, but it's all cool, calm and collected. I don't believe they need to top up fuel either, because they would have completed the fuel stop earlier in this race during the 5-minute stop. Regardless, the race leader has pulled into pit lane, and about 1.5 minutes has elapsed on this pit stop so far. And when they pulled in, it was 1 minute 52 seconds between themselves and the Luff BMW currently sitting in position 2. So very curious to see how this plays out as well. Another dark horse I'm looking at is the 818, the Arnold entry. That's the sister BYP Performance and Development Honda Integra. That car is in Class A. obviously they have to make another stop in this race, another 5-minute stop. However, they are showing pretty consistent pace at the moment.
They are, absolutely. As you say, it's certainly one to keep an eye on, but I think serving the extra 2.5 minutes on top of these B-class cars is going to prove a pivotal factor in this race. This is going to be mighty close down to the end of pit lane. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. This is going to be right on the cusp here of going under the time, but he should just be safe. 2 minutes 30 he is, so that is great news. Safe, 2 pit stops done and out the way. 30 laps remain, and this car, although showing in position number 2, the car ahead of it has a 2.5 minute stop to make. Here comes Chiara Zabatakis up the inside, and there is contact with the number 41 Mazda. So, sorry, it's Jurges behind the wheel who's made contact with the number 41 machine. That was just a bit of a case of coming up upon lap traffic and a bit of a misunderstanding, and the two cars came together. So two MX-5s, very different in performance. One very much tuned, one a little bit more standard, came together, and that is not good news for either party. The number 21 and the 41 have continued with no damage, but it's cost them both time, particularly the number 41 machine had to turn the car around and get it facing back in the right direction. And I'm just looking at the 818 that has just come into the lane as Dave, you're down there with the team running this car on the screen at the moment.
I am, guys. I just thought we'd better cover off one of the redemption arcs of the Winton 300 this year. Of course, 2 weeks ago, it was an absolute tragedy at the end of the Wakefield 300 when the Giantini car pulled to the side with just a few laps remaining. The car's back out on track this weekend. It's running incredibly well. We've got very much due for refreshment, Aaron Giantini here, who could probably do with a G&T, but maybe wait until the end of the race, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm buggered. It was a long stint, but car's doing well. Hopefully Matty can bring it home. Yeah, I don't know. I'm buggered. Sorry.
No, it's good. It just goes to show that 300 Ks around Winton, you know, as Dick Johnson used to say, it's like running a marathon around your washing line. Is the car running all good? Any upgrades since we saw it at one Raceway?
Yeah, car's running beautifully. No upgrades, just kind of patchwork to get it here this week. It was a little bit rough on the outside, but she works underneath, so that's all that matters.
It's good to have a competitive Honda back out at the front of the field, and we've got to do something about these Europeans running away at the front of some of these 300k races.
Yeah, definitely. The Honda power is it sucks down the straight, but it's awesome in the corners. So yeah, good fun car.
Well, look, we'll leave you in peace. We've got a frenetic 30 laps to remaining. We're looking forward to a great result for you and some redemption from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Back to you, guys.
Yeah, still a long way to go. I don't want to jinx them. I don't want to talk about it too much, Callum. But we can see the car on the screen at the moment. Bright blue headlights ablaze, letting the lap traffic know that this car is coming through. As we say, theoretical race leader. The 154 out there at the moment of Michael Luff, the BMW. Was running a little bit slow early on in the race at the hands of Ken Christie. He was being beaten about by a few different cars, but throughout the middle stages of this race has run trouble-free, has got in the zone and has moved forward. So that's good news and is really bringing itself not into an outright victory contention, but there's no doubt it's in class contention, running in Division B out there at the moment. ABS lights there flashing under brakes as it turns into turn number 10. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is Ian McDougall in that TCR car, which crucially is a lap and a half behind Giantini. So that's one of those interesting battles that we'll keep an eye on in the remaining 28 seconds of this race. We're expecting a couple of cars to exit the pit lane in the next few moments. Helena Maris has just jumped back out onto the circuit. The Soole pit stop there for that car. I think she's jumped out, and Dennis Panner has jumped in behind the wheel there. That pit stop was fine, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. They can go home from here. And then as well, we are waiting on the 818 car for its 5-minute stop to be completed. Currently, it's been 4.5 minutes. So the other Class A car, the only other Division A class car still running out there on the circuit, is about to finish its final stop, as things are getting pretty tight out there on the circuit at the moment. Luff trying to get through on the lower class BMW and has finally done so, but look who is behind. The fast-charging Audi TCR car, the number 66, with McDougall back behind the wheel, is now just 1 lap behind as he swings past our race leader. He was 2 laps behind. He is now only 1 lap behind. You got to think really he wants to do at least get 1 more lap back and hope for a late race safety car, I think.
And they're coming up behind David Hanna in that Impreza, which isn't a WRX. It's not particularly a performance model. It's a car that they purchased from Buru, I believe it was. It was sitting out the front on a street or somewhere being unused, and they've converted it into a very capable race car. They are driving to a number. They are looking after themselves, and they're giving plenty of room there to the McDougall and Luff entries as they come through and lap the Impreza, coming past now at a nice pace. Here is the number 84, so this is James Hay, currently leading Division C and sitting 3rd position overall. Now, they have the slight advantage in this race. It seems like a race-long battle with the 791 of Todd Herring, who's also successfully negotiating the lap traffic with the Agar of Veloster just behind them, rear of frame there, coming up to turn 7. So James Hay keeping it cool, calm and collected. He's been under fire, as has his teammate throughout this race, with Paul Ansell doing a brilliant job defending from Andrew Boydell. And now the same thing for James Hay, defending from Todd Herring, who's very quick through the twisty stuff, but the straight line handling of the Scirocco, I can see Dan's chest fill with pride, as he himself is a proud Scirocco owner, but doing a very capable job here. So this is the battle for the lead in Division C, but also the final step of the outright podium. So there's a lot on the line between these two as they press on. And it's a big shout out to all of the teams as well, because they have executed very successfully a pair of pit stop each, and they have absolutely nailed their processes and all of the tasks assigned to all of the team to get the cars refueled, make sure the drivers in and out in a safe manner, and have put them in this position where they are fighting for division wins, but also outright podiums as well. So it's a massive shout out to all of the teams, all of the crews up and down pit lane, working tirelessly to make sure that these cars are out there in the best possible shape for the end of this race. And we're coming up on just having a quarter remaining in this race.
I was just about to touch on this car, Callum, on the screen at the moment, because it is in 10th position outright. It's done its pit stop. This is the Mikkels Fun Cup car, the number 55. Seth Burkhartz is the driver that he's sharing with. I said, didn't I, early on, keep an eye on this car, being driven by 2 young guns, and they have really risen to the fore. So they're not only leading Division D, but they are also in 10th outright. So they are doing a fantastic job at the moment. They are just a couple of laps off the outright race lead as well. So this is a brilliant performance from them, and they are well clear in their class. The next best class car in Division D is 15th outright. It's the 195 machine. So they are well clear at this point in time of their rivals on the circuit. So that is really, really cool to see. They just continue to pluck away. Not the fastest car in the world, but they are flying out there. These cars fitted with a 1.8 litre Mark III Golf engine. So they are pretty reliable motor. As part of the Fun Cup class. Fun Cup Australia, there's 3 Fun Cup class cars. There's 2 in this race. The third one is being fitted with a more modern Mark VI Golf R engine, which has a bit more horsepower and will have a bit more poke. But those 2 guys driving so fast, they expected to be in Division E like this car, but ended up qualifying in Division D. So a really good job from them to be where they are out there on the circuit at the moment. Out there our race leader, you were pointing out, Callum, has come in the lane of Michael Luff, so that's an important story to tell. Whereabouts is he going to come out? I think he might come out around about McDougall when the 2.5 minute stop is served, around about there anyway, maybe just a little bit ahead. We will have to wait and see. But a brilliant job from them at this point in time, as you say, recovering from the biff and barge early on in the race to be where they are now at the head of the field. But not for much longer as Giantini takes the race lead on the racetrack and the leader of Division B. This car has had a few issues throughout the race. The 555 BMW. There's been so many talking points, hasn't there? And this has been one of them. The ever-evolving story of the Scirocco versus the MX-5. The Spy Optic car not getting its own way this year, that is for sure. Being pushed time after time, lap after lap, by the 84 AC store-sponsored Scirocco as Michael Luff jumps out of the 154. Ken Christie jumps in behind the wheel for what will be the remaining 24 laps of this race. Now, this is an interesting point we sort of touched on earlier. In previous years, the pit stop windows closed at the end of lap 70. This has opened up the strategy a lot more this year. They're allowed to pit up to lap number 85 of the race. We should say, importantly, though, when the leader is on lap 85 is when the pit stop sequence closes. So if you're on lap 81, 4 laps down, you've got to be aware of what the leader is doing. You don't want to be caught out that way. So that car is in the lane on lap 76 of the race. So for those that watched last year going, well, how's this legal? It is. The pit stop window has simply widened, and it's really allowed for much more diverse strategies in this race. As a result, we're seeing a lot of people going longer, hoping potentially for a safety car in the next few laps to bring them back into contention.
It's a 2.5 minute minimum stop time for the Luff and Christie entry, obviously by virtue of being in Division B. That time is elapsed, so this is actually running a little bit longer than we'd normally anticipate. So they're going to come out somewhere around 20 seconds. It's going to be about a 2-minute 45-second pit stop when the minimum stop time from line to line is 2.5 minutes. So that's actually a little bit off pace that perhaps we're seeing from them, from that team, the 154 BM Performance Centre BMW, as they peel out of pit lane.
Oh, look, he's right in the battle with the MX-5 and the Scirocco.
Absolutely nailed that one, Ted. So your predictions, you are the oracle here, the endurance racing oracle in terms of predicting entries about when they're going to come and emerge from their compulsory pit stop and back out onto the racing circuit. Here's McDougall on screen now. The last lap was a 1 minute 31.4. As it currently stands, they're 1.3 laps behind the outright leader with Giantini. Currently, he's done 76 laps, I should say. But Class B leading Class A, and it's a flat-out sprint to the finish line now. All the pit stops, the compulsory pit stops with regard to the leaders have been completed. And the ongoing issues for the BYP 81 entry shared by Jimmy Tran and Anthony Soole on screen right now. The team's still trying to keep that car cool, and they're going to try and send it back out there and perhaps cross the finish line, because it's been such a cruel mistress to the team. Luck has not been on their side despite all of their massive efforts to get that car ready, replacing gearboxes, replacing drive shafts, and trying to get it back out onto the circuit. So if they can cross the finish line, that will be some chocolates for their efforts this weekend. Here is the current race leader, blue lights ablaze on the number 13 Honda Civic, and they have driven an absolute masterclass of consistency and driving to the division regulations and making sure that they maximise available opportunities.
The key thing was completing that 5-minute stop underneath the safety car conditions, because that meant that they only really lost a lap in the pits as a result of that. They only had one green flag, stop to serve. They did that while all the other rivals around them, the A-class cars, had to pit for a second time for 5 minutes under green. They gained 2.5 minutes, and also The Division C class cars, remember, they had to go longer. They couldn't pit under safety car because their fuel window, it was not long enough. They had to go to around about lap 50 to safely make it home, and that was not an option for them, so they had to stay out. So they've judged their division perfectly here. So the state of the race is all of the top 10 have now completed their allocated compulsory pit stops. All of them have done what they need to do. The top 10 are now racing to the end, and speaking of racing, the duel continues. How many times have we seen this? This has got to have been the fight of the race. I'm sure they're enjoying it out there, fighting for not only Division C lead, but also a potential outright podium. That's where they are at the moment. They are in an outright podium position. But the 154 BMW, the B-class car that we just saw emerge out of the pits just behind this battle, is going to be coming. He's got the tyres warmed up now. He will be coming at them at a vast rate of knots in the closing laps of this race. This is going to be a nail-biting finish, that is for sure. And yes, oh no, he's gone out onto the track there, the 81, with the fuel catcher to catch any potential fuel spillage. Nearly went out onto the track with that. Either way, I'm sure, Callum, this will be frowned upon by the stewards. They have stopped the car. They are getting it from underneath the wheel, but that might be frowned upon. Shaking of the head behind the wheel there for Jimmy Tran. It's just not gone their way at all, has it, today?
No, it's been a horror day, and as I said, it doesn't reflect the effort from the team and just the amount of work they've had to do to get to this point. So it's unravelled for them. But if they can make it across the checkered flag, that's at least something. But these little things, those little 1%ers have amounted to, they're completely nowhere at the moment. And it's unfortunate because it was such a promising start to the weekend for the BYP.
We've spoken many years, time after time, about the pole position curse here at the Winton 300, and it lives on. It's not just a case of they finish second or they finish third. If you take pole position, you're destined for a torrid Sunday. So the record still remains. Nobody has won the Winton 300 under the AASA banner since 2011 from pole position. It's very much a curse here in the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300 as we return to the duel between the Scirocco and the MX-5. They are currently separated by around about a second as they turn it into turn number 11. These guys are 25 seconds behind McDougall, who is slowly edging away. McDougall is lapping 6 seconds faster than the race leader. 6 seconds a lap. You go, well, it's still a lap, but we've still got 20 to go, remember. 20 laps to go. Dave's done the maths for us, actually. He's got to gain 4.5 seconds a lap to catch up before the end of this race. So 4.5 seconds a lap is the maths that Dave Stillwell has done, as the race leader here might lose out to position to the Porsche 944. It briefly slowed, we're hearing, around that midsection of the lap, which is why it's now being attacked by the driver in the Porsche 944. But there's a little bit of an asterisk for me over that car. That was the car that we saw complete the stop in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. It's currently third in Division C, that Porsche 944, but with a very big question mark, Callum.
Yeah, Chris Dannard taking over from Bolton in the number 44. Currently sitting in position 6, and he's got Hanrahan behind him. Not too far behind in the Viola Private Wealth Honda Integra, the car that he shares with Charlie Viola this weekend. Big shout out to Charlie Viola, robust supporter of grassroots motorsport, throwing their commercial support behind this event. Not only the naming rights partner, but also participating and out there and in having the absolute time of their lives. They're currently sitting in 7th position outright, doing a brilliant job defending from the car of Ryan Bell, the 101 370Z. Now it's getting a little bit close here between Thewlis and the Giantini Civic, having a look up the inside. There wasn't much gap there, but Thewlis was giving them more than enough room, having seen them relatively late in his review mirrors and making sure there was enough space up the inside there. So that's something we've been talking about throughout this race. It's a matter of looking ahead, but it's also making sure that you're not getting in the way of the faster cars coming from behind. And here comes McDougall. He's really got nowhere to go. This must be agonisingly frustrating for McDougall because he knows just how much pace he's got, but he's having trouble navigating and getting past the slower traffic. They're doing their best to get out of the way, but there are so many cars in this race, with 39 starting in this race. It was 2 hours 16 minutes ago. It seems like a very short amount of time has passed, but albeit over 2 hours has elapsed in this race. And Phil Memory with 20 laps remaining. Giantini, the team behind the number 13 Honda Civic, have done a beautiful job to get into this position. And as they cross the line to make it 19 laps remaining in this race, we've seen an absolute blockbuster, haven't we?
It's amazing, Callum. And look, it's just been, well, we can see on screen there, it's peak hour traffic everywhere around the track. They're fighting tooth and nail to do their best lap times and struggling to find a gap on the track to get past the slower cars. But that's the name of the game, as around the outside, a beautiful move there by Giantini and on the little Fiat.
Claudia Lennox back behind the wheel of the Fiat Cinquecento Abarth, and she's obviously had opening stint duties before handing over to Francois Habib, before handing it back to Claudia Lennox to close out this race. They knew that they would have to stop this race at least twice for fuel, which is unusual for this race to see so many fuel stops, but given the capacity is 35 litres, they've had to stop to make sure that they can get to the end and make the race distance. Yeah,
and I'm just hearing that in the background there that there was a couple of cars with some black flags, and I cannot recall the numbers, but look at what we've got on screen. We've got the 13 and the 66. The Audi just straight around the outside of the much smaller car. 77 and 50 are the two cars with the black flags. So they are going to have to work on that. I'm going to hand back to Dan McCarthy, and it's been a pleasure to be here.
So that was a fantastic move. That was McDougall unlapping himself in the Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. Streaming, shooting down the main straight past Matthew Giantini. So they are now on the same lap. A minute 35 separates the two. 18 laps remaining in this race, and about 5 seconds a lap or thereabouts between the leader and position 2 in outright pace. The 818 on screen now being driven by Arnold looks like it's running slowly. This has been a horrid day for a BYP performance and development paired Honda Integra. It's been a shocker. You never want to see this, Dan, because of the amount of effort. We've been talking about it endlessly throughout this race, and they're going to have to pull into the pit lane. This is heartbreaking stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Particularly this late in the day, just 18 laps remain, and this car is back in the lane. It's already done its 2 compulsory pit stops. It was inside the top 10, but no more. That car is into the pits. Team are waving him down, getting his attention to come on in. What is the problem? Is it fuel? Is it tyres? What is it? It's not looking good, though. That car has come to a stop, and there's no team members jumping around the car in urgence trying to get that quickly fixed. So late rate heartbreak. These guys have all got to come in now. Any stop from here, pretty much, unless they come in the next lap, any stop from now is outside of the compulsory pit stop window. The MX-5 has made it through on the Scirocco, and he's going to go through the middle of the Pulsar and the XL. However, this is costing him time, a lot of time around these slower cars, and that means that the Scirocco is back close again, and close enough to launch an attack down the straight towards turn number 11. Up the inside he comes. The aggression's coming out late on in this race. We haven't seen the Scirocco be quite so aggressive under brakes until now. He had a look, but the Mazda certainly has better turn around the tight corners. But again, it's another straight. The Scirocco will launch a second attack down towards turn number 1. He slides to the inside. He's late on the brakes, and he moves up to position number 3, but not without a fight, and there's contact. Off goes the Scirocco. They've been so clean to that point in time, but they've tangled down there at turn number 1. The Ansel number 84, James Hay now behind the wheel, has gone off backwards at turn number 1. What a shame. That was such a good battle all race long, but it's ended in contact and a collision. It looks to me like the Mazda MX-5 is still going without any significant damage, but here's a replay of what happened down towards the corner. The Scirocco later on the brakes. They collide. They're fighting for the same piece of tarmac. I'm pretty sure the 791 of Harry will say the Scirocco came across my nose. I still had my car there. And the 84 will argue, Hale say, no, I had the track position. That was always going to be my corner. I'm sure they'll be arguing. And the MX-5 is looking a little slow now. Easy picked up a puncture. Yeah. He's got a buckled wheel anyway. Either way, the reigning and defending champions are going to be limping back to the pits. The tyre has been pulled off the wheel. What a shame. They were looking, or Boydell anyway, looking to go and make it 3 in a row as Herring, despite the puncture, defends on the Scirocco. He is not happy at all, and he's making that very, very clear out on the racetrack. Look at this. Weaving down pit straight, the back straight, so the Scirocco does make it through, but Herring certainly showing his intentions, not happy with what happened. He feels that the Scirocco moved under brakes and caused the collision, which has damaged the wheel on the 791 car. Fighting for outright podium, the car has suffered damage after the contact. Callum, that was a big moment.
Yes, not enough room between the two drivers. I'm sure they're going to have their own versions of their respective stories about what has just unfolded. Regardless, I do not want to be a race official having to be the judge of fact and assess what has taken place there. But regardless, the contact has taken place and the wheel has been damaged on a 791. That is the first chink in the armour from this brilliant operation supported by Spy Optics in the past 2 editions of this race. Have a go at the damage on that rim. They're going to have to replace it altogether. There's no way you could salvage that rim and use it at any point in the future. So throw that one in the bin. Hopefully they've got another tyre, rim and tyre that they can throw at this car and send it back out there and get it to the checkered flag. And obviously the varying conditions of the tyres at this point of the race. These have been through a massive heat cycle from 2.5 hours ago. They've been running at race pace, and they're going to throw a completely fresh tyre at it. And on top of all of the maybe other bits of damage to the ancillary area of the front left as well, it's going to make it a bit of a handful to try and get it. And there's the driver, the co-driver, Andrew Boydell, to the left there, actually helping, trying to get the tyre back on as fast as possible. 4-stud configuration, I should say, making sure that they get the tyre on properly without rushing themselves too much. But that's heartbreaking stuff there for the number 791. They have won twice the last 2 editions of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. They were the first drivers to win back-to-back, and this year they are definitely out of contention for outright, and we'll have to wait and see what transpires in the Division C class to see if they can snag a podium in Division. And they have got that wheel bolted back on. I should say the pit lane controller has released them, and they are heading back out onto the circuit hopefully not across the blend line, but respecting those blend protocols to make sure that they get back onto the circuit.
1 minute 50 seconds was the transit time, and I was watching the cars come through. It fell behind the Stannard Porsche 944 and the 101 machine, the Ryan Bell, the Avondale Bodyworks sponsored Nissan 370Z. So effectively that car has now fallen outside off the podium, not only in outright contention but in Division C as well. So yeah, it's gone from fighting for top 3 outright to now being at the very tail, or right towards the tail end of the outright top 10. Disaster as we see the Dennis Panner car, the number 16 Mazda MX-5 attacking car number 195. I think they were leaving Jay Robotham, their gun operator, till last. I think he's the one behind the wheel at the moment, and it's certainly got the legs on the little MX-5. The MX-5 being driven at the moment by Dennis Panner, a driver, a very good competitor in the Australian Super TT Championship. And he fields a car with Dennis Panner, Helena Maris, and they are sharing that car here this weekend. Dave, you got an update for us?
Do, guys. I thought I'd show you just how much damage has been done to the left-hand front wheel of the 791. I don't have a banana for comparison, so I've got my marker pen from work. You'll see that just how much of the outer lip of this Enkei RPF1 racing wheel has been torn away by contact with that other car. The tyre is actually completely intact, and to the point it's got that much tread depth on it, the team will probably reuse it. But that wheel was not long for this world if they'd kept up on that. Looking at Todd Herring's body language behind the wheel, he was not in a good frame of mind. He'll be driving angry for the rest of this race.
Thank you, Dave. That was a brilliant update of just the detail and looking into the damage suffered on that rim. And we agree with you, Dave. We will probably give Todd Herring and Andrew Boydell more than enough time before we go and annoy them with some questions post-race. But regardless, they're still pressing on. We're also saying a big thank you to all of the people who are tuning into the live and free broadcast as part of Blendline TV's YouTube and Facebook channels. We've been loving your engagement via the comment streams, and one stood out saying, this has been a great race. And Dan, I happen to agree. There's been so much substance to this race. We predicted the quality of field was going to deliver an absolute blockbuster, and it's delivered that in droves.
Certainly has. Out there on the circuit at the moment, we've got the number 44 Porsche 944 in 6th. And the number 21 of Liam Gerges behind the wheel of the MX-5. They are fighting in Division C, but they are separated by a lap at the moment. So it's notable that these two cars are sharing the track at the same time. There's a lot of Division C class cars that have risen to the fore in the closing stages of this race. I note there that Dale Carpenter in the 195 Holden has just snuck into the top 10, overtaking the Fun Cup car of Jordan Mickles. So the Class D car demoted outside of the top 10. So that is a three-way fight just at the fringes of the 10, because we did see Dennis Penner was also in that fight several laps ago. Callum, the margin is coming down. 3.5 seconds on that last lap. Or sorry, 2.5 seconds. The question is that going to be enough by the time this race comes to a close? The margin is 74 seconds with 11 laps to go. I think he's got to do a bit more than that if he wants to take the victory here this afternoon. Ian McDougall, I spoke to him yesterday. He said to me, despite the tyre changes, he said tyres are going to be a big factor for us. We have to be very, very careful not to overheat them. The front tyres are not used to doing distances like this. They made a change in the first pit stop, put a new set on, and they didn't do that in the second pit stop. And I think the tyres might be beginning to struggle here because he's not quite lapping at the pace he was. Yes, traffic may have played a factor on that last lap. You never know with just looking at one specific lap time. Traffic can always play a factor. But for me, I think the tyres will certainly be towards the end of their life out there at the moment. Again, last time by, that same 2.5 seconds faster, a 1 minute 31.5. That's a good 3 seconds a lap slower than what he was doing earlier on, as we see the Dennis Penner MX-5 just going down a further lap on the Giantini machine. So Giantini just rises over the brow of the hill and heads into turn number 3 on lap number 90 of this action-packed Winton 300. The last couple of years, they've been clean, they've been safety car free. We've had some exciting finishes, but this one's had a hell of a lot of spice to it. We've had drama, we've had a few incidents in this one, and safety cars as a result. But we are still, once again, as we have been on many, many occasions, set for a nail-biting finish.
There's still 11 laps remaining, Dan. Don't forget last year's edition where even with 5 laps remaining in the race, there were still a few surprises. Speaking of the horrid day for the 81, Anthony Soole and Jimmy Tran entry once again has an off-track experience. We've got Dave down in the pit lane with an update.
Thank you, Callum. So I thought, given we were interrupted announcing the end of the CPS window due to that contact between the MX-5 and the Scirocco and the resulting pit lane visit, I thought it would be a good opportunity to just have a look at how much attrition has taken place so far in this race. You heard me mention earlier that in last year's edition, we suffered something like a 40% attrition rate without safety cars. This year, we've had one appearance of the Hyundai i30N safety car, and so far, of the 40 entrants for the race, we had 38 take the start, so we had 2 cars do not start, and a further 8 cars are taking no further part in this race. So 25% attrition so far, but it's very heavily weighted to the front of the field. The car that qualified in P3, the Butcher McBrien M3, that's out due to a suspension failure. The car that qualified P5, the number 3 Commodore VF, still trying to get to the bottom of what's taken that out of the race. The car that's in P7, the Glenn Townsend solo-driven Lotus Exige, out due to an engine issue, and of course, as we say, discretion being the better part of valour, didn't want to be a rolling chicane. The cars in P9 and P10, the Bacchini BMW didn't start the race due to an engine failure. And of course, the car in position 10, the 787 Hyundai i30N of the brothers Agar, that's also was a D not start due to an engine issue. Turns out it's actually like an engine immobiliser issue. They're meant to have some sort of communication, a keyless communication with the standard remote key, because the car still runs all the standard ECUs. But it looks like the keyless module's given up, doesn't want to recognise the presence of a valid key, so the car can't start. And to add further insult to injury, they can't disable the electronic steering column lock on the car. So they're going to have to bring their tow vehicle into the lane at the end of the event and drag the car straight onto the trailer out through the garage door.
Thanks for that, Dave. Great update. Not only one car, but a whole handful of cars, as you say. So many from inside that top 10 shootout have had issues in this race. So look at that. In the top 5, we have 3 different division cars. As we see a replay of an incident down at Turn 1, a huge lockup for the 81 machine, Jimmy Tran, heading through the grass. That was a big lockup. He'll be feeling that one through his teeth. The fillings will be falling out, and it looks to me like that car is running unhealthy once again. He allows the cars further forward in the field through, but it's been a tale of woe throughout for the pole-sitting car. McDougall just went 5 seconds faster on the last lap than Giantini, but time is ticking by. The laps are winding down here in what has been a fantastic edition of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. Let's not forget, this is the 40th anniversary of the first edition back in 1985, a race that was won by Peter Fitzgerald and Barry Jones. And in those early days, we had a lot of rising stars take to the wheel. Mark Scaife, Mark Larkham, Neil Crompton all took part in this race. Of course, the late Peter Brock himself took part in a Winton 300 production car race. And it's great to see that we got a few young up-and-coming stars as well in the field here today. And of course, we've got Jordan Mickles. We've got Seth Burkhardt, a couple of young up-and-comers, Tabitha Ambrose, Brad Gartner, who races in TA2, as well as the reigning TA2 champion in Josh Haynes. So that spirit that lives on, these young guys going out there doing their first endurance races before going on to do bigger and better things. Of course, this is a grassroots enduro, but it's great to see so many people coming to Winton Motor Raceway once again. 80 drivers in total across the 40 car field, and it's been a fantastic edition of the race. There is the race leader out in front at the moment in the A&M racing car, sponsored by Truckline and Coating King, leading the way by just under a minute. So that lead continues to be chipped away. 2.5 seconds taken out on that last lap. I noticed that the number 7 Hanrahan car is in a battle at the moment with the number 84 Scirocco. Those two split by just half a second at the moment, so they're fighting for a potential top 4 finish. There's so many different divisions up the top. We've got B, A, B, C, and then B. So lots of variety up at the top of the timing totem. But out in front, we're looking at the gap between Giantini and McDougall, which continues to come down, Callum.
I thought you were singing ABC by the Jackson 5 for just a few moments there, Dan, but of course the wonderful variety and the regulations that have been outlined and optimised and improved year on year has led to this highly mixed result for several different divisions appearing at the head of the field. I've been watching the time creep down, the gap between Giantini and McDougall the last few laps. It's down to 56 seconds but it's a lot to do in 7 laps. It's quite the gap. There's still a lot to unfold in this race as we press on further down through the field. So Ken Christie, we were talking about that 154 entry before, Dan, and currently sitting third outright. That's going to be a fantastic reward for their efforts this weekend. And Hanrahan now up into position 4 in the Viola Private Wealth Honda Integra. So they were featuring around the top 10 for most of this race, but with Hanrahan behind the wheel, has put his head down and absolutely nailed the objective and built his made steady ground to be position 4.
I was just looking at that Scirocco on the images. It is understeering like a pig at the moment. It is really bad, so I think the front tyres on that Scirocco have gone. We sort of said a few front-wheel drive cars will struggle with that as the race goes on, and at the moment it's lapping 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower. As we look at the Class D leader, the Division D leader, the Fun Cup car with Jordan Mickles, the Kiwi, back over from New Zealand to take part just in this race. That's the only reason he's here. He said, I got given the opportunity, I took it with both hands, and to drive alongside a good young kid like Seth Burkhardt, who's running up the front towards the pointy end of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship. It was a real opportunity to deliver a good result, and that they are very much doing. Division E is currently being led by the other Fun Cup car. That one there on the screen with the orange stripes and the green mirrors, and that's being driven by the number 96 machine of Mark Zellner and Paul Wagland, and it's Wagland behind the wheel at the moment. But that isn't quite over yet either. 49 seconds between he and Simpson in the number 52 car. That is the Hyundai XL, the 3-driver combination of Fletcher Simpson, Jack Carpenter and Boyd Simpson. And look, Callum, it's coming down quite significantly. 3 seconds on that lap alone, so we'll keep an eye on that in the closing stages of the race. And did I see an off-track excursion there for the Mini, number 50?
Yeah, I believe it was. They were hearing that from the van, that might have been an off-track excursion. So it's probably good to point out that the driver fatigue is probably at its worst. They've been behind the wheel now and pedalling, exercising, working as hard as they can for near on 2 hours and 40 minutes. The race has gone by rather quickly, and they've done an incredible job to cover the distance that they have done in a relatively short amount of time. 20 minutes to 5 local time as well, so the sun isn't too low. We've seen in previous editions that if the sun's getting too low, as you said, it can really affect the drivers as they're looking straight into the sun under braking. But here is McDougall. The gap is 49 seconds. Giantini has responded. They have set the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 33.7. Fastest lap for them, I should say. So they're setting personal bests now. So the Giantini camp are on the radio to the number 13 machine with Matthew at the helm and letting him know that the objective is just to get the car home and maintain that lead as much as possible. And that has severely halted the progress that McDougall has been making. And it does look like that car is suffering from front tyre grip. As you said, Dan, it's been a long time between pit stops, obviously changing tyres during their first compulsory stop. So it's been a long, long stint on tyres around this tight and technical Winton Motor Raceway layout. But Giantini, that is an emphatic statement with 5 laps remaining in this race.
Certainly is. As you look further down through the field, so Division C is being led by that Scirocco ahead of the Porsche 944. The Nissan 370Z has just stayed out of trouble all day, hasn't it? The 101 machine of Ryan Bell and Troy Brisby. A couple of little knocks, a couple of little body panel rubs, but other than that, it has been okay. Oh, look, the old foes are back together in the closing stages of this race. We saw what Todd Herring thought of the Scirocco driver's antics, as he'd probably put it, down at turn number 1. And I saw a raised fist there, I think, down towards turn number 10. Clearly still a bit of frustration behind the wheel there, so I'm not sure this is going to go down too well here as the Scirocco tries to put the 791 down a further lap. Around they go through turn number 11. We're just trying to work out whether the Mazda has just moved through on the Scirocco, whether the Scirocco is trying to attack the Mazda. As we saw earlier on, Callum, it depends what section of the lap they're on, doesn't it, as to who is faster and who is leading the way. If I was Hay, though, I'd probably stay a few metres back at the moment. Todd Herring is not too pleased out there. But as we say, there's two sides to that story, and we haven't seen a penalty. I thought that if a penalty was going to be coming their way, it would have come by now. So I think the stewards have said that was just a racing incident down there at turn number 1. They, I think, have viewed it that car was on the outside. Oh, no, this car's running slowly, I think, on the exit of the corner. Is this more heartbreak on lap number 97 for the number 13 car? That is certainly not running at full velocity down there towards turn number 10. We saw the Wakefield 300 slip from their grasp with just a handful of laps remaining, no less than 2 weeks ago. Is it going to repeat itself out here around the circuit into the final couple of corners? We'll see what the lap time is going to be. He's coming to the lane. Oh no, again on lap number 97 with just 5 laps remaining. The number 13 car has hit late race heartbreak. The Giantini car is in the lane. Can you believe it, Callum Branagan? What are we witnessing?
I am speechless, Dan, because that last lap he was just a second slower than McDougall, who was in hot pursuit. It looked like they had it covered, but that 45-second gap is now going to come to 0. It's going to become a lead for McDougall, who is nursing tyres that have lasted this entire race distance. And we said it would have to take an absolute miracle for the Audi RS3 LMS TCR car to come through and take the lead. And there was a brief shot there of McDougall streaming through into the lead in the car that he shares with Hogan. We said it was going to be a mammoth task for a Class A car to complete 2 5-minute compulsory stops and pull off a result like this. But a safety car has come along. They have driven well, albeit with a few off-track mishaps, but they are in the lead of this race. And we're not too sure what's happened to the car of Giantini. So Matthew Giantini in the pit lane. It is absolute heartbreak.
Oh, the Fun Cup car stopped out there, so one of our class leaders as well. Is that the Division D class leader that's come to a stop? Oh, it's fuel. Oh no, it's fuel, so it's ran out of juice late on in this race. Can you believe it? 2 weeks in a row. Late race disaster for this car, and it is the car that was running inside the top 10. Our Division D leaders, they have dominated this class all weekend long, and with just 3 laps remaining, that car has come to a stop as well. So more attrition out there on the circuit. The number 55 machine, we were saying what a young gun pairing they are. They've come to a stop, and they are going to relinquish the lead now to the 41 Mazda MX-5 of Daniel Hay and Chris Bautista late on in this race as the Giantini car remains in the lane. Christie has been told push, push, push. He has just set a PB lap of 1 minute 34.3. He is going to try and take second position outright, while the Honda Civic still remains in the lane with fuel being pumped into the side of the 13 car.
And the team wasn't ready for that pit stop either, so it's not exactly a splash and dash, and they still have to adhere to the regulations and make sure that they do it safely. This is agonising for Matthew Giantini. As you said, Christie's now pushing as hard as he can. Hand the car that he shares with Charlie Viola, as well as looming large for a potential outright podium. Where, amongst all the madness, we've got Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane.
I am, and I've got my incredible cameraman Jason doing his best backwards walking impersonation. We just stopped at the Giantini garage. I asked the driver, what's going on? He said, I don't know. And then the team immediately started putting fuel in. This will cause an issue because you have to stop for a minimum of 2.5 minutes if you decide to touch the fuel. And it didn't look like they were going for one of the approved refueling apparatus. So they're in this delicate situation where maybe they can put some fuel in and get out in time, but maybe they don't complete their minimum pit stop time for a fuel stop, which means they'll cop a penalty. Terrible outcome for the Giantinis. We've now stopped outside the BYP garage. The 81 is in again, just making sure it's okay before it goes to take the checkered flag as the number 13 heads out of pit exit. Guys, what's the pit exit timeline like?
He's okay, Dave. 3.5 minutes stuck in the lane, so he is okay, but he has fallen off the podium outright, and he's just gone down a further lap to the race leader of McDougall, who has commenced the final lap of the motor race. That image does not really highlight the drama that we have seen in the last 5 laps of this race. We've lost not only our outright race leader, we've lost our Division D race leader as well. It has changed in the flick of a light switch this afternoon here at Winton Motor Raceway. The nation's action track has provided so much action throughout the race, but it has left the biggest twists in the tail until the very, very end. Out in front, McDougall has pulled off. He's really come off the gas in the last couple of laps with the race victory pretty much in his hands. He's been told, just bring it home from here. He's leading this race by a lap. We haven't seen the race won by a lap for quite some time. He's out there. He's just got a few more corners to go. They took that pit stop, the first one, under safety car conditions, and that has been crucial to determining the outcome of this race. It meant they only had one long 5-minute pit stop to make under green flag. That was a great a sequence of events that took place for them, and they've taken advantage of it. They've stayed out of trouble late on, and they are going to greet the checkered flag first. Ian McDougall crosses the line in the number 66 Audi TCR car alongside Barney Hogan, and they are the winners of the 2025 Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. But there is the number 13 Honda Civic for the second time in just a fortnight. Their hearts must be in their mouths. Callum.
Yeah, that is a bitter pill to swallow. They're home in position 4. That's the best. That's the most positive way that they can look at this result. But to have it happen within a month twice is unfortunate, and it is not, as I said, the amount of work that they've put in to be prepared, and they're in an absolute whole shot position to take out the race overall, and then to have something like a running out of fuel towards the end of the race and all of the onset complications that come with it. So I guess the only positive that they can pull is that P4 looks great, but unfortunately a win went begging today. And for McDougall and for Hogan to come through on debut in his car in an endurance mode is a fantastic effort. We know how much time they've put into this weekend. They have absolutely nailed their objective as well. So to come through with the outright win, they will be absolutely smiling like Cheshire Cats, as well as Ken Christie in position 2 and Hanrahan in position 3 with the car he shares with Charlie Viola, the naming rights partner of the Viola Private Wealth Winton 300. It is a fairy tale result for those top 3.
Very much Hanrahan and Viola an outright top 3 position. Second in Division B, Giantini coming across the line in 4th. Our Division C winners, it went the way of the Scirocco in the end. The 944 threw everything at them late on, really closed the margin down late on, but the 44 of Stannard, Chris Stannard and Matt Bolton did just enough to take out the Division C honours. The 84 taking out the Division C honours of James Hay and Paul Ansell. As I say, Stannard coming up just shy in the number 44 car. And third in Division C was the 101 machine, Ryan Bell and Troy Brisby in that Nissan 370Z.
Also getting word that car number 50, the Keen Mini, pulled into pit lane, so didn't greet the checkered flag at the end then. So unfortunate end for them as well after all of their efforts throughout this race. So that is a bitter pill to swallow. And you can see McDougall now pulling in to his pit box. Big celebrations from the team and a great camaraderie amongst everybody up and down the pit lane, congratulating one another and acknowledging the sheer amount of the achievement, the weight behind what they have achieved today in reaching the end of a 300-kilometre endurance race here at the Winton Motor Raceway. They're all going to be tired. The cars are going to be very They've obviously been pushed to their pace. The tyres will be almost entirely shot. They have to take these cars home to their respective workshops, work on them, assess them, and then get them ready for whatever the next adventure is going to be for these race cars. But for all the drivers up and down the pit lane and the pit crew as well, it's time for a well-deserved libation post-race and just assess and absorb what has taken place today.
You see a bit of hugging there. That was the Mazda MX-5 car, the number 41 machine that took out the Division D honours. So that was a great performance from them to see them come through the way that they did. There was certainly plenty of drama late on in that one, wasn't there? Throughout the various different divisions, and a couple of cars stopped on the in-lap on the way back around. Here are the results then, the top 10 outright. Ian McDougall taking the win after the late race drama. Ken Christie came up the field in the 154 car that he shared with Michael Luff, the M3, the BM Performance Centre car in second. Benjamin Hanrahan and Charlie Viola in the Viola Private Wealth car finishing in third, ahead of the luckless Matthew Giantini driven Honda Civic. James Hay in the Scirocco taking out the honours in Division C, the car that he shares with Paul Ansell. Chris Stannard and his co-driver Matt Bolton coming home in second in the class, ahead of Ryan Bell. Todd Herring in the number 791 machine. To be fair, Callum, despite the traumas that they had and the extra stop they had to make, 8th isn't too bad.
Yeah, that is a good result, and I saw Andrew briefly in the background, I guess, consoling Todd following that result. So they'll obviously take a little bit of time to debrief that one. But P8 inside the top 10 in a 40-car field is still relatively okay. Liam Gurges in P9 and Dale Carpenter, as you were touching on in that VF Commodore, rounding out the top 10. So a great effort from that team. Johan Craven Sands in the number 60 entry coming home in position 11th. Got Chris Bautista in 12th position, Craig Barney in 13th, Adriano Gorgi in 14th position, and Josh Haynes home in 15th position after a bit of an up-and-down race for them.
Yeah, certainly they had the contact, didn't they, with one other car out there. So he and Mick Ricketts charged back through in that ultra-high-powered Nissan Pulsar to finish in 15th, head of another Pulsar, the more standard one, driven by Tim Maynard. The rest of the field continues to come through, but down there in the lane, Dave Stillwell is down there with our elated winners.
Well, I am. It's an incredible story to have the first time we've had a TCR car take part in one of the 300k Enduros. We've always known as a struggle for the Division A cars to overcome those 2 5-minute compulsory pit stops. But the team from Challenge Motorsport looking after this car, Team Mini, however you wanted to bring the car here, whatever tyres you wanted to throw on, whatever strategy, you overcame it and victorious. What a story. Tell us about today, Ian.
Look, I think we have to firstly say, commiserations to the other guys. We're definitely not going to catch them on pace. The guys were giving me the gap, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we can make this. And they're like, no, we can't make this. So I'm not sure what happened to them, but, yeah, it's tough luck to get so close to the end. But, we just ran our own race. We did our own thing. We had probably ran out of tyres with 20 to go, so everyone was going push on. I'm like, I've got nothing. I literally can't turn the car. I've got no pace. So, it was good to get there in the end.
So we know how good these cars are in international competition. Now we know how good they are once they filter down to grassroots competition. Any challenges today? We saw you do a preemptive pit stop about lap 28, lap 30, just to see what the tyres were doing.
Yeah, look, we ran some tyres this morning and we didn't quite know how they were going to go, so we went, we'll pull it in a little bit early and just see. Fortunately, we got the safety car in the middle of our pit stop, which was handy. We got caught with the red light at the pit exit, but that's all right. You get that every now and then. But yeah, no, car was great. It's a testament to these guys. You can run them at a World Championship event, but then you can also run them with 3 guys out of a trailer. So yeah, they're fantastic cars. Can't advocate for them enough, even if they are almost 10 years old.
Well, congratulations. Great work to you and the team. Go find your co-driver and go celebrate. Let's go and have a chat to the team. We caught up with them before. Ray Hislop, go and round up your drivers for me, please. Bring them round. Yep. Ken Christie, step in. And Michael, jump in. Guys, what an amazing effort. We've seen you come and have a stab at these. What a result today.
Oh, no, it was incredible. The team did an unbelievable job preparing the car, getting it all the servicing, doing whatever we needed to do, and you know, we're just a crew that are friends come together to give this a shot. We never dreamed that we were going to come second in this. We thought if we finished, you know, top 15, we'd be pretty happy. But, you know, the car ran flawlessly, you know. And Michael drove an incredible middle stint for, you know, hour and a quarter. So we had about a 50-50 split on driving, which was great.
Yeah, awesome effort from the whole team, and Ken did a great job, and the team did an incredible job as well. So really happy with the results. Fantastic.
Ken, we heard you talk about in our bits and pieces to camera earlier that, you know, you went and did the race last year, had about 30 or 40 things on the list. Then you went to the Bathurst 6 Hour. You had about 10 things on the list. After today, how many things are left on the list?
Oh, look, it's a continuous improvement for us, you know, and we see this as a great opportunity. I mean, all the changes the team put in to take those 50-odd changes, and we documented. I couldn't be more proud of the team who's helped us get here. But we've got things to improve, and Michael and I will, you know, chat when we get back. But we'll look at all the data. But, you know, it was awesome. I'd also like to thank Traction Tyres, who really helped us out with the Dunlops. You know, with the Yokies, we changed it, you know, at the last moment, and they were happy to do it, and they really worked well. We only had one set of tyres for the whole race, so.
Well, you've done well. You had the Yokohama Tyre Whisperer, Ray Hislop, running the car today. Great job to you and the whole BM Performance team. Now, it was absolutely fitting that we had a chat with him before the race, and we said we'd have a chat to him when the checkered flag came out. It's none other than our very good friend and, of course, our major partner for the event, Charlie Viola from Viola Private Wealth. What an amazing race today. Well done.
Oh, mate. P3 outright, P2 in class. I feel bad. Where's Benny? Where's he gone? He's gone to get a drink of water. I think he drove the absolute wheels off it at the end there. But we had a strategy. We managed to get the safety car for the 2.5-minute stop. My window net actually fell down, but it happened to be in our tyre window. So I came in, and then Benny just chipped away doing sort of 34.5s, 35s the whole way in. So car was mega. Thanks to Jordan Cox. Thanks to John Boston from Track School. Trav Robson, who looked after us this weekend, and basically all the competitors. This is like amazing. P3, little underpowered Honda like this. It's crazy. So it's super exciting.
And now, if I could just have a closing word, you know, we'll finish up our broadcast. We couldn't have had events like we've had, these incredible 300k events, but particularly this weekend, without the support of incredible partners such as Viola Private Wealth. Just a quick word from you. Take your race car driver hat off and put your partnership hat on. What does this mean as a partner of the event?
Oh, look, again, I said earlier when I was talking to Tammie that we just love doing this, right? It's great fun, it's great respite, it's what people come and do for happiness. You know, we have an ability to help people come and do that and make it a little bit more affordable. Motorsport isn't cheap, so, you know, the ability to come and help other people do it and other people enjoy it, we get a huge amount of profile out of it. But most importantly, we get the feel-good factor. So, you know, everyone does things kind of for their own benefit. The thing I get out of this is watching everybody else have so much fun, and, you know, the camaraderie. You've only got to look at the boys behind you in this BMW that finished second, and these guys all slapping each other on the back. You know, the average age of about 74 over there, and they're having the time of their life. So, oh, there you go. Yeah. So, you know, this has been awesome. We love being involved, and wherever we can, we'll continue to be involved as well. So.
Well, on behalf of the grassroots motorsport community, thank you so very, very much to you and your entire team for partnering with the event. We look forward to a huge future together with more of these 300k endurance events.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dave. Appreciate it. Thanks very much.
And that wraps things up in Victory Lane. Of course, it's 300Ks, 100 laps of incredible racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. It absolutely lived up to its tagline that it is the nation's action track this afternoon. We've got Ray Hislop still running crew chief duties. He can't quite get on the beers just yet, but it's been an incredible day here at Winton Motor Raceway. The threatening weather never quite arrived, and we've finally got the crew of the victorious number 66 car packing up next to their TCR car. The perpetual Winton 300 trophy, the Mick Ronk Memorial Trophy, of course, this event has got a storied history since the mid-1980s on the short track. You know, it was brought back in the in the 21st century, of course, with these races with the bracket enduro format, and it's been gone from success to success. Short break due to COVID, and of course came back with an absolute bang in the last few years. And what an absolute thriller we've had today. Even as we look at the three cars that took the outright podium, front-wheel drive, world standard, global production spec. TCR car, home-built Bathurst 6-hour specification BMW M3, run by a group of BMW Car Club enthusiasts, and of course in third place our proud major partner Charlie Viola with an improved production specification, normally aspirated Honda Integra. If nothing encapsulates just the wide variety of machinery you can have at these events, it's our outright podium today. Congratulations to all of our class winners and podium sitters. Commiserations to those that are going home without any silverware, and particularly those that are going home with cars a little bit dirtier and a little bit more bent than they were when they arrived without any silverware. On behalf of the entire team here at Winton Motor Raceway, the AASA, the Benalla Auto Club, Blendline TV, I want to say a huge, huge shout out to all of our volunteer motorsport officials who help make motorsport happen in this country. Without you, we don't get to put on events like this. And of course, our Blendline TV production crew working hard out in the sun all day today and yesterday, bringing you the events here on live on Blendline TV, both locally and around the world. So from here in the pit lane at Winton, it's goodbye from me and safe travels.